Uh, uh. How's it going? Hmm. Blue lobsters. What? People fishing. Okay. Okay, cool. Interesting. Alright. Are you debating Piers? No. I don't even know how it works. I don't know if people ask to go on the show or you just get kind of noticed for clips or whatever. You spread the word about yourself. Who knows? But I'm not fussed about that right now. Morning, buddy. Yeah. And yourself. It's not morning here, though. It's 2 in the afternoon. Fuck. I can't believe I got fucking reposted by these guys. By the Defiant L's character. This person's like a full-blown Trump simp. I just love it how, like, I don't know, I never like to make it my characterization of a particular like voting block just like they're really dumb. I mean, I'll do it, but it's not really the best way to deal with them. But my god. It's like the bar is so low. It's the fact that I can make a joke like this. Or it's not even really a joke, it's just figurative speaking. And the response is to be like I like how they included the response. Well, actually, it wasn't a real bullet. Okay, wow, really? There's a kind of insecurity that people have. An insecurity that people have about their intelligence, where you will say where like they'll ask you what the time is, and you'll say it's like, oh, it's 8:30, and they'll be like, it's actually 8:32, you dumb fuck. Like, do you know what I mean? Like they'll just try to grab it over fucking anything. Or if you like your work, like, oh god, there was a guy I used to know who was like this. Like if we were in a shop, like if we were like in a fucking Subway or something, or in a shop, and like the person at the tills makes a mistake, like they make a mistake with the fucking change, or they mishear something, they just make a mistake, or they have a little fucking brain fart, and then like they would fucking chew them out and treat them like they're being a fucking moron for it. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know. I've never, like, people who are like that, it just always stinks of like massive insecurity to me that you need to grab fucking W's for people over the most like trivial shit. God. Finally a stream that's good for Europeans. Really? Okay. Yeah, I think I'd rather stream earlier. I'd rather stream earlier. I don't like having my dinner at midnight or 11 p.m. Like, it's just cringe. Where did this happen? Was this in DC? Was this because Netanyahu made his visit? It must be. It's the Columbus Memorial, isn't it? Is this the reaction? Is this the protesters? The Red Triangle, Hamas is coming, Free Palestine, AZAB, I guess that means all Zionists are bastards. Yeah. Free Palestine. Written. Why did. So someone wrote all Zionists are bastards, and then someone else wrote Free Palestine, but had to squeeze it around, even though there's a bunch of room here. Why? Allah is gathering all the Zionists for the final solution. I think Hezbollah said something, Nasrallah said something not too different from this in like 2002 or something. It's only audio recording though. It's not. I don't think you wasn't film saying it. American flag burning. Okay. Lots of kafirs. Bro. Bro, she's like a full on. She's a fucking mascot. This person. Yeah, the watermelon, the fist. This is that's not the Hamas emblem, is it? That's the Al Qassam brigades now. Yeah. Yeah, that's the Al Qassam brigades logo. Boop, boop. And obviously the Hamas headband and shit. What else we have here? What's this? This guy had his entire family killed by Israel and all he's a simp for them. Good, Jesus fucking Christ. You talking about this guy, Al Khatib? I think this guy is just rightfully annoyed that the loudest fucking voices of fucking Free Palestine are so fucking shit right now. He writes long tweets, so I don't read them all, but I struggle to understand how some of the pro-Palestine protesters came up with the most vile, hateful, despicable, and awful messages and actions to demonstrate in support of Gaza or the Palestinian cause. What occurred today in DC among some of the protesters who demonstrated against Netanyahu's speech to Congress was part of a 9-month-long series of puzzling choices and actions, carrying jihadi and Hamas flags, displaying vile and anti-Semitic signs, burning American flags in the capital of the United States, spray painting pro-Hamas sentiments and symbols, championing the same cringy and ridiculous chants, wearing Abu Obaida gear as if that's cool and hip. Eek. Where's the community-wide condemnation? I think this is the big problem. Is when I get a lot of these people, if you go into their Twitter accounts, people who have this kind of like aesthetic going on in their Twitter accounts, all their retweets are people like Ryan Grimm or Owen Jones or fucking even Mehdi Hassan. It's like, yeah, I don't know. There's a problem going on there. There's like those people shouldn't really. If this is you, if this is what you believe, you shouldn't feel like your fucking digest is coming from people like mainstream, almost mainstream, like very close to mainstream, like slash alt media. People like Owen Jones and Mehdi Hassan, these guys are like the bridge between mainstream and alt media. And like the UK and the United States, like these people shouldn't really be like your voice if this is what you believe in. It's weird. There's something going on there. What is it? The pipeline? I thought leftists understood this very well. Don't we always talk about the pipeline? The illustrious I'm not extreme. I'm just very soft on extremists, and I kind of say a lot of the things that they like to hear to complete fucking psycho pipeline. Hmm. Problematic. I say. What the fuck is this? Apparently Voss and Zanderhall are having a fucking riff. What's happening there? You back to YouTube only? I can switch on Twitch if I want. Just feeling YouTubey today. Was there drama? Do I care? I feel like Voss has bounced back pretty well from everything. He's started gaining subs again, and his videos are getting good views. Look at this. His Kamala one got nearly 250,000, 200,000, solidly above 100,000 for each one. He's actually made a bounce back off of the back above 450k. Huh. It's all right, isn't it? He's getting views because it's election soon. Yeah, but I guess the thing is, like, he's engaged in American politics. Like, that's, yeah, so it makes sense. He's not engaged in American politics in the way that, you know, like a lot of far left people are. Like, especially, I wonder if you're far left and you're watching people like TYT, you must be thinking pretty hard about shifting over, right? Because you must be thinking about shifting over because those guys have gone absolutely fucking mental. I don't know though. I wonder if TYT have changed their tune now that Kamala's there. Do you think they've done that? Because I know that there's a big revitalization of more left-leaning voices now that Kamala's there, and I can see why. It's obviously, it's very refreshing to know that your candidate will like handle themselves in front of the camera. But TYT are still. Well, let's have a look. Didn't they ask for a Harris-Sanders ticket? I'm sure they would have, but I don't know if that's their red line. Because before this, they were saying, I don't know how I could ever vote for Biden. Like that was the line from people like TYT, like Anna and Cenk. So I don't even know. Maybe Harris snubbing the Netanyahu speech was a really good move. If she's, or if they seem to have made a calculation that the people who are farther left, who might usually get disregarded in American politics, are actually a sizable block now. Maybe, I don't know. They just did an interview with Charlie Kirk, did they? They upload so much. Look at this. Fuck. Cenk said he wouldn't support Kamala over Biden. Where do I see this? Which video of these would have his opinion on it? Xander said he hopes Trump wins so he can tell Vosh, I told you so. You know what? I don't know if Xander said that. I don't think I think that might be either out of context or a bad paraphrase. I don't think Xander sincerely wants Trump to win so he can tell Vosh, I told you so. That's a strange thing to say. Unless you show me a clip. I'll believe that if you show me a clip. His Twitter, probably. Shortlist. Secures nomination. The polls. Look for it, give me 15 minutes. Okay. Let's go with corporate interests are circling Kamala Harris. It was 20 minutes long. Let's see.
These are very different people. Biden has been and remains unsophisticated about the way business works, unsophisticated about the stock market by nature, picks people who have been historically bad for Wall Street, Lena Khan, Jonathan Cantor, antitrust. This whole idea that she's a clone of his is completely wrong. So she was much more moderate than he was.
So you think it's a net positive for the markets?
Absolutely.
And for American business?
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it.
Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee, a positive for the markets. These are some of the distinctions that are being drawn between Kamala Harris and former Democratic nominee Joe Biden by the pro-business, pro-corporate community. And it is worth delving into this because, look, Kamala Harris is kind of an enigma when it comes to what her genuine principles are. You know, she just kind of goes with the flow and whatever tends to be trendy at any given moment. But she has taken some steps that make it clear to me that she's going to be far friendlier to corporate America than Joe Biden has been. And so I want to break that down. Now, Jim Cramer is the person you just heard from over at CNBC, and he's giving us a sense of how Harris is considered more corporate than Biden in a number of important ways. Before we get to that, though, before I show you those clips, I'm just curious what you think, Cenk. You know, on surface level, do you think Kamala Harris is going to play patty cakes with corporate executives?
Of course. So look, I want to dissuade you of two things that I keep seeing in the press that have no validity at all. One is they keep calling her a progressive, and I'm like, based on what?
She ran to the, like, when she was running in the Democratic primary in 2020, to be fair, she did position herself as further to the left compared to Biden, right?
But only compared to Biden, and Biden was almost the most right-wing candidate in the race.
I agree, so I'll give you a specific example. Biden ran on, I will raise corporate taxes to 28%. Remember, Trump lowered them to 21%. Kamala Harris says, I will raise corporate taxes to 35%, which was the original tax rate prior to the Trump tax cuts for corporations.
I mean, just to be clear, neither one of them intended to raise it $1.
Agreed, I agree, 100% on that.
It was just theatrics, and at the time, progressives were a little bit more ascendant in 2020, so she was trying to lean towards that part of the party. But no, historically, donors and her have a terrific relationship, and I've never seen her do anything progressive, and so she doesn't fight for it. Look, I'm happy to have a turn in direction, and if she starts doing progressive things or advocating for progressive things, I'm super happy to do it, but there's no evidence of that. And then they keep saying, oh, younger voters like her. No, they don't. That's not based on any poll at all. And I'm like, what is this like? Why do people keep saying things that are just demonstrably, empirically wrong? And then thank you to Harry Enton at CNN who broke the gaslighting. He did a segment. And he's like, that's not true at all.
Yeah, exactly. He did break down the smaller percentage of the youth vote that support Harris in this race so far. I mean, things can change, obviously. But with that in mind, why don't we get to some of these clips? Here's what Jim Cramer has to say about Harris and how she differs from Biden in regard to regulating the tech sector.
You've got a person who's from California. I'm regarding this actually as mega versus MAGA. Mega tech does better with someone who's sophisticated, who understands California, who is not against tech. Her brother-in-law is Tony West, who is a former general counsel of PepsiCo that was with the Justice Department, is now the general counsel of Uber. And you tell me if there's someone who's more sophisticated and knows more about business and the West Coast than her brother-in-law, who would be an amazing advisor. They're close.
Hey, don't scroll away. Come back. Because before the video continues, we just want to urge you to lend your support to TYT. You power our honest reporting. You do it at tyt.com/team, and we love you for it.
So Cramer isn't wrong about that. In fact, there's an excellent piece in the New York Times out today that kind of goes over what Kamala Harris has been doing behind the scenes in terms of, luring in corporate America, attempting to appeal to them. They write that she's been meeting with groups of corporate executives roughly every 2 months at her residence in Washington, and that's according to 2 executives who have met with her. She very clearly wants to kind of pivot away from some of the regulatory efforts that Biden was pushing for. And in particular, it seems like she's ready to kind of purge the executive branch of some of Biden's more popular and, basically Lena Khan, who heads the Federal Trade Commission, who's been fighting against mergers and monopolies. It seems like she's more willing to kind of do away with Lena Khan, which is concerning.
Yeah, but so now nuance. Okay, so there's different industries that are affected by the different candidates, and it's kind of sick because it depends on who they raise more money from. And so since Kamala Harris is from California and she has better connections to the tech companies, she raises more money from the tech companies, so she might be less interested.
This is boring. Let's see. What else do we have? Biden deserves a standing ovation after address to America?
So Joe Biden.
Oh, fuck it. I'll just watch this. I don't even need to get it from these guys. Whatever. I'm just not interested enough in these two, especially just after everything they've said when Biden was still there. It's just, oh God. It is very fucked. I don't know. People say it's to do with Cenk just being upset that he lost his fucking, that he basically didn't really hit the ground running on his presidential campaign. He really just hit the ground, but I don't know. The problem with people like, with organizations like this, and I feel like I don't know, maybe I'm biased on this position because like I know I've been through it myself and I've had to make that decision, but it feels like when I started making YouTube videos and getting comments and getting people in the Discord, I was reading what they were saying like all the time because I wanted to get a feel for what people like, how people responded to it. And I did notice that there was like there's always a temptation. It's not really there anymore. There was a temptation to kind of like steer in the direction of what the audience wants. Like if people on the side that you were catering for, like the left, said something, I didn't like this bit about your video because, and it came up like 4 or 5 times in the comments, then I'd be like, okay, it seems like if I wanted to do what the audience likes, is these kinds of, I guess like concession arguments that I make or arguments that I make that are not as left wing as other people like make it out to be, then I wouldn't do it. But yeah, it's just audience capture, yeah. Especially looking at chat as well. And if you're like, the problem is if you're trying to target a niche rather than make the audience like yours, like, yeah, yeah. So I just wonder if TYT have, because of how populist they are, I wonder if the old, like for TYT, if they actually are just like being spun in a particular direction. Xanderhill said, a small part of me wants Trump to win, so I said, I told you so. Saw the clip on one of Vosh's VODs entitled Biden is out at the 25-minute mark. When someone says something like, this is oh God, I hate this. Like, it's when people are held to, because the reason I hate it is because it's so effective. It's such an effective way of discrediting someone, is to take one of their quotes and just pin them to the wall with it. Because like, well, you did say it. You said these exact words. It's like, oh God, yeah. The good thing it doesn't, you know where it doesn't seem to work though is in court. It often doesn't work in court because I feel like the guy in 12 Angry Men. That's what I feel like, you know? Because in 12 Angry Men, what's the argument? If you're really, really picky about, this isn't really a spoiler, but if you're really picky about spoilers, then just stop listening for like 60 seconds. But the idea that someone is accused of murder, and one of the bits of evidence they use against him is that he is heard before the murder shouting to the person who died, I'll kill you, I'm gonna fucking kill you. And obviously, it's like, people say I'll kill you to each other all the time. So yeah, and then eventually there has to like I won't do the spoiler, but there's like a whole process to explain how that works to people. The video is called Biden is Out. 25-minute mark. Okay. So Vaush versus Zanderlol. Okay. Clash of the Titans. Let's go.
Ted Cruz endorsed Ilhan Omar.
What?
Nice. Nice meme. AOC
It's
was
like when the guy who's just not funny is just not that type, but like constantly tries to be.
probably just having a millennial panic. Many such cases, I would say. I don't get the joke. I'm assuming the joke from Ted Cruz is that Ilhan Omar is a black woman, so it would be like a joke for her to be the front runner. I genuinely think that's the joke. They're like, you know, it would be hilarious. A black Muslim woman.
Muslim?
Why would I see that meme, Guider?
The old Discord was just a purity test server. Yeah. Yeah, it was. And now we purity test for slurs.
Chatter, I'm so excited to vote for Kamala. Xander Hall, you know, a small part of me wants Trump to win so I could say I told you so. Wow, what was masquerading as a principled endorsement of Biden and the Dems was actually just drama hounding, like petty drama hounding with no underlying principles. That's crazy. I've only seen this happen every single time anything happens ever. Retweet if you're on the left. We're just linking me shit, huh?
You see what I mean? It's like, do you really think he's like committed to that position? Like, because when I say a part of me thinks, that's usually like just a candid, like, yeah, I've got this thought. Not gonna support it or endorse it. Like, does that not happen? Is that not a thing? It feels like a mask slip. Nah. Like, if you're sitting there thinking that Xander Hall is masking the fact that he wants Trump to win so he can say, I told you so. Nah. Bro, I could, like, everyone understands this. I'm sorry. Everyone understands this. Fuck. It isn't the type of thought I have, so it seems really weird to me when people say it. Yeah, do you guys not get like the devil on your shoulder, you know? Like, let's say there's two people who are married, okay? They've been married for 5 years. They're monogamous. They love each other. They love monogamy. Makes them really happy. But one day, you know, guy is one of them. Well, you didn't say the guy. This is a gay couple, okay? Guy's out with his friends. They're going through a rough patch, whatever. Someone hits on him. He knows he'd get away with it. He knows nothing, like, wouldn't get caught or anything, you know, just circumstances. But he's like, you know, a part of me wanted to do it, but like, does that mean they were going to and they don't? Like, fuck me, God. Part of you wants all kinds of fucking shit that we don't do, right? Fuck. It's so obvious. Why do I feel like I need to explain that to anyone? What the fuck? Part of me wants to quit this fucking job because everyone's retarded. Like, I don't actually want to quit this job. I love this job. I love it. I love you guys. But part of me Eh. I would take Zan's position less seriously, but he wanted to debate Vosh in the previous stream over Biden dropping out. And? What was the debate topic? Does Zanderhall think Biden should stay in and Vosh doesn't? Is that it? Does Zanderhall think Biden's got the better chance of winning? Part of me wants to vote for Kamala Harris. Yeah, as a British person, right? Yeah. It's your brain on internet politics spaces where being right and having a clip of it to spread around is more important than anything else. Nah. No, that is a temptation, but that doesn't mean that you sincerely believe it, right? Like, I understand the phrase and I understand Schadenfreude. Yeah. I don't know. I think that was just that just sounds like a fairly honest, like candid moment that is probably going to be used against him in a pretty bad faith way. That's my TLDR on that one. Okay. Fuck. What the fuck is this? Oh, this is young voters. Is it? Yeah. Yeah, of course. This is obvious, isn't it? Of course young voters are more progressive than I know that trend has been changing. I know that the gap is narrowing, but yeah, this isn't surprising, is it? The young voters. The problem is these fucking retards, they don't vote. They don't fucking vote. You know that whole thing about how youth turnout basically like might have made the difference for Biden or played a big part in him becoming the president. Their turnout was still lower than older people. Like that this unprecedented massive youth turnout was still lower than older people. Which is fucked because it feels like, I don't know if it's just in my space, but it feels like young people are so much more engaged in the discourse than older people. I still get the impression that I think young people, to me, it feels like young people are still more informed than older people on politics. Now, maybe a lot of the information they have is not true, but they're more engaged. But yeah, older people just vote. Yeah. They keep their heads down, but they all get out to vote. And the whole family's registered. They make a day out of it. More engaged through it. Yeah, you know, like it's just older people who do their job, they get home, they turn on the news for an hour, and then that's how they decide to vote. Yeah. It's this. I wasn't joking when I said this was temporarily a Kamala fan account. You will not escape my fan edits. Like, look at this, man. This is like the problem is that I feel like for Biden, people could have done this, but I don't blame them for not doing it because the times when Biden is at his best is actually when he is having kind of like old manny brain farts, right? And the whole like, oh come on, man, you're the worst president. Like this whole yeah, like when he's off script, telling people to do push-ups and shit. Why? You're getting nervous, Jack. Like that. That's when Biden was at his best. But I think now, recently, is he's become so focused on proving to everyone that he's not senile that he's just gotten very kind of like stiff and rigid. And the thing that makes him like appealing is kind of gone as a public persona. But anyway, how many genders are there? At least 3.
Don't even try to
Whoa.
keep me shit. I've earned the right to be door down.
Okay. She's so hashtag likable. Kamala, I call her laughing Kamala. Have you seen her laughing? She's crazy. You can tell a lot by a laugh. She is nuts. She's not as crazy as Nancy Pelosi. Bro, this is like, that's just misogyny, right? Like, it's just a woman laughing out loud is like, that's misogyny, right? That's all that is. Fuck. I don't even know what her laugh sounds like. What does it say?
Kick that fucking door down.
What did she say? Kick? Is this this? Oh no, this isn't her as a prosecutor. Oh no,
Kick that fucking door down.
this is her telling. This is her giving advice to the cops of her state. This is her encouraging cops. Who are someone? What was the question? What was she asked? She was asked a question about no-knock warrants and the legal legitimacy and moral legitimacy of them. Someone asked her, Kamala, Ms. Harris, what are your opinions on the new regulations around around no-knock warrants? We didn't have a warrant. What were we supposed to do? That's what this was in response to. When she said we'll no longer be unburdened by what has been, do you know what she was referring to? She's referring to restrictions on police brutality. She's referring to body cams, okay? I know it. I was there. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for the $4. You are feeling unburdened by what has been today. Yeah. That's a good video. Yeah. Kamala Harris. What the fuck is this? Oh no. Oh no. Yes, he has aged. That's true. What? What is this? I guess we don't care about the Zan Vosh thing. Sorry. No, wait, I do. We all care. Listen, look, we all care about the topic that you're most interested in. And we should actually, even though we've already spoken about it, we're actually going to talk about it even more now. So Vosh and Zanderhal were mad at each other originally because Zan was saying Vosh was pro-Trump for wanting Biden to drop out and wanted to debate. Okay. If he called him pro-Trump, that's really cringe. Like, I don't know, but that's like it's par for the course, right? That's like their approach. They like to exaggerate the fuck out of absolutely everything. Yeah. And occasionally they get vindicated by the fact that Trump like tries to overthrow the government, right? So they didn't debate, I'm guessing. I don't know. I feel like that could have been a good conversation. They have a lot of overlapping fan bases, and bleh. We are unburdened by the Vosges General bridge burning. Is it a bridge burning? Is it? Do they actually not like each other anymore? Why? You know what? I don't know that much. I'm not plugged into the American brain, but when people kept on saying Biden should drop out,
It's really sad to see Biden in this state because I remember him wrecking Paul Ryan in the VP debate in 2012. Glad he dropped out, wish he was now who he was then.
But alas, he is burdened by what has been in the last 4 years. Thanks to $10. Appreciate it. Grassroots hegemon. I don't know. I think when people were saying Biden should drop out, I just said, you can say that, but just say who replaces him. If someone said Kamala, or people did say Kamala, I was just like, nah, she's not popular enough. That was it. I just thought it's not going to work. It's not happening. Sorry, fuck off. But, you know, I feel like I'm shifted a bit just because of the, I didn't expect it to feel this refreshing now that the new candidate can speak properly. I didn't actually expect that. Whether she performs better than Biden in a general election, like in this current state, we don't know, but it feels like I think she'll do better. I think I'm actually moved on that now, just by the reaction in the last few days. Now, there's a huge caveat here, is this revitalization and this burst of fucking Democrat energy. I've only seen it on Twitter, okay? Twitter is not real life. The average income of a Twitter user is much higher than the average person's. I'm not gonna fall into the Jeremy Corbyn trap where I just look at a bunch of hyper fucking active Zoomers and think that they're gonna turn the tide on the election. Because at the end of the day, Zoomers can build up a lot of hype around a candidate, but for some reason, a big chunk of them who are contributing to that hype are not voting. The donations are a good-looking metric, yeah, but the problem is moderate right-wingers, moderate Republicans who would have moved away from Trump and towards Biden.
I was pretty skeptical, but now I'm super K-hive pilled.
Thanks, Zach. Thanks for $10. Appreciate it. Yeah, the fact that young people have moved, the fact that there are center right people like moderate Republicans, or even people who have voted Republican for most of their lives, who would have moved over to Biden to keep Trump out. For Trump, I feel, for Kamala, I feel like they might just abstain. I don't know. I'd be interested to see what center right people think about Kamala versus Trump. I think that's a demographic that I feel like would have quite a bit of impact. For Michigan, I think Muslims will vote for Kamala. I think enough of them will. But I don't know. Think about the black and women vote. Sure, Kamala would do better. Women, yeah, but the problem with women is that would always be the case, right? Are women not always more likely to go towards Democrats than Republicans? Especially with Trump? Actually, I don't know if it's especially with Trump. A lot of women like Trump. No? What's the polling? What's the gender gap in presidential elections? Depends on what type of woman. Okay. Yeah, this is true, isn't it? Biden gets more of the women's vote. Oh, wait, what? But it says here Trump does. White voters. Oh, for white women. Black voters is Biden. Latinx. Hey. Asian. Marital status. A married woman. What's the overall? I'm guessing because of those massive gaps, it's women are most likely to go Democrat, right? The problem with women. True. I don't know. Since 1996, in every presidential election, the majority of women have preferred Democrat candidate. Why did I listen to you fucking retards? I knew that. I knew that was so obvious. Why did I? Fuck you guys. Fuck. You know, every now and then, I constantly actually have to deal with this fucking imposter syndrome of being a Scottish person talking about American politics. But you guys make me second guess myself and like, actually, I don't know if women are more likely to vote Democrat. I don't even. Fuck you. Fuck. What's this? This is the guy who tried to coup Hamas in 2007. This is the security guy, security of the PLO, Mohammed Dahlan. What's he saying? What's his story? Various scenarios have been repeatedly presented or leaked to the media regarding the arrangements for the day after Israel's devastating war in Gaza. Sometimes our name is used to thrill audiences. Therefore, and once again, we reiterate that all my colleagues and myself are only involved to provide everything we can to bring relief to our people in Gaza with generous and continuous support from our brothers in the United Arab Emirates throughout this ongoing, dirty genocide. We strongly affirm that our highest priority now is to end the war. We will not support any choice that has been reached based on Palestinian national understandings. Such understanding would lead us to rebuilding the Palestinian political system through a transparent democratic process, as well as securing a documented and scheduled international action plan that would result in the culmination of the struggles of our people in the creation of their independent state with Jerusalem as its capital. I have repeatedly refused to accept any security, governmental, or executive role. Okay. Muhammad. Da. Oh yeah, the ha and lam together. You do this fucking like weird triangle thing. This little right angle bullshit. All right, whatever. Majority of white women. Yeah, I saw that with white women, but we're talking about majority of women in general. What the fuck, man? Bruh. Bruh. Okay. Let's have a look. What's this? Context behind the funny memes on stream. Oh. Oh, this one. 20 seconds. How much context am I going to get?
We have to know that sometimes people will open the door for you and leave it open, sometimes they won't. And then you need to kick that fucking door down.
Well, yeah, she's talking about suspects in a no warrant, no knock police raid. No?
Excuse my language. We have.
Her laugh is completely fucking normal wifey laugh. I don't even. Okay. I'm really confused about Lorna's argument. The argument that Harris can bring in more women voters doesn't matter because the majority vote Democrat anyway. So usually, if you want to win an election, and the votes are and the polling is quite close, is you need to be able to pull people who wouldn't normally vote for you, or you need to energize people who should be voting for you in their own interests, but they're just not because of abstaining. So for the youth, the problem is not convincing the majority of the youth to prefer Democrats. They already do, but they just need to turn out. As for women, like adult women, I don't know if they have a turnout issue or if there are moderate Republican women who are going to have a deal breaker on Trump because of abortion. I feel like a lot of women who support Republicans fucking hate abortion. So, yeah. Lorna be simping. True. She is my queen. Listen, anyone who stands between Trump and the presidency, okay? Anyone who's going to take that bullet from me. What is this? Have you ever heard of this? Everyone should know about Lascox. It will expand your consciousness. This will expand my consciousness. This is a trailer. Cave of Forgotten Dreams. Okay. Documentary. Oh. The fuck is this? That's a low note. What fucking note is that? Is that like a D? Is that a fucking D? It's not a C sharp. It's a fucking, it's not a D flat. Hang on. I don't have to, has my voice gotten lower? I guess I've been older. There was one song that I was producing where someone wanted me to do like really low fucking harmonies. So I had to sing a low C sharp and it was a real fucking stress. So I don't think it's that because that wasn't that difficult. Not paint. Where is, I think it's a D, no? D or E flat? It's not an E. Feels too low to be an E. Am I gonna go with D or E flat? Fuck. Hang on. Don't fucking... I don't believe you guys. Some say E flat, some say D. Okay, good. We got 50-50. No, no, no. It's a D. It's a fucking D. Hang on, wait. Where's my... This isn't... It's an E flat. Fuck you. All right. Oh well. We've lost it, you guys. Lost it. Go home.
This cave had been perfectly sealed for tens of thousands of years. It contained by far the oldest paintings ever discovered. It is as if the modern human soul had awakened here. This is one of the rare times anyone is allowed inside the cave. This may be the only and last opportunity to...
I spoke to my professor yesterday. He's interested in speaking to you. What's the best way for him to reach out? Email learnerbox1@gmail.com. What professor? What about? What does he want to talk about? Oh no. Professors. Fuck.
Film inside.
The first time I entered a cave, it was so powerful. Every night I was dreaming of lions.
There are no barriers between the world where we are and the world of the spirits. A wall can talk to us.
After 5 days, I decided not to go back in the cave because it was an emotional shock.
These images are memories of long-forgotten dreams. Will we ever be able to understand the vision of the artists across such an abyss of time?
Silence, please. We're going to listen to the cave, and perhaps we can even hear our own heartbeats.
What the fuck? Not gonna lie, I don't know what any of that means, but cool, why not?
Paleoarchaeology interstitials, heart, heart, heart.
Thanks for the $10, Seabugs. I really appreciate that. Okay. Apparently watching that will expand my consciousness. Sick. We love that. I love it when that happens. Okay. Let me look at my Reddit. He wrote a book on the Reichstag fire. Oh, he's a fucking history professor. Okay. Wait, what's he want to talk about? Did I miss a message there? Did you say something that I missed? Or did it get fucking clapped from the top chat because you said Nazis? Hang on, hang on. Let's go live chat. Hitler's Germany, he's one who wrote The Death of Democracy. He wrote The Death of Democracy. This professor wants to talk to me. The guy who wrote this fucking book. The guy who wrote this wants to have a chat. Hitler's rise to power. This font is so goth, so metal. They chopped his head off. They shaved him. Tell me about this. 300 pages? Damn, digestible. You had drinks with him yesterday. Okay. Is he just going to tell us, is it about Trump, or is he just going to tell me all about the rise of Hitler? Is that what? Oh no. Not charging $75 for his textbook. Yeah. Fucking right. Or maybe it's just that it's not just the textbook, it's also just like for regular, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, it's short enough. That's good. All right. Based. All right. Well, yeah, just tell him he can send me an email. Sounds banging. Whatever you want to, you're into the parallels, you're into the era. Yeah, should I do more reading about it before I do that? I was gonna do fucking beer hall putsch after the January 6th stuff. But yeah, fuck it. I can definitely ask things. Easy. What do we have here? Oh, there was someone who... Okay, Operation Coconut Tree. Nice! I don't know why there are so many fucking... Where all these haters come from, because a lot of these people don't like me. These people who post on my Reddit. Like, I'm pretty sure this Laura Phillips person really doesn't like me. I'm pretty sure It Do Be Like That doesn't like me. This person definitely, yeah. I had to ban someone earlier because they were just being a cunt, but... Huh. I wanted to see this. Remember the person who came on to talk to me about the Soviet Union? Apparently, when I talk about history stuff, she actually comments on my Reddit quite a lot. And does these little, like, contributions that I never noticed before. So I might go through a few of them. Hey, was watching the stream VOD today and noticed that Loner is discussing the collapse of the Soviet Union and the referendum. I actually did my master's thesis on this topic, and his take was in broad strokes correct, but I thought it would add some additional information. Whoa. I'll briefly go over the main contributors and then add some analysis on the referendum. While the referendum is important, it only tells part of the story. I should first point out that by the time the referendum was held, the Soviet Union was already collapsing. Loner pointed out that several member states boycotted. He should have also pointed out that Lithuania had already left a year prior. See the singing revolution in the Baltic states. The singing revolution. Wikipedia! This person's, master's student. Okay. I didn't know that Lithuania had actually detached itself from the Soviet Union by the time that referendum was held. Huh. Okay. Lithuania. When? They became the first republic to declare independence on March 11th, 1990. They declared that Soviet rule had been illegal from the start. Transition towards independence, culminating with the failure of the August coup. Huh. The Soviet military responded harshly. On January 13th, 1991, 14 non-violent protesters in Vilnius died and hundreds were injured defending the Vilnius television tower and the parliament from Soviet assault troops and tanks. Damn. Why do they call us tankies? Lithuanians referred to the event as Bloody Sunday. The discipline and courage of its citizens, linking arms and singing in the face of tanks and armor-piercing bullets, avoided a much greater loss of life and showed the world that Lithuania's citizens were prepared to defend their national independence. Okay. That's what they call the singing revolution. Yeah. International governments began recognizing Lithuanian independence after the failure of the coup d'etat in August 1991. Huh. Didn't learn that in the Hakim video. I just thought that the dissolution of the Soviet Union was illegal and unconstitutional. And bad. And that actually no one wanted it. The fuck? Fuck! Alright. First, the Soviet Union was already in decline leading up to the 80s. It had been struggling with economic stagnation since the 70s. This is due to the inherent weaknesses of the Soviet economic model. Basically, command economies don't work. As a means to address this there's no comma, fuck. Gorbachev introduced a number of economic reforms, glasnost, that flooded the Soviet markets with foreign goods. Critics of these reforms argued that they were an abandonment of socialist values, but they were also quite popular. People really liked having access to Western goods. These reforms contributed to the destabilization of the country. More destabilizing, however, were the reforms relating to civil freedoms known as perestroika. For the first time in the history of the Soviet Union, people were able to express their discontents with the government. Civil society organizations began to emerge. Workers began to strike. Basically, chaos for the Soviets. The perestroika reforms were implemented without creating the type of institutional infrastructure that allows for expression of freedom. The Soviet model was designed to suppress blatant critique of the government and was unable to adapt. There's more to the story than this, of course. If you're interested in a more in-depth look at the topic, I recommend Vladislav Zubok's Collapse, the Fall of the Soviet Union. Okay, I'm sure I will not get that anytime soon because I'm busy. Remember that metal concert with Metallica and Pantera at the end of the Soviet Union? Yeah, where like 100 people got raped and shit. Yeah. Didn't a bunch of people die? I think like a dozen people died at those concerts because they were so big. As I pointed out above, the Soviet Union had already begun collapsing by the time that the referendum was held in March of 1991. Soviet nostalgists and others with revisionist agendas are quick to point out that 77% of voters opted to maintain the Union. It needs to be understood that this was a referendum about changing the constitution, not breaking apart the Soviet Union. Those in ethnic republics were essentially voting to stay in a Soviet Union where the ethnic republics had way more power. It was also boycotted in republics where independence from the Soviet Union was popular. I think dying happening in big concerts is not that uncommon. But this one in Russia was insane, though. It was like a really, really bad one. Like exceptionally bad. Hang on. It was in 1990 or 1991? Moscow, was it? 92. Excuse me. Oh. It was after the August coup failed. Okay. Huh. The film was released in 92. Oh, they don't tell you about all the deaths in the Wikipedia. They don't even mention it. The estimates were like anything between like 500,000 and 1.5 million people were at this. Were at this show. But yeah, I remember that this was the Metallica set, and if you look at the crowd, like how fucking big they are. That doesn't even really illustrate it, I suppose, how big this was. Did that show you what the cameras are? Yeah, it was big. American flags, bro. Soviet Union was so jover. Anyway. $2 million. The estimates are all over the place. I don't think I ever heard something 2 million, but okay. Soviet nostalgists, now they're revisionists. Oh, yeah, okay. After the hardliner coup attempt in August, actual independence referendums began to be held. Independence was overwhelmingly popular in Ukraine. 92% voted for independence. Similar rates of support for independence from the USSR occurred everywhere except Russia itself and in Central Asia, which is a complicated discussion that requires an understanding of how Soviet rule had always differed in Central Asia compared to in Europe. The idea that the Soviet Union was dissolved against the will of the people is ultimately imperialism. It's an idea held by people who are still bitter the Russians don't get to have their empire anymore. Hey, see, that's a good Reddit post. I think this person in general is a good poster. Because she's done a few of these, just whenever I've been talking about whether it's Holodomor or Soviet stuff or, what do you call it? Zionism. Yeah, there's a few OPs here. Posts. I missed all these. What the fuck? What's this? This is about the Mearsheimer video. I think this video is a good critic of realism and effectively shows the Ukrainian perspective on the debate, but I wish there had been some commentary on the Russian motivations behind the invasion. Mearsheimer, the NATO theory may be popular online, but they never come up in serious academic analysis of the conflict. I can't think of a single Russian scholar who would agree with him. Oh, Russia scholar, sorry. That's interesting. I think it may have been a more effective argument to define leading counter-analysis, which typically understands the conflict through the lens of Russian nationalism and Putin-style Eurasianism. I'm honestly surprised none of the many speeches Putin has given where he explicitly states that the invasion is motivated by nationalistic understandings of Kievan Rus and Slavic history were included. That's true. I remember thinking that at the time. I don't know why. This was after, or was it before? I feel like people just forgot. Like, I feel like I just forgot that that was a really big factor. There was that Putin himself admits that it wasn't to do with NATO. Like his own speeches give it away that it wasn't to do with NATO. These are the kinds of spheres of influence, but they are founded in ideas about Russia as a type of first among nations and not any kind of polarity. It would have been a stronger argument overall, in my opinion, if there had been more pushback on the idea that NATO expansion is relevant in the Russian conversation, which it isn't. Okay. Yeah, that's a fuck. Would have been a much shorter video if I did that. Fuck me. I think I read this one, the Holodomor one. Whatever, too long. What's this? Jewish feelings on Zionism across the diaspora. This is a rough conglomerate of sentiment towards Israel collected in the 5 countries with the highest Jewish populations, minus Israel, of course. Polling data is being used when possible, but obviously Jews are diverse in both lifestyle and thought, and generalizations are just that, generalizations. Keep in mind that support for Israel can have multiple meanings. Please feel free to look at the links yourself and draw your own conclusions. This isn't meant to be comprehensive, exclamation mark. If there is interest, I would be happy to make a similar report compiling what I can find for Turkey and Iran, because all these countries have historically been relatively pro-Israel, with the exception of Russia, of course. Okay. I think for Turkey and Iran, they mean the populations, not the countries themselves, right? Because Iran's obviously not pro-Israel. USA, 6 to 11 million. Polling data has not really engaged with the questions, should Israel exist or are you a Zionist? But data has found that younger and more secular Jews tend to be more pro-Palestine than their older and more religious peers. In 2021, 62% of Jews surveyed reported feelings emotionally attached to Israel. 62%. Yeah, I remember reading that one. The current war, which has caused discernible rift in American Jewish discourse about Israel, but this is reflected in earlier polls. American Jews are overwhelmingly liberal and seem to be uncomfortable with the right-wing character of the current Israeli government. This was the most recent poll I could find. It's a Pew Research poll from April 2nd. What's this? Article from November contains a lot of resources to explore. Oh, this is about Israeli Jews who are not happy with the government. Yeah. Divided in their views of the Israeli government. Yeah. Like they're all a lot more sympathetic towards the people, but less so towards the government. More mixed there. Okay. Yeah. France, 400,000 to 600,000. I struggled to find good polling on the data for the French. A lot of articles I could find focus on French politics, and my French isn't good enough to do a deep dive. Discourse surrounds France's ability to curtail and prevent anti-Semitism. Reporting focuses on high rates of aliyah among French Jews. Okay. Oh. The AJC conducted a poll in 2019 on French Jews. 53% replied yes to, do you think a thriving state of Israel is vital for the long-term future of the Jewish people? 59% said it's an important part of being a Jew. Interestingly, more said they would rather emigrate to the United States than to Israel. Okay. So maybe less decisive on France. Still a majority. Jewish Canadians split. More likely than their Gentile counterparts to support Israel. Liberal Jews report higher rates of criticism from the Netanyahu government. I think they mean criticism of. Canadian Jews felt emotionally attached to Israel in some way, 48%. Okay. And then the UK. In 2010, 82% said that Israel plays an important role in their Jewish identity. "59% in 2015 identified as Zionists. 90% support Israel's right to exist. More split over support over the Israeli right. And then Russia. Okay. Conclusions. According to data, most Jews in the USA, France, Canada, and the UK feel emotional connections to Israel, regardless of variables such as religiosity. However, there's disagreement over support for the current government. The main takeaway would be that a Jewish person calling themselves a Zionist does not mean that they're a Likud-loving maniac. All these countries are Western, and any true statistical analysis is beyond my capabilities. Okay, nice. Lost the voice. What, have I lost my voice? What? Do I sound like I've lost my voice? Oh, okay, you. Oh! A 51% majority is incredibly different to a 95% majority, the latter of which has been touted as a standard figure by a lot of people. If you're talking about the Jewish populations of the world, it would be closer to 90% than 50% because you would include Israelis. Yeah. It's difficult though because the polling doesn't always bring you the best answer. Like for one of those polls, 90% said Israel has a right to exist. You understand that that is a Zionist position, so. I don't know. Okay. Fucking. Oh, new patron. Nice. We should start treating the word Zionist like the N-word. I don't think that makes any sense. Okay. I think I want to do the Biden address because he's given his first address after dropping out.
My fellow
The one
Americans.
where he's gone around all over social media looking like a fucking maniac with those frames of his dentures. Oh God, what a shame, man. Meaning only Zionists can say it to other Zionists? What? I don't understand. It's a pretty unique word in the way that it gets used, especially in Western discourse. That's probably how I wouldn't really compare it to anything else. Unless I can think. What would you compare it to? Oh, fuck. All right. Who gave you the Z word pass? Nice one. Good. I like Joe Biden. God, he looks so grumpy in this first frame. He looks so serious. All right.
My fellow Americans, I'm speaking tonight from behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. In this sacred space, I'm surrounded by portraits of extraordinary American presidents.
Okay.
Thomas Jefferson wrote the immortal words that guide this nation. George Washington, who showed us presidents are not kings. Abraham Lincoln, who implored us to reject malice. Franklin Roosevelt, who inspired us to reject fear. I revere this office, but I love my country more. It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president. But in the defense of democracy, which is at stake, I think it's more important than any title. I draw strength and I find joy in working for the American people. But this sacred task of perfecting our union is not about me. It's about you, your families, your futures. It's about we, the people. We can never forget that. And I never have. I've made it clear that I believe America is at an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine our fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. America's going to have to choose between moving forward or backward, between hope and hate, between unity and division. We have to decide, do we still believe in honesty, decency, respect, freedom, justice, and democracy? In this moment, we can see those we disagree with not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. Can we do that? Does character and public life still matter? I believe I know the answer to these questions because I know you, the American people. And I know this, we are a great nation because we are good people. When you elected me to this office, I promised to always level with you, to tell you the truth. The truth. The sacred cause of this country is larger than any one of us. And those of us who cherish that cause, cherish it so much. The cause of American democracy itself. Must unite to protect it. You know, in recent weeks, it's become clear to me that I need to unite my party in this critical endeavor. I believe my record as president, my leadership in the world, my vision for America's future, all merited a second term. But nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy. That includes personal ambition. So I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. It's the best way to unite our nation.
What's your pitch to American Jews to vote for Biden? What do you... Probably just for all the reasons anyone else would vote for Biden. Or sorry, Kamala, sorry. Probably just the same reason anyone else would want to vote for Democrat over a Republican. I don't think there's anything special about American Jews that would make them... Like, I don't know what special interest they would have in voting for Trump over Kamala Harris. Sorry. My brain. Democracy, yeah, but that's just like, you'd say make that argument to anyone.
You know, there is a time and a place for long years of experience in public life. There's also a time and a place for new voices, fresh voices, yes, younger voices. And that time and place is now. Over the next 6 months, I'll be focused on doing my job as president. That means I'll continue to lower costs for hardworking families, grow our economy. I'll keep defending our personal freedoms and our civil rights, from the right to vote to the right to choose. I'll keep calling out hate and extremism. Make it clear there is no place in America for political violence or any violence ever, period.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep speaking out to protect our kids from gun violence. Our planet from climate crisis is the existential threat. And I will keep fighting for my cancer moonshot so we can end cancer as we know it because we can do it. I'm going to call for Supreme Court reform because this is critical to our democracy, Supreme Court reform. You know, I will keep working to ensure America remains strong, secure, and the leader of the free world. I'm the first president in this century to report to the American people that the United States is not at war anywhere in the world.
You don't think Trump's position in Israel might play a role for a good proportion? Yeah, for right-wing American Jews, yeah. But it seems to be that most Jews are liberal in the United States, which means they would actually be a bit more hesitant. I'm pretty sure most American Jews vote Democrat, no? Or am I wrong about that too? I wasn't wrong about the last thing I said, just one person said I was and it fucked with my brain. All right, let's see. Why is the wiki giving me an answer for 2006? What the fuck? Since 1968, 70 to 80% of them Democrat, 87% in 2006. What? What? Okay, 2021, 7 and 10 identify with or lean towards the Democratic Party. Yeah, this wouldn't surprise me, yeah. Just because they support Israel doesn't mean they support Netanyahu or people or like pro Netanyahu positions. Or it definitely doesn't necessarily mean that that's their main issue either. It might affect their decision. But I don't know if like a liberal Jew would give up fucking, even if they thought Trump was better for like Israeli security or whatever bullshit. If they thought that, I still don't think a liberal Jewish American would give up on abortion and democracy and whatever else to get Trump in for that. Oh. Seabug, thanks for the $10. Paleoarchaeology interstitials. Okay. Pasha, thanks for the 15 shekels. As someone who immigrated to Israel, I vote in Israel, and according to Israeli interest, American Jews should do the same in the US. Why? I feel like they should probably put the country they live in first, right? Unless there's like a massive, like obviously if voting Democrat means like a fucking someone who's better in domestic policy but supports Hamas would be an issue, but that's not the case with Kamala Harris, so. Actually, I'd argue Trump is really bad for Israel because of the stuff that he does. He's good for the Israeli right. I don't think he's good for the country.
We'll keep rallying a coalition of proud nations to stop.
The donor agrees with you. Oh, okay. Oh, they should do the same for the U.S. Ah, okay. Sorry.
Putin.
Gotcha.
Taking over Ukraine, doing more damage. We'll keep NATO stronger, and I'll make it more powerful and more united than any time in all of our history. I'll keep doing the same for our allies in the Pacific. You know, when I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States.
Sorry, I'm just really retarded. All right.
That's not the case anymore. And I'm going to keep working to end the war in Gaza, bring home all the hostages, and bring peace and security to the Middle East and end this war.
Okay.
We're also working around the clock to bring home Americans being unjustly detained all around the world. You know, we've come so far since my inauguration. On that day, I told you, as I stood in that winter, we stood in a winter of peril and a winter of possibilities. Peril and possibilities. We were in the grip of the worst pandemic in the century, the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression, the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. We came together as Americans. We got through it. We emerged stronger, more prosperous, and more secure. Today, we have the strongest economy in the world, creating nearly 16 million new jobs, a record. Wages are up. Inflation continues to come down. The racial wealth gap is the lowest it's been in 20 years.
Damn.
We're literally rebuilding our entire nation, urban, suburban, rural, tribal communities. Manufacturing has come back to America.
He let slip that Kamala is a DEI hire. Oh, no.
We're leading the world again in chips and science and innovation. We finally beat Big Pharma after all these years to lower the cost of prescription drugs for seniors. And I'm going to keep fighting to make sure we lower the cost for everyone, not just seniors. More people have health care today in America than ever before. And I signed one of those significant laws helping millions of veterans and their families who are exposed to toxic materials. You know, most significant climate law ever in the history of the world. The first major gun safety law in 30 years. Today, violent crime rate is at a 50-year low. We're also securing our border. Border crossings are lower today than when the previous administration left office. I've kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman to the Supreme Court of the United States of America. I also kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America, to be a president for all Americans. That's what I've done. I ran for president 4 years ago because I believed and still do that the soul of America was at stake. The very nature of who we are was at stake. And that's still the case. America's an idea. An idea stronger than any army, bigger than any ocean, more powerful than any dictator or tyrant. It's the most powerful idea in the history of the world. That idea is that we hold these truths to be self-evident. We're all created equal, endowed by our Creator's certain inalienable rights: life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. We've never fully lived up to this sacred idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I do not believe the American people will walk away from it now. In just a few months, the American people will choose the course of America's future. I made my choice. I made my views known. I'd like to thank our great Vice President Kamala Harris. She's experienced, she's tough, she's capable. She's been an incredible partner to me and a leader for our country. Now the choice is up to you, the American people. When you make that choice, remember the words of Benjamin Franklin hanging on my wall here in the Oval Office, alongside the busts of Dr. King and Rosa Parks and Cesar Chavez. When Ben Franklin was asked, as he emerged from the convention going on, whether the founders have given America a monarchy or a republic, Franklin's response was, a republic, if you can't keep it. A republic, if you can keep it. Whether we keep our republic is now in your hands. My fellow Americans, it's been the privilege of my life to serve this nation for over 50 years. Nowhere else on earth could a kid with a stutter, from modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, Claymont, Delaware, one day sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office as President of the United States. Here I am. That's what's so special about America. We're a nation of promise and possibilities, of dreamers and doers, of ordinary Americans doing extraordinary things. I've given my heart and my soul to our nation, like so many others. I've been blessed a million times in return with the love and support of the American people. I hope you have some idea how grateful I am to all of you. The great thing about America is here, kings and dictators do not rule. The people do.
The people do.
History is in your hands. The power is in your hands. The idea of America lies in your hands. You just have to keep faith, keep the faith. And remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's simply nothing beyond our capacity. And we do it together. So let's act together. Preserve our democracy. God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Thank you.
There's something kind of refreshing about watching Biden stutter and not being like, oh God, shit, not another one. He's gonna die. Oh God, no. This is the last thing we need. Because he's not the candidate anymore. That's quite nice. I don't know, pretty milquetoast, dignified exit, I guess. Now watch this drive. Apparently Bernie reacted to the speech. Okay.
President Biden's address to the nation caps a remarkable 3.5 days, which have seen the Democratic Party fall in line behind Vice President Harris at warp speed. Joining me tonight, Vermont independent senator and former Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders, who has been taking a somewhat more measured approach. And Senator Sanders, it's great to have you here tonight. You just heard President Biden delivering that address, and at the end of it, saying that he has made his pick and endorsing Vice President Harris to succeed him. You have yet to endorse her. Are you prepared to do so tonight?
I'm going to work as hard as I can to see that Donald Trump, the most dangerous president in American history, is defeated and that Kamala Harris is, in fact, the next president of the United States. But before I make a formal announcement, I just want to make certain that the vice president is going to be campaigning on issues that the working class of this country, a working class that has long been forgotten, needs to hear. And I want to just make sure that the vice president will be working with President Biden, with me and others, to demand that the wealthiest people in this country start paying their fair share of taxes, that when we have 50% of our elderly people living on $30,000 a year or less, that we expand Social Security benefits by lifting the cap on taxable income so the rich start paying their fair share. I want to hear her be strong in contrasting herself with Trump and making it clear that we have got to save this planet from climate change, that we're pro-union, make it easier for workers to join union, that we raise the minimum wage to a living wage, that we deal with the fact that we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. So we got to start focusing on issues that working class people desperately need to hear when 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, and too many elderly people, too many kids are living in poverty.
Well, and obviously she's still looking for a governing partner at this time. We've seen the list of candidates that they are vetting right now. A lot of them are moderate members of the
That sounds like a primary challenge. You think he's gonna? No fucking way. Nah.
Democratic Party. And
I don't believe you. There's no fucking chance. No. Grassroots hegemon, thanks for the $5. Most Jews vote left, but they're concentrated in cities in a lot of cases. My thought is living in cities will socially encourage you to vote left. Yeah, usually.
I wonder if when you look at that list, you'd like to see her maybe cast a wider net to include someone who has championed some of the same issues that you yourself do.
Well, I would hope. You know, there's a lot of speculation as to who might be her running mate, but I certainly would like to see somebody who has a history of standing up to the oligarch.
Bro, who the fuck are these people? I know Pete Buttigieg from the primaries in 2020. Who the fuck who's Andy Bashir? I've heard the name Roy Cooper. I think I've heard the name Mark Kelly. Josh Shapiro? Who the fuck is Tim Walz?
Remember the Holodomor?
Admiral Bones, thanks for the sub. Do you think Mark Kelly will be the VP pick? Bro, I don't know. Who the fuck is Mark Kelly? He's an astronaut. Oh, okay. Kentucky governor? Okay. Baldy. His head's too small, though, isn't it? His head's like disproportionately small. Would it be Pete? I don't know.
Who have so much power in this country, who is going to fight for campaign finance reform so the big money doesn't dominate both political parties? Yeah, I certainly would like to see that person be the vice presidential candidate.
I have to ask you about something that Donald Trump said at a rally tonight when he was attacking Vice President Harris. He said she is, quote, more liberal than Bernie Sanders. Is that how you would put it?
Whoa.
Probably not. It is just possible for the 83rd time that Trump is lying. No, I don't think that is the case. I think that the vice president had a very strong record in the U.S. Senate, a strong record working with President Biden in the administration. But no, I don't quite think that her record is where mine is in terms of being progressive.
Do you think you'll eventually come around to endorsing her? I mean, are you leaning
Look,
that way
I am going to
have these conversations?
Caitlin, I am going to do everything I can to make sure that she wins. But I just want to hope that in the next few days and weeks, we can make sure that we put together a campaign that focuses on the needs of working class. So make no mistake about it, I'm with her. And I'm going to do everything that they can, that I can, that the progressive movement can, to make sure that she is the next president.
Senator Sanders, you're on Capitol Hill right now. Obviously, earlier, Prime Minister Netanyahu addressed Congress. You did not attend that speech. You said yesterday it was the first time that you believed a war criminal, as you put it, had been invited to address the U.S. Congress. In that speech, he referenced the protesters who were outside the Capitol. There were thousands of them as Tehran's useful idiots. What was your takeaway from what you heard from Prime Minister Netanyahu?
My takeaway is that he came a very long distance from Jerusalem to Washington, D.C. to give a campaign speech for the folks back in Israel. This is a guy who some 70% of the people in Israel in the last poll that was taken want to resign. So he came here and he got a good reception from the Republicans. But, you know, it's not just me who thinks he is a war criminal. This is what the International Criminal Court has determined. They have determined what I believe to be true, that his policies are resulting in the starvation of tens and tens of thousands of children and Palestinians. And that is a war crime. And he, along with Sinwar, the leader of Hamas, has been charged with being war criminals. And in my view, they both are. Sinwar started this war with his Hamas terrorist group.
Damn.
But Netanyahu has waged total war, destroying the housing, destroying the infrastructure, destroying the healthcare system. They have bombed every one of the 12 universities in Gaza, and now we're looking at tens and tens of thousands of children facing starvation. And he lied. He lied when he said, oh, we are trying to get food in. We are, you know, trying to act in a decent way. Every humanitarian organization working in Gaza indicates that Israel is making it difficult, impossible for food to get into starving people. That is a war crime.
Senator Bernie Sanders, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Jake, back to you.
Thanks, Caitlin. I want to show you a new photograph just posted on social.
Here's what I didn't expect. I did not expect this. Nancy Pelosi. Benjamin Netanyahu's presentation in the House chamber today was by far the worst presentation of any foreign dignitary invited and honored with the privilege of addressing the Congress of the United States. Many of us who love Israel spent time today listening to Israeli citizens whose families have suffered in the wake of October 7th Hamas terror attack and kidnappings. These families are asking for a ceasefire deal that will bring the hostages home, and we hope the Prime Minister would spend his time achieving that goal. It is really funny that Netanyahu yesterday, the funny thing I saw him do was basically going into that chamber to like give the Americans almost like a talking to about how they don't support Israel enough and shit. Oh, God. And to do his fucking stupid quips about how, was it, gays for Palestine is like chickens for KFC. Oh, God, man. This is quite funny. Because it's like, he doesn't have the same popular mandate that someone like Zelensky has, right? The Twitter replies are crazy people. Is it not just all Republicans? Hamas controls the Democratic Party? Yeah. Fuck me.
Social media, it's President Biden with a microphone talking to White House staffers in the Rose Garden. The staffers had, of course, just watched the boss bring his long career in politics, though not his presidency, to a close tonight. Back with our panel. Dana, it sounds like Senator Sanders is on board, but just wants to make sure he gets on to the vice president's schedule at some point in the next few days.
There's a few things he wants to talk to her about. But
what percentage of Israelis, sorry, want Netanyahu to resign? %72%. Has there ever been anything about Ukrainian polling Zelensky? They want him to remain for the duration of martial law. When was this from? %65% still trust Zelensky to guide them through. This was from July, recent. Is Zelensky facing criminal charges? In Russia. Ben Gvir apparently endorsed Trump. Yeah, fuck. The reason for the war cabinet dissolving in Israel was because of Gantz, wasn't it? Because there was a lack of clarity around his war aims. Why did Netanyahu have to get rid of the war cabinet? It was because of the lack of clarity, wasn't it? Solidified grasp on decision making. Mounting discontent over the conduct of the war in Gaza. Hang on. Gantz left, Ben Gvir started trying to push in. Yeah, fuck that, man. Oh, God. Hmm. Uh, oh, God.
Honestly, he doesn't maybe need to endorse her because telling the world that she is not as liberal as he is maybe the best campaign statement that he could give to her right now when she is, of course, she has to shore up her base, but she really also needs to appeal to independents and others.
This Eli David guy's a fucking moron, by the way. He's one of those really rabid fucking Twitter users. Like, oh, God. Anyway. Top 100 most influential X accounts. Oh, my God. Kill yourself. Fuck me.
Who are going to get beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, and that is going to be a challenge for her to get the Bernie Sanders progressives on board while also expanding the caricature being painted of her as an out-of-touch San Francisco liberal and reaching out to get the collar counties outside Philly and on and on.
Again, there is a race now to define the vice president for the American people out there. And there are a lot of Democrats who are actually breathing a sigh of relief and viewing the Trump campaign as rather flat-footed. The Senate candidate in Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick, put up an ad that cast Kamala Harris as a left of Bernie Sanders, or at least as left as Bernie Sanders liberal. The Trump campaign has not put any money on television yet. This is one of the challenges. Is she, in the 2020 campaign, when she was running to the left of Joe Biden to get the nomination, she came around to a number of liberal positions that were not her. She had never spoken out in favor of the Senate. Well, everybody in that campaign was moving. There are a lot of Democrats saying, why didn't the Trump campaign drop a bunch of millions of dollars, even if it was crudely produced, just put her out there, boom. So that's part of the race. And that's, Senator Sanders, he's done this before. He's smart. He knows what he's doing here. You're right. He wants to get on her schedule. He wants to make sure that she understands. He has a great fundraising list. He has a great organizational list. He has a ton of power in places where she could use the help. And there are a lot of Democrats out there who love Joe Biden for kicking Trump out of the White House, but have kind of become demoralized and despondent even. There was despair before Sunday afternoon. Does he have the vigor to do this? We can't let Trump come back. There is this, the small donor money.
My stream titles had Biden sad face written on them.
Is the best data point right now. As I said, wait a week or two for the polls. The small donor rush to Kamala Harris is the best data point right now that she has an opportunity. Again, smart Democrat I talked to yesterday said Sunday morning we had about a 5% chance of winning. Now we have about a 40% chance of winning. So, Democrats shouldn't rush to Vegas and bet the house, but they're in play now. That's the excitement. They think, okay, we have a chance.
Yeah, and the biggest saving grace.
Wait, did the bookies actually put the Democrats' chance of winning up now because of Kamala switching?
Honestly, for Kamala Harris, maybe the fact that she did manage to avoid a divisive Democratic primary where she would have been.
Betting data shows Harris's chances are on the up, but Trump is still leading. The day before Biden dropped out, he was 57 percentage points behind Trump, according to betting odds. Trump's chances of winning were 64% and Biden's were on 7, Harris on 17. Harris is up to 29%. God, Biden was fucked. Oh, he's on 0% now, isn't he? Okay. Here's why Biden can still win. I wish this was at 1%. This would be so funny.
been put in uncomfortable situation after uncomfortable situation as she had to decide, would have to have decided just how progressive was she going to be, because I think that's really where we saw her struggle when she ran for president, and even before that. I mean, I interviewed her back in 2018, and she told me that she thought that they should start from scratch. When I asked her if she wanted to abolish ICE, she pretty quickly cleaned that back up, and now that's something that's coming back into this campaign. She didn't have to deal with any of that, and instead she has an opportunity to meet with Bernie Sanders. And you're talking about weakness among white working class men in particular.
Yep.
I actually covered Bernie Sanders day in and day out on the 2016 trail, and a lot of the people I talked to at those rallies were white working class men, many of whom were looking at Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump.
Because he fights for them. It's not so much the specifics of the issues. They think he fights for them. They might disagree with him on some things, issues-wise, but he shows up and he fights for them. Sherrod Brown faces the same test trying to win a Senate seat in Ohio. A great personal brand. Can you overcome the politics of the moment? I love watching politicians who might not match up on the issues with some of their key voters, but those voters say, I know he's for me. That was Joe Biden's gift with some of those blue-collar workers.
That's
People who do these abrupt stops in their fucking segments are the worst kinds of human beings. Oh, God. Oh, they're so disgusting. Fuck. Right. Who are your top 3 for Harris to pick as VP? Pete. That baldy guy. I don't know who's third because I can't remember anyone's name. Can't remember anyone's names. Sorry. Despicable editors. Disgusting. Shapiro. I all I think about is Ben Shapiro. Who the fuck is Mark Kelly? Is the baldy guy? Yeah. God. Josh Shapiro. Okay, I remember that. Josh Shapiro. I don't know.
Mr.
Oh, Farage gave his first fucking speech in the Commons, and apparently he called for a referendum on the European Court of Human Rights. He wants the UK to leave the European Court of Human Rights. Fuck. Get out of all of it. The only thing the European Court of Human Rights I think gives the UK shit over is like things like Rwanda. I don't think they vote against the UK that often because the UK has a judge there. But there have been very few cases where the Court of Human Rights in the last 5, 10, 15 years has ever gone against the UK. Yeah. Jake Brooks, thanks for $2. Top 3 Vice President Bordeaux, Sauternes or Sauvignon Blanc. Okay. Jesus. Leaving the European Court of Human Rights is a meme position. It's just a waste of time. Why? Imagine having a referendum on that, bro. No one would care. I wouldn't even fucking vote. Just to that would be my one way of abstaining to say like I can't believe this is something that's been put to a referendum of the United Kingdom. I probably would vote because I'd stay in to trigger Nigel Farage and because it probably does good things. I don't know. It did. It held that Rwanda plane back, didn't it? But then our own court stopped it. So our own court stopped it anyway. Didn't even need to. Eek. Right, I need to go bathroom. 1 second. Okay.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you very much indeed. I believe it's customary in a maiden speech to pay tribute to your predecessor, which I'm very happy to do. Giles Watling, a very decent, nice, honourable man, former actor, wears his Garrick Club tie, nothing even vaguely conservative about him, but a jolly nice chap. And it was a clean, fought campaign. The Right Honourable Member for Holland and South Deepings earlier made reference to Clacton as being the place for a traditional English seaside holiday, and indeed it is, with its pier and its miles of sandy beaches and its arcades, and perhaps it's not the holiday that's as popular as it used to be, now that people go to Spain and elsewhere, but it's still there. There are other parts of the constituency that are genteel, quite wealthy, but if we go to places like Jaywick, we find the most deprived community in the whole of the United Kingdom. Those communities have little faith or trust or belief that government can make their lives better. Indeed, what I found knocking on doors were people saying, we want to work, we want to get on, we want to make money. But as soon as we work for 16 hours a week or more, our benefits get taken away. We're better off staying on benefits. And I have to say, I feel immensely sorry for people who the benefit system, which is designed to help them, is actually keeping them trapped in levels of relative poverty. So I will do my best as the MP for the area to bring business, investment, private money into the constituency with jobs and training and skills. I can't promise that I'll do it, but I will do my absolute damnedest to make it happen. Now, it's funny because I spent nearly 21 years as a member of the European Parliament in Brussels and with its monthly journey to Strasbourg. And I have to say, this place is very different indeed. It's smaller. There is not a chauffeur-driven Mercedes available for each member. No large lump sums of money which you don't have to spend on anything and show no receipts for. And I wonder whether perhaps that's why so many in the British political system seem to adore the European Union so much, because it is a rather wonderful place to work. What I perhaps didn't expect was to come here and to find that I'm more outnumbered with my reform team, more outnumbered here than we were in the European Parliament, because there are more supporters of Brexit in the European Parliament than I sense there are in this Parliament of 2024. This is very much a Remainers Parliament. I suspect in many cases it's really a Rejoiners Parliament. But the other issue, and it's very interesting as we debate the King's...
It's funny that as a single issue person, you might run into that issue because your fucking special interest, which has actually been fulfilled by the British government, is not everyone's special interest. So most British people for the longest time have wanted the railways nationalised. But until very recently, the majority of people in Parliament did not want the railways nationalised because they were Conservatives, right? It's such a stupid complaint, all right?
Speech. If you look at the speech itself, the word immigration is mentioned only twice, and asylum just once. And perhaps this is not a surprise, as when Sir Keir Starmer laid out the 6 big priorities for the general election for the Labour Party, he didn't mention legal or illegal immigration. And that's the other area in which I think the 5 of us sitting over here are going to find ourselves massively outnumbered in this House, is because we actually do want to talk about these issues. You see, I believe that the population explosion is having the biggest impact on the quality of life of ordinary folk than any other issue. It all started, of course, when the current Home Secretary became a Member of Parliament back in...
Again, for the billionth time, I'm not going to stop saying it, the average immigrant population in each of these constituencies that Reform won in, it's like 1 or 2%. That's it. The communities that Reform won in are some of the lower migrant population communities in the country.
In May 97. And it's worth reminding ourselves that net migration was the same during the late 1940s, the whole of the 1950s, the whole of the 1960s, the whole of the 1970s, the whole of the 1980s, and the 1990s up until Mr. Blair. Net migration had run at 30 to 50,000 a year for over half a century. Then Mr. Blair gets in and decides we're going to open the doors in a way that had never been done before, to the delight and joy of big companies and especially giant multinationals who have always wanted as much cheap labour as they can get, and to hell with the consequences for working class families and people. But perhaps it was even more of a surprise to see that that massive acceleration in our population through immigration would then, by a Conservative Party, who, despite promises in 4 consecutive manifestos, actually accelerate what had happened under the years of Mr. Blair. And so we see a population increase of 10 million people since that.
Isn't this the put on a proper suit and sing the national anthem guy? Was that him talking about Corbyn? I think it was. That sounds like something Farage would say, yeah.
Time that Labour won its last landslide. Even the net figure is a migrant a minute. Even during the course of this debate, many hundreds more people will come to our country. And nobody is making the argument that there aren't some exceptionally wonderful people among them. There are, of course. But the sheer level of population means we have to build a new house every 2 minutes. Even if the Labour government is able to fulfil the 1.5 million houses that it wants to build during the lifetime of this Parliament, it will make no dent at all on the current shortage of housing. Rents have risen by 25% since 2021. Why? Population increase and pressure. And the list goes on through access to health services, to congestion, to pressure on infrastructure. The population crisis is the biggest impact affecting people's lives, damaging their quality of life, and virtually nobody in this place even wants to talk about it. But perhaps it's on illegal immigration that I do really want to make a point.
I'm also pretty sure that no economists that I've read, or no economic institutions I've read, hold immigration responsible for any of these issues.
4 years ago, I went out into the English Channel repeatedly, filming dinghies coming across the channel. Dinghies with an average of 16 people per boat. I was described as being a sad, lonely, desperate figure.
True.
Always seeking attention. And I've no doubt there are some that think that's still the case today.
Spot on.
Thank you. But I did it because it was obvious to me what was going to happen. It was obvious that there would be a huge influx of people illegally coming to Britain across the English Channel. And it would happen because we'd stopped deporting people who came to Britain illegally. And perhaps the Labour Party might want to reflect themselves on the last period of Labour government, where we had Home Secretaries like David Blunkett, far, far to the right of people like the Shadow Home Secretary today. You came to Britain illegally during the last Labour government. Your feet didn't touch the sides. You were gone. You were out. Indeed, in the last...
This wasn't necessarily true. I mean, David Blunkett, he deported... there's a famous story about him. David Blunkett is he's a blind guy, Labour Home Secretary. In 2002, he deported an Afghan refugee family, but the British High Court found it was illegal. Not only did we have asylum seekers coming to the UK and getting processed in the 2000s, we also had people complaining about it. People like Farage complaining about it.
year of the Labour government, from 2009 to 10, 50,000 people who came here illegally were deported. Now, none of that happens anymore. It didn't happen under 14 years of Conservatives, and it clearly isn't going to happen under this Labour government. And I wonder why. I think you'll find it's the increased role.
What's this? The 50,000 number. $50,000 people deported in a single year. Between 2010 and 2020. What about 2009 to 2010? EU nationals may be returned for abusing or not exercising treaty rights or deportation. And from 2009 to that, so in a single year, there were more deportations than in the next 10 years under the Conservatives. I wonder why, if that's true. Let's see. UK deportations. 2009 to UK, not K. Fucking Kamala. Special payments, compensation. Asylum-related grants of settlement rose from 3,000 in 2009 to 5,000 in 2010. Huh. Would this give you stats on deportations? 130 pages. Whoa. Enforcement and compliance. Defendants proceeded against magistrates. If they're saying this is how many people went to court under the Immigration Act, but the numbers here are only in the hundreds, where the fuck is 50,000 coming from? Maybe that one's just not telling you. Managed migration, work permits. This isn't an application for an extension of leave to remain. I guess are you deported if you don't get leave to remain? Refused. There's... In 2022, there were 3,800 enforced returns, 46% fewer than in 2019 during the pandemic, but also more than 2021. Where would you get 2009? People refused entry and deported 2009. Control of immigration stats. We've already read that. How about this? Is this a different one? Data tables, supplementary. What's this going to have? Ooh. This is going to be unreadable. Come on. Hey. Oh. I don't think they use the term deportation. They use the term So it did go down. I wonder why it was so high in 2009, but it says here 31,000 from Statista. I don't know where they got that from, but so it was higher. He's exaggerating the numbers because, again, Farage is very dubious when it comes to statistics. I just wonder why the Conservatives would have taken it down compared to Labour. This is another deporter-in-chief. Why is it that people like Obama and Tony Blair, like, or Gordon Brown, deport more people than Conservatives do? If that's the case. What's the term that they use for deporting people? They use a different term. Asylum, border control. Given leave, given leave, given leave. Removals from 2000 2009. Okay. What? Table 1.2. All right, this should have it. Because if you are refused entry and removed, so any updates on your stalker? No, I don't even know what to do about it. Should I call the cops? God. Does Lunderbox know the lore? The Hassan Destiny breakup was actually over Kamala Harris. Yeah, I did know that, yeah. Ironic. So non-asylum passengers refused entry at port and subsequently removed. 32,000, 33. Okay, so it is between, it's averaging at 30,000, right? With 1 year, 2002, for some reason, it goes all the way up to 46,000. Is that because of Afghanistan? I'm just wondering why, during the Syrian refugee crisis and everything, like why this went down. Is it because they all went to Europe instead? They just didn't think it was worth it to come to the UK? So the number of deportations did drop. I would be really interested to know why. Because what if I can get the same data for, say, 2020 that has the last 10 years? Rabbit hole. Thank you, Mr. Farage. Farage. Captain Froger. Hang on, what? Okay, annual patients 2010. Does anyone here hate non-compete? That non-compete seems like a very stupid person. Sure. How many people detained or returned? Is it this? The 4-year-old vlogger is making the rounds. What, should we watch it? Should we do some internet historian? I think I want to do, one of the projects I want to do maybe after the January 6th stuff is clarifying exactly where Kamala stands on everything. Like just doing a little TLDR of, TLDR. There's like a little 15, 20-minute explainer of all of Kamala's stances. Returns. Voluntary returns, 10,000 of them. Enforced, 3,000. Oh, does this one not tell you whether or not they are voluntary or not? Bro, fuck it, I don't know. I don't know. Where did I get that data from? Because if it's from here, I could just get this, but what happens if I do this? Damn. Thought it'd be easy. If I just go to Gov UK, migration statistics, control of immigration. Be good to get it from the same website so I know that they're collecting data in the same way or similar. And it's just called control. Control of immigration summary. That's 2011. Did they stop doing it this way after 2011? Fuck. So they must have this suggests that they changed the way that they record the data. Oh fuck. Why would you do that? What's this? This is a quarterly summary, so 2011. Shit. First quarter. Main tables? What do we have here? Fuck. This is a very horrible looking spreadsheet. The word I'm looking for is removed, right? What? Control F? Denied? Refused? Wait, so did they just stop? They changed the way that they count the data. Refused asylum, but eligible. What do we have here? Grants, visas issued. Employment stats. Pending cases. Withdrawn, dismissed. Don't know. Fucked up. Enforced removals. So in 2007, there were 50,000. Okay, there's your Farage number. Oh, this is where you got it from, 2010. And this is for the first quarter, though. But it stays. So 2011 is still there. Wait, what the fuck happened to my chat? What? Did I press a key that moved that? I must have. What? Why can't I select it? Okay, it's just enormous. What's happening here? Hang on. Let me do undo on this side. God, that was wacky. Right, so the conservatives aren't reducing it. Oh God, why the fuck can't I get... I need the control immigration stuff for past 2011. Otherwise, this means that they've just fucking stopped recording the data in that way. Oh, fuck! Why would you do this? Why the fuck? Oh well. I guess we can't get control of immigration statistics. How did they start recording it in... Let's see. Immigration statistics. Year ending December 2018. Let's just see what it looks like here. Before COVID. Fuck. Summary. Asylum, continue to stay. How many are detained or returned? Hey, come on. Come on. Number of returns. Does the voluntary and involuntary are lumped together for the other one, I think. Refused entry at port. Subsequently removed. Enforced removal and voluntary. Okay, so everything. We're adding everything. So enforced plus voluntary. 40,000. In 2018, it drops quite a bit. Wait, so you'd be adding, enforced plus voluntary. Oh, no, it's 3 categories. Enforced and voluntary are 1 here. And then it's all added together. Wait, so that means Nigel's just lying. It's gone up. This means that under Labour, you had about 40 or 50,000 people getting removed each year. But after, in 2014, you have 55,000. Around 55,000 for that second year. Then 2016, almost 60,000. 32. 50,000. Why are these people such fucking liars? Oh my God. Bruh.
Of a court overseas that was set up in the wake of World War II with the very, very best of intentions that has now completely outlived its usefulness. It is, of course, called the ECHR.
Oh, wait, sorry. We're never making these mistakes again, okay? Listen. When we do this from now on, we are keeping a fucking receipt, okay? Because there is no doubt that at some point in our life, at some point in my life, this is going to come up. And we're going to have to be prepped, okay? So, let's just start with immigration. We'll just call it that. Immigration. For deportations. Farage. Telling Porkies about lower in numbers. Claims that but that we don't do that. Okay. Let's get the timestamp.
Of people like the Shadow Home Secretary. Today, your feet didn't touch the sides. You were gone. You were out. Indeed, in the last year of the Labour government, from 2009 to 10, 50,000 people who came here illegally were deported. Now, none of that happens anymore. didn't happen under 14 years of Conservatives, and it...
Okay. So where did I get the labor data from, first of all? This migrant control one. 2011. Open office no longer maintained. Labor office is the newer, better fork. Okay, thank you. Nice one. How is the Thought Slime React Fund going? I think it was at $25, if I remember correctly. Summary in 2011 shows that deportations from 2007 to '50 were removed, included. You include one removals, sorry, departures. Refusal at entry. Yeah, port. Okay. And that comes from this. In shows numbers are similar. Perhaps even higher to the Conservatives. But just put in one screenshot here, I think. No, do this one. Okay. So do we have anything for beyond 2018 then? Where did I get that one from? Oh, yeah, this is 2018, so I picked this one arbitrarily. Okay. Uh-huh. Is there no fucking back here? Where did I get this from? Oh. God damn it, man. So this is, I don't know what the fuck this is, but this is just refused entry at port. This doesn't include other kinds of, so did the kinds of deportations just change? But it seems to be like the total number went, either stayed the same or went up. So, hang on, do I need to check my history for this? Bleh. All right. Where did I get? Fuck. Back to. Thank you. No, I don't want this though. I want the. Hang on. History. What did I search to get that? People refused entry. Control of immigration. 2009. Did it come from here? Huh. What did I look at before that? I don't know how I got to that page. Oh, fuck. Migrant statistics. Let's do this. Oh, it's here. Okay. Immigration statistics 2024. Okay. I imagine things are going to change a lot during COVID. Please just be doing this in the same way. I don't want to have different formats for the data. It looks like they are not going to add them all together. Do you see here how there are different headings for different kinds of returns? I wonder if this is why they fucked up. Oh, here we go. So they're picking back up after COVID. Voluntary returns are not quite back yet. Enforced returns are not quite back yet. Port returns are higher though, because of Stop the Boats, no? Returns. Data from 10 to 20. Shows numbers dropped during COVID are already since started to pick back up. What's this source? Return summary tables. What we got here? Later. Ooh. Hello, government. Try the migration observatory. I don't know why I do that when I've just got the government data here. This is returns and voluntary returns. So they don't, so they used to, for some reason, they used to add all of the totals together, but now they're separate. See, enforced returns, voluntary returns, and refused entry at port. So 3 totals. And the numbers of people using here are 3,000. This is what Farage is doing. It's still, because his 50,000 number would have come from this. If you add up, now that gets you a lot more. That gets you close, that gets you like 70,000. Where's he getting 50,000 from here? Wait, these 3 totals are different from other fucking pages. Oh, God. There's a different table from the same website that is different from this one. Why? Why is this one different if it's... This is... This is 2009. They're adding... So the number here is different. See this? 29,160. 29,000, that number's not there. Which one? What's coming from? Assisted returns, controlled returns, other verified. Assisted, other. Huh. They've just taken the data in a different way. Where are these numbers? 4,000, 7,000, 17,000. Huh. What a strange little rabbit hole. See, even here, deported from UK ports. Removed from UK ports. The numbers are radically different. 16,000. 50. No, that's close enough. Is all data just made up? Maybe it was incomplete back then. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Juxtaposed, massively different. No, 13,000. Okay. I was looking at the wrong one. So these are added up to 29,000. These voluntary returns, 26,000. Enforced, 12,000. So where, hang on. Where does 55,000 come from at the end? They're not adding all of them. Oh, I'm so retarded. No, this page is dumb because you're not adding 3 totals, you're adding 2. Here and here. This one makes sense, but here you have 3 totals, even though this one here is actually included into this one. See that? The enforced total returns. So it should just be adding these 2. Okay. Fuck me. Oh, fucking disgusting, man. So, that's the document. Where's the table? So this is the report that shows you the... Okay. This is figure 5. Okay. Figure 5. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that because it does it automatically. Whoops. Okay. So figure 5. And port voluntary enforced. This is the older data. Where's the newer one? Here, newer one. So, really, I'm supposed to be adding these 2. Why have they done it like... That's so fucking stupid. Okay. Year ending March 2023. $24. We'll say 36, 37. Yeah, 37 because of the rounding. 1,000 removals. Year ending March 2024. $23, $21, $24,000, $44,000, $45,000. So they're picking back up again. It's been pretty steady for the last 15 years. Even longer. Okay. Cool. Fuck me. So Farage Lying.
Clearly
Okay.
isn't going to happen under this Labour government. And I wonder why. I think you'll find it's the increased role of a court overseas that was set up in the wake of World War II with the very, very best of intentions that has now completely outlived its usefulness. It is, of course, called the ECHR, the European Court of Human Rights, and it was the Labour government that enshrined the convention into British law. We will not stop the boats, even if we sent a handful to Rwanda. We will not stop the boats by attempting to smash the criminal gangs. We've been doing that to the drugs industry in Britain year after year, decade after decade, with no success whatsoever. The financial rewards for smuggling people across the English Channel can now net a gang 2 to 3 million euros a week. Whatever prison sentences or penalties are put upon them, there will always be people volunteering to make millions of euros a week. We will only stop this if we start deporting people that come illegally. Then they won't pay the smugglers. But we'll only do that.
So it's so ironic that he's saying that, remember the good old days when it was 50,000 being removed. But the numbers are the same. Today, they're about the same. They went down during COVID and now they're back up. So really, there's no problem.
By leaving the ECHR. But I've got a fun suggestion that I think would liven up politics, engage the public, and see a massively increased turnout. Why don't we have a referendum on whether we continue to be members of the ECHR?
I called Lola McAvoy to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it is customary to pay tribute to the Speaker before me for his first contribution to this House, but let's face it, that is quite a polished contribution.
Okay. Amazing. What an absolute fucking tool. All right, do I want to watch Piers? The numbers for 2023 is 22,000. No, it's not. Look. There are two figures that you add. The 2009 you get close to 60,000 according to these ones. 50, 45, 45, bit less than 45, bit over 40, 48, bit less than 48, 48. You get up here, 2023. The link I sent you is a simple graph based on government figure. What link did you send? In Discord? Stream chat? If you put it in stream chat, I can see. I mean, this is government data, and it corresponds with other government data. But it also includes, if you look at voluntary returns, I think the difference is that enforced returns, for some reason, went down. But I don't know if these ones contribute to the absolute total, because the totals that are coming from other websites are including this in part of this data. So I'm not sure why they've done that. But also, voluntary returns used to be really low. So somehow voluntary returns managed to replace enforced ones. I don't really know how that works. Huh. Are we done with the fantasy country politics? Maybe. Do we have to talk about a real country now? The United States of heckin' America. Oh no. No, 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 no. It's a bit bold. Bold request. Piers Morgan. Oh God, it's that person. What's her name? Tommy Lauren. Oh no. Oh shit. That crazy fuck.
Operation Coconut Tree.
Okay. Piers Morgan. More Kamala discourse. Let's go.
Operation Coconut Tree is underway. God help ya.
What do you think?
Oh, I think she should go for Buttigieg. It'd be the great woke square ticket.
You gay guys stick together.
You can't have it both ways. Democrats, liberals, leftists, you either celebrate DEI or we're not allowed to talk about DEI, but you can't have it both ways.
Be proud of the fact that an African woman, Caribbean American woman, Indian, whatever.
Where is this take that Kamala is a DEI pick? I just feel like that's so that's such a strange thing to bring up. Given that I don't think she was picked because of some DEI quota or something. Has there ever been any evidence for that? Is this just something people say because it's easier than calling her the N-word? Like, what the fuck?
All over different things.
You can't even figure out what she is.
It is the Democrats who for 8 years have screamed that he's Adolf.
Well, because Joe said he would pick a black woman. Hang on. That's not the same as a... I thought DEI was when, like, a company has to hire X number, like a certain proportion of minorities. They get rewards for or something. I need to see this quote now. He said he would only pick and consider a black woman for a VP. Right. So, let's see. There are no actual quotas in the United States. Okay, let's see. He's considering 4 black women to be his running mate. Has been receiving extensive vetting briefings about each potential candidate. I am not committed to naming any of the potential candidates, but the people I've named, and among them are 4 black women. Considering a broad tier of candidates to be his running mate after pledging earlier this year to pick a woman for the job. So he would pick a woman for the job, okay. Debate with the Democratic Party over representation presidential ticket has sharpened over the past few months. Death of George Floyd. He said he will name his vice presidential pick in early August. Countless factors will go into the pick. Since he has said he is looking for someone who's ready to be president at a moment's notice and someone with whom he is okay, whatever. What the fuck is that word? Simpatico? What the fuck does this mean? Did Biden make up a word? King.
Simpatico.
Simpatico. Person he gets along with. Okay. Huh. Suggesting his personal relationship with a future partner will be key. He has also said that his vice president does not need to have foreign policy experience because that is his strength. Hey. Wait, where is he saying he would only consider a... Where is he saying he would only consider a black woman? Sorry, hang on. Some outside groups have urged him to pick a black woman. Is this 5 people in chat said that? Check my link. Where are you posting links? Because you're not posting them in the Discord where links go. Biden only pick black VP. This is from The Sun. He said he'd pick a woman. Okay.
I committed that if I'm elected president and have an opportunity to appoint someone to the courts, I'll appoint the first black woman to the courts. It's required that they have representation now. It's long overdue. Secondly, if I'm elected president, my cabinet, my administration will look like the country. And I commit that I will, in fact, I'll pick a woman to be vice president. There are a number of women who are qualified to be president tomorrow. I would pick a woman to be my vice president.
Just to be clear, you just committed here tonight that your running mate, if you
a black woman for the Supreme Court and a woman VP. Okay. What the?
get the nomination will be a woman?
Yes.
Okay, let me.
Senator Sanders,
go black
will you
right
make
now,
that
may
same
I
commitment?
just respond and
Please.
ask Joe a question? Right now, a woman's right to control her own body is under massive assault, unprecedented assault.
It is.
Joe, you have in the past, on more than one occasion, voted for the Hyde Amendment, which says that a woman, low-income woman, could not use Medicaid funding for an abortion. Is that still your view, or have you modified it?
It is not my view. It's not my view. And by the way, everybody who's been in the Congress voted for the Hyde Amendment at one point or another because it was locked in other bills. The reason why I affirmatively came out opposed to the Hyde Amendment was that if we're going to have public funding for all health care along the line, there is no way you could allow for there to be a requirement that you have Hyde Amendment, a woman who doesn't have the money could not have coverage under health care.
Well, I'm glad.
If you get the nomination, will you?
In all likelihood, I will. For me, it's not just nominating or a woman. It is making sure that we have a progressive women, and there are progressive women out there. So my very strong tendency is to move in that direction.
Okay. I'm trying to look up DEI programs because you guys are saying it's just like a principle, but I don't think it's just a principle. It's also like there are programs, right? Let's see. What does apparently experts say the term is misunderstood. Okay, CNN. Let's see. The ongoing controversy surrounding diversity, equity, and inclusion has spilled over into the 2024 presidential race, with Vice President Kamala Harris on the path to becoming Democratic nominee. Earlier this week, Tennessee Republican Rep Tim Burchett suggested in an interview with CNN's Manu Raju that the President Joe Biden chose Harris as a running mate because she was a black woman. 100% she's a DEI hire. Okay. Supporters have defended Harris, who, if elected, would become the nation's first female president. Attacks are offensive and dehumanizing. Attacks insinuate that people from marginalized groups who achieve success or rise to leadership roles didn't earn it. Incredibly insulting. She's not the first target of Republican efforts to discredit people of color and the programs to help promote diversity. There was a mayor, wasn't there, where that fucking bridge got hit by a boat. 2023, there are anti-DEI bills. Yeah, it's not just a principle. It's a policy, yeah. Baltimore, yeah. So 52% of adults say they have DEI trainings or meetings at work. Apparently, some companies slash teams dedicated to DEI. Wealthy corporate leaders made posts on social media that decried the programs. Critics say they're discriminatory and attempt to solve racial discrimination by disadvantaging other groups, particularly white Americans. Supporters and industry experts insist the decades-old practice has been politicized and is widely misunderstood. Let's read all of this. What is DEI? CNN interviewed 7 DEI experts and industry leaders and asked each to define diversity, equity, and inclusion. Although their responses varied slightly, most had a shared vision for what constitutes DEI. Looks like I'm shadow banned from... No, you're not... I feel like every single person who claims to be shadow banned is actually just incredibly fucking self-important. Like, they just feel like a really inflated sense of self. God. Silly. Diversity is embracing the differences that everyone brings to the table, whether it's someone's race, age, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, physical ability, or other aspects of social identity. Equity is treating everyone fairly and providing equal opportunities. Inclusion is respecting everyone's voice and creating a culture where people from all backgrounds feel encouraged to express their ideas and perspectives. Daniel Oppong, founder of the Courage Collective, a consultancy that advises companies on DEI, said DEI was created because marginalized communities have not always had equal opportunities for jobs or felt a sense of belonging in majority white corporate settings. All right. This is the genesis of why some of these programs exist. It was an attempt to try to create workplaces where more or all people can thrive. Okay. President Lyndon Baines Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act on 2nd of July 1964. The law made it illegal to discriminate on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin, and barred unequal application of voter registration requirements. It also banned segregation in public spaces like public schools and libraries. When did workplaces start embracing DEI? The backlash against DEI may feel like a pendulum swing from 2020 when the nation faced a racial reckoning following George Floyd's death. But the DEI practice has been around for decades. Dominique Hollins, founder of the DEI consulting firm WE360, said the origins of DEI programs date back to the civil rights movement, which played a pivotal role in accelerating efforts to create more diverse and inclusive workspaces. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act established the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, which works to eliminate employment discrimination. In the 60s and 70s, employees began filing discrimination lawsuits. Let's see. With the EEOC, many companies began incorporating diversity into their business strategies by providing diversity training. These diversity training officers emerged around the time that affirmative action began by the executive order from President John F. Kennedy. Though the two concepts may seem similar, affirmative action is different from DEI because it required federal contractors to treat all applicants and employees equally, regardless of race, color, religion, and sex. Colleges and universities also used affirmative action to boost enrollment of students of color at white majority schools. Last year, the Supreme Court gutted affirmative action, ruling that race-conscious college admissions were unconstitutional. Wait, which one here requires contractors to treat them all equally? Is it affirmative action or DEI? After President Ronald Reagan backed corporate deregulation policies that said companies should be addressing discrimination internally in the 1980s, Hollins said some of the diversity efforts lost momentum. Okay. In the decades that followed, Hollins said, many companies kept pushing for DEI-focused jobs and training in a piecemeal fashion, instead of creating ongoing programs and dedicated teams. Hollins said many companies didn't have the staffing or resources to sustain DEI efforts. But Floyd's murder by Minneapolis police in May 2020 sparked a racial reckoning and a renewed push for creating DEI leadership roles and initiatives at major corporations. DEI is the one that says you have to treat everyone equally as applicants. Because obviously, affirmative action, you wouldn't, because you're actually doing unequal treatment in a way, because you're being race conscious. Is that right? Okay. Between 2019 and 2022, Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer roles grew by 168.9%, according to a LinkedIn analysis. Today, some of those efforts have been rolled back, and people have left DEI roles because they didn't feel fully supported, Hollins said. Companies were giving the appearance of commitment without actually doing the right work for that commitment to be sustainable, Hollins said. Despite the backlash against DEI programs and initiatives, many companies are standing firm in their support for DEI. A survey published in January by polling firm Ipsos found that 67% of people surveyed said their employers require or offer trainings, lectures, webinars, or resources on DEI. And 71% of people surveyed said they think DEI training is important to creating a positive workplace culture. So when they say DEI pick, that just doesn't make sense then, does it? Because a DEI pick would mean, what they mean is affirmative action, right? They don't actually mean DEI, because if you're supposed to be, hang on. Or does it mean both? Let me see. What does DEI, well, we'll find out. What does DEI look like at work? Today, studies show that many companies are prioritizing some form of DEI. According to a 2023 study by the Pew Research Center, "61% of US adults say their workplace has policies that focus on fairness in hiring, promotions, or pay. And 56% of US adults say focusing on increasing diversity, equity, and inclusion at work is mainly a good thing." Kelly Baker, Executive Vice President and Chief Human Resources Officer at Thrivent, an organization that provides financial advice, said DEI in the workplace can be a mix of employee training, resource networks, and recruiting practices. That's the way. Yeah, we'd have to look at recruiting practices. Her company, for example, has resource groups for women in leadership, young professionals, Black employees, Hispanic employees, and military veterans, among others. Thrivent's DEI training teaches employees how to understand and bridge cultural differences in the workplace, Baker said. Thrivent also seeks job candidates with diversity in their race, geography, gender, and industry background, Baker said. Experts say many corporations tie DEI to their business strategies. Diversity is related to our business growth strategy, Baker said. It's pragmatic and essential and critical for us to ensure that our client base reflects the world that we are in and the world that we are going to be in. What does it look like in higher education? Okay. Right. College campuses have become ground zero for the DEI debate as state lawmakers across the country launch efforts to halt or limit DEI programs in public schools and universities. Earlier this year, the University of Florida eliminated the office of its chief diversity officer to comply with regulations from the Florida Board of Governors and prohibit spending state funds on DEI programs. Ella Washington, professor of practice at Georgetown University's McDonough School of Business, said she is concerned that efforts to ban DEI on college campuses will prevent students from being prepared for the real world. "I think a lot of it is short-sighted and politically motivated," Washington said. "It's hard for me to believe that all these lawmakers want exclusion to be taught to erase all history." Washington said while DEI looks different on every college campus, many schools focus efforts on recruitment and admissions, curriculum, and special programs for underrepresented students. Georgetown's Office of Student Equity and Inclusion oversees several DEI-centered programs, including the Disability Cultural Center, Women's Center, LGBTQ Resource Center, and the Center for Multicultural Equity and Access, according to its website. Washington said there is also a program for first-generation college students where they have a chance to build community. Okay. Prioritizing and embracing a diverse student body allows students to interact with peers from different walks of life and learn new perspectives even outside of the classroom, Washington said. "Colleges are certainly a microcosm of the world," Washington said, "so having an experience where equity is centered, equality is considered, inclusion is at the forefront of people's minds, those are the things we are teaching the next generation about how they should be running the world." What are critics saying? In recent years, DEI has become a social and political lightning rod for lawmakers, corporate leaders, and conservative activists who have sought to cast the initiatives as unfair and even racist. Some were emboldened by the Supreme Court's decision to gut affirmative action last June. Thing is, they've got rid of affirmative action, but not DEI. So, Right. Christopher Rufo. Oh god, this guy's a fucking Dickhead. All right. A senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute and an outspoken critic of DEI wrote in a New York Times op-ed last year that these are not neutral programs to increase demographic diversity. They are political programs that use taxpayer resources to advance a specific partisan orthodoxy. The Claremont Institute, conservative think tank, holds a similar position. Ryan P. Williams, president of the Institute, previously told CNN he believes the ideology behind DEI is fundamentally anti-American. The words that the acronym DEI represents sound nice, but it is nothing more than affirmative action and racial preferences by a different name. Ooh. A system that features racial headcounts and arbitrarily designed rules of oppressor and oppressed groups in America. Okay. American collapse. Okay. Damn. You mean they're calling DEI a threat to American democracy? That's like that's an incitement to violence right there. Whoa. Earlier this year, billionaire investor Bill Ackman posted a 4,000-word opus on X that criticized DEI as inherently a racist and illegal movement in its implementation, even if it purports to work on behalf of the so-called oppressed. Okay. Just another word for racism. Shame on anyone who uses it. Okay. It's illegal. Okay, Elon. Nice one. What's next? Stop Woke Bill from DeSantis. Oh, God, it was called the Stop Woke Bill. What the fuck? Nebraska bill. Broader attempt to ban DEI is divisive, says one Democratic senator. Distracts from the real issues, such as families who can't afford tuition. We absolutely know from common sense and research that when we have more diverse perspectives in discussion or as part of our education, it helps us to have more thoughtful results. It helps us to be more well-rounded, active, and engaged citizens. Okay. Cool.
Hitler. That's fairly...
So, I would say Kamala is probably not a DEI pick. Probably where we are.
Yeah. Rhetoric.
Piers, if Donald Trump acts like a fascist, it is not the Democrats' fault for calling him a fascist.
You're saying he is?
That is
he is Hitler? Do you think it's right to compare him to Adolf Hitler?
I don't like comparing people to Hitler, but I will say that...
But? There's a but here?
There's a but there? Here it comes. Here
really?
It comes. Yeah. Oh, come on.
What's wrong?
You're a shill for your guy Trump. You've always been that way.
Kamala Harris needs a running mate, and because I read and watch a lot of news, I think I know who it will be. He's sharp, he's fit, he's a strategic thinker. In fact, he's one of the sharpest tacks in DC. He's wise, decisive, and intelligent, an experienced leader with a track record of success whose energy levels put the rest of us to shame. Most importantly, he's the only Democrat who can beat Donald Trump. This top pick for VP is, of course, Joe Biden. And the only reason we know all these things about him is because each and every one of those superlatives is a genuine quote from a Biden supporter in the months before the train-wreck CNN debate, which exposed them all to be complete nonsense. I refer to them again because the narratives driving this election keep changing rapidly, and there's a big movement underway right now to rewrite the script again.
We're jazzed, we're pumped, we're excited. We've got a great candidate. We've always had a great message. Now we've got a very strong candidate who can deliver that message.
A feeling for the first time in many months that this is not only a winnable race, but that they can really slam Donald Trump.
I kind of fell in love with her. I thought she was smart, engaging. She's funny, feisty, twinkle in your eye.
I'm jumping out of my seat over here watching this. I think people have been thirsting for this.
She is all over
blowing
TikTok.
it up.
She has turned things that seemed cringy into making her seem cool. Like, this feels Obama-level energy, and Trump world's not ready for it.
Kind of hilarious, isn't it? As I've said all week, the Kamala Harris campaign has a lot to go for it. This race is a lot closer to call, I suspect, than it was 4 days ago, and Donald Trump needs a smart and disciplined response. But is this real enthusiasm for the savior, or the manufactured enthusiasm that comes with an unexpected second chance with someone who, by the way, has been vice president at Joe Biden's side for the entire time? Is this record-breaking fundraising because they feel like this is a brave new world, or the logical result of disenchanted donors returning to the party now the losing candidate is gone? Is this really Obama energy, or is it Chuck Schumer's audience energy?
Now that the process has played out, from the grassroots bottom up, we are here today to throw our support behind Vice President Kamala Harris. I'm clapping. You don't have to.
Hashtag orcs. A grassroots bottom-up campaign with a process that has played out in full. Really? I thought President Obama, Nancy Pelosi, George Clooney...
Are we ever going to hear from Piers? Like, would Piers ever talk about how basically everyone who was close to Trump before January 6th basically fucking walked out on him because he was so fucking mental? Have you seen the new polling? Nope. I saw the one from a day or two ago. Fucking Steven Pinker, leave me alone.
A bunch of billionaire donors just got together and made Biden an offer he couldn't refuse. But that's the line the Democrats are running with, and Kamala Harris took it to her first rally as presumptive nominee last night.
We are running a people-powered campaign. And because we are a people-powered campaign, that is how you know we will be a people-first presidency.
Hey! A people-power campaign, says Ms. Harris, but yet not a single person has voted for Kamala Harris to be the presidential candidate in 2020 or in 2024. She appeared at the top of the ticket by default. Of course, Trump tells some whoppers too. I've called out many of them over the years. I will continue to do so. But this certifiably insane election has taught us anything at all. It's the importance of seeing what's in front of your own eyes. To butcher a phrase, if Trump says it's raining and Kamala says the sun is out, I'd probably look out the window myself and make my own decisions. Well, my first two guests tonight know a thing or two about attempting to control the narrative and what can happen when it spirals out of control. And I bring them together at last for the debate you never knew you wanted, but I've always wanted to have. Former New York Democrat Congressman Anthony Weiner and the former New York Republican Congressman George Santos. Gentlemen, I feel that's a piece of history in the making in a rather historic month. Great to see you both on set here.
You're freaking out. You Trump shills are freaking out, aren't you? You don't know what the attack is going to be.
It's well, here's the interesting question, isn't it? I'm seeing all the excitement for Kamala Harris, but I believe it will be quite a short-lived honeymoon.
Could be.
And then reality will kick in. 4 months, I spoke to Trump on Saturday night, and I said, how are you feeling about it? He said, listen, if one thing I've learned in the last 3 weeks, 4 months is...
Why do you guys keep spelling base like that? B-A-Y-Z-E-D. Who the... Is what? Okay.
It's going to be a very, very long time in this political cycle. And he's right. First of all, this decision by Joe Biden tonight to address the nation, but almost certainly not to resign the presidency, but to say, I'm going to carry on being president until January. Is that really feasible? I mean, most of the world's looking at this going, hang on, you've quit the race because you're basically too infirm, cognitively clearly in decline. You've been bullied into it because you didn't want to go by all the grandees of the party and the donors.
Fucking droogs. God.
Is it really realistic or good for the country or good for Kamala Harris that he continues to be president?
Well, I'm glad you're speaking for most of the country here, Piers.
Well, I'm not. I'm asking you.
No, you said most of the country. But listen, most of the country
understands... most of the world, I said.
Most of the world. Well,
not necessarily America, but
thank
most
you for
of the
speaking
world.
for the world, Piers.
I like to think it's a global show.
Yeah, you totally are. And you're totally a spokesman for the globe, and I appreciate that about you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Look, I mean,
there's my trailer.
It's too different. He's a lousy candidate and a great president. There's your answer.
It's an XQC thing. Well, go watch XQC then, you fucking dicks.
Was he fit to be president?
Yeah, obviously. He's doing an amazing job.
So why is he not carrying on fighting the race?
Because he's not a good candidate.
Right, so how can he be a brilliant president? Those are two different things. How can he be a brilliant president, but then all the people in his party think he's got no chance of winning?
I was a brilliant congressman. Doesn't necessarily mean I'd be a brilliant talk show host. Just cut it out. Look, the American people said both candidates are too old. One of them got out. Now one of them's too old. The parties exist to choose the strongest candidates. We have a stronger candidate than we had a couple of weeks ago. That's why you're losing your mind trying to figure out how to attack her.
I'm not losing my mind.
Or trying to. You do. You played 32 slots about how, oh my goodness, you were trying to make a different narrative. We're not trying to make a narrative.
No,
here.
I'm actually.
Piers, let me finish my thought. We're not making a narrative. We're making a president, and it's two choices. It is Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, and that's why your boy and your team is freaked out.
It's not my boy or my team.
Oh, come on.
It's not.
You're a shill for your guy Trump. You've always been that way.
I'm not, and he would be the last to say I was. I've been critical of him more than anybody but last year.
Let's get him on the blower.
He'd be the last to say it, yeah, because Trump fucking... When Trump gets like more than a fucking whiff of criticism, even if it's from a journalist who's supposed to criticize him, like, yeah, they fucking leave him, or he fucking leaves them, yeah.
Look, I'm going to say this.
George, your response to this. I mean, Joe
not a
Biden
yes
is apparently
man.
such a brilliant president that's why he had to quit the race.
He's brilliantly in decline. He's brilliantly stupid. I mean, the president, unfortunately, is an utter disaster. This country's never been in worse condition than it's been in the last 3 years under Joe Biden. Joe Biden is unfit to run, so he is therefore unfit to continue to be president.
This guy looks like, what does he look like? He looks like there's like a child actor. He looks like there's like some child actor who looks like he just got enlarged to the size of an adult, but kept all their child features. What the? Oh wait, the face that he's doing here though. Wait, hang on. This might be I think if things didn't go as well for this guy. Am I insane? I'm not insane. You guys are fucked up if you don't see this. Is there not like a little bit of this going on in that face? Like if this guy if things just didn't go very well for him, he just let himself go a little bit. Filled up around the sides. It's just the facial expression. He's just got the mouth. Fuck. I swear who's the fucking child actor? Is it like, oh god, there's a fucking child actor who looks like older Kevin Home Alone? No. Fuck. It's fine. I can't think about it.
Her said it in his report.
He looks weird.
He was a frail old man with poor memory. That's not the description of the president of the United States that we should expect to have. And furthermore,
the kid from The Sixth Sense. I was almost going there, but no, it's not him. It's not. There's no way. It's not the kid from this. No.
When my guy is 82, then he'll be too old. And at that point, he'll be done with his second term in office. So if we're going to talk about age.
Oh, that's triggered something. A Willy Wonka background extra. Like an Oompa Loompa. That's not what I was like. Wait. Okay, wait. These two. These guys have never been seen in the same room. Okay? This is uncanny. That freeze frame is making me think of someone as well, though. Fuck. Hang on. I think I thought of the child actor. Bro, it's this fucking guy. Oh my god, I haven't seen this film in like, oh god, it must have been like 20 years since I've seen this film. How did my brain do this? I mean, I got some help from chat. How did my brain do this? Fuck me. This is what I was thinking. This is it, okay? We are 100% committing to this answer, okay? It's ironic that he also looks a bit like another character from the same film, the Oompa Loompa. But that's it. Okay? That's him. The hair? Like, if this guy got enlarged to the size of an adult, you'd have George Santos, right? That's this guy's name, George Santos? You could just use any fat child actor. He looks like Augustus Gloop, yeah. Oh, fuck. Look up Stingy from Lazy Town. Okay. No, not even close. What? You don't even deserve me grabbing a screen cap of this. That's no. You're delusional. Okay, you're fucked up in the head. This is it, though. This is uncanny.
If Joe Biden was allowed to stay until 82, my guy, Donald Trump, is going to be able to stay until he's 82.
Listen, the American people have repeatedly said one thing, and that is that they don't like either of these guys that were running because they think they're both too old, right?
This is more George than that kid. Who the fuck is this? What am I looking at right now? Is this the Goonies or what the fuck is this? Where'd that picture go? Who? Really? Stranger Things. Okay. Oh yeah, people in chat were saying Stranger Things. I don't watch Stranger Things, so I don't know. Whatever.
Right now,
Carry on.
Donald Trump is older than it was when Ronald Reagan left with dementia. Left his. He's too old. And if you want to talk about the accomplishments of Joe Biden, you know, the only one president in American history has ever lost jobs, and it was Donald Trump.
He also had a global pandemic, Anthony.
Oh, so maybe we shouldn't count the fourth year of his office.
Oh, come on. Look.
So, okay, only let's take the first 3 years then.
Would a Democrat president have not lost the same number of jobs in that year?
Oh, are you kidding? Of course not. You forget you did show after show about what a disaster Donald Trump was.
I did.
Talking about having bleach, talking about all of the decisions that were made at that time. Managing a crisis is part of the job, and you can't say, oh, well, his first 3 years were great, and then he stunk up the joint.
How would the Democrats have stopped the job losses in that pandemic?
Well, one of the things we would do is had a consistent policy.
I mean, your policy was to lock everyone at home.
First of all, that happened under Donald Trump. Let's settle down, guys. You guys are doing the same thing that your cult leader does. You've got to realize, 2020, your guy was in charge. Are we clear on that?
Hold on. He was my guy, but Andrew Cuomo
Last time I checked, I'm not an American.
No. That was all as a result of the orders that came out of the Republican-controlled Department of Health at the time. Stop carrying on with this idea that we're supposed to be memory hole an entire quarter of the guy. The guy was fired. The guy was fired because he was lousy on COVID. Don't you remember that?
If he's so bad, Trump, my guy, as you put it, if he's so bad,
just own it, Piers.
If he's so bad, I've always
he's my guy. Totally my guy.
I love this. I love this. I'm a balanced guy. Piers, we know what you are.
Okay.
Just own it. It's fine.
Unlike you with Trump, I've always tried to be fair-minded. I criticize him when he deserves it, and I praise him when I think he deserves praise. It's the old-fashioned way of covering.
That's the standard line for people who are in the bag for Trump.
Because I'm not a partisan politician figure. I'm not.
You're a partisan for Trump.
No, I'm not.
You clearly look. I say to your listeners, Google Piers Morgan.
Do it.
Piers and Donald Trump.
Do it.
And you'll
read
see.
every column I've written about.
Let's get you. Hey, 2-on-1. I thought you guys would have 4 more people out here against me.
No, here's my question.
I'm actually impressed you're only having 2.
You are attacking the moderator for. I mean, he's done a good job of it, but he's.
A question for you: If Trump is so awful, if he's so disastrous, if everybody hates him so much, if he's the worst president of all time, blah blah blah, if he's the new Hitler, is all the left love to say,
and Vance likes to say,
how is it that he's currently leading the polls?
Because we're a partisan country. Are you new in town?
Anthony,
I recognize this is not a Staten Island accent, but you must know.
What a stupid fucking question. Like, yeah, sometimes bad people get popular, Piers Morgan. I'm sorry. Welcome to the real world, baby.
If this table
but he's up against the best president you've ever seen.
Hey, Piers, if this table was running on the Republican line, he would have 44%.
No, Anthony, that's not fair.
That's the fact of politics today.
That's not fair.
But why is somebody who lost to Joe Biden now much more popular than Joe Biden?
Much more popular? Let's not get carried away.
Hold on. Much more popular, Anthony. Far more popular.
Trump's approval ratings this week have been his highest ever.
The bottom, yes.
And
he
Kamala
just came
Harris
off a convention and
lower,
Rashadi went up 3 points.
Kamala Harris has lower
He's never been more popular in
than
America
Donald Trump at his
That's
lowest.
right. He's never been more popular. He's one of the.
Do you agree?
He's one of the most unpopular figures in American political life,
You know
maybe in
who's more
American political
unpopular?
history.
Your guy.
100%. That's why he's not running anymore. Let's talk about Kamala Harris.
She's actually historically been even less popular.
Kamala Harris.
If Hamas are so bad, why did they win that election in 2006? Come on, fucking hell.
Not today. If you want to quote polls, take a look today.
Kamala Harris at
she's
her
net
lowest.
up 14% in approval ratings. Listen, I get what you're trying to do. You're trying
What
to.
am I trying to do?
I'm about to say.
That was a weirdly paranoid,
That was the beginning.
schizophrenic, weird kind of. They're
Listen,
all out to get us.
Let
No,
me
we're
finish.
not.
Let me finish my thought.
I'm trying to host a general debate about this.
Let me finish my thought. You're trying to take this dynamic that has emerged, where the Democrats now have put in a better candidate than they had. I'll stipulate to that. No one disagrees with that. And you're ignoring the fact that the single biggest unifying coalition in American history is people who don't want Donald Trump to return to power. And now it looks like we're going to get that way. Right? So let's have that
Do
conversation.
you actually, a serious question, do you actually believe that Kamala Harris is the solution here? I know she's getting a great press, but again, the reason I played
Solution? What do you mean solution?
What, to winning.
Final solution, Piers.
The reason I
Hitler.
played the media, the mainstream media talking about it,
Adolf
is that they've gone from
Hitler.
having done all this with Biden all year and denied the obvious that we could see and hear with our own ears and eyes. What they've done with Biden in the last 3 weeks is turn their knife into him and suddenly say, actually, he's useless and has to go. And now they're bigging up someone they've also trashed.
I saw that.
Yeah,
I
they
saw the
cooed
former
him. That's
nature.
what
I
they
know
did.
your point, but
they,
I can tell
they
you.
insurrected
but
him. That's what. Yeah, Piers should invoke the insurrection. That's what they did. Yeah, they beer hole pushed him out of the door. They might have pressured him, but at the end of the day, fuck.
Like 60% of the American people have said
move.
repeatedly over and over again, both candidates are too old. This whole idea, the media told us he was a young... No one believed it.
Have you watched TV for the last year?
He's old, my dude.
Joe Scarborough said he was as sharp as a tack and impressive, and he had a hard time keeping up with him. But for months, the media lied. For months, the Democrat Party said Joe Biden was incredibly talented. No, Anthony, you can't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining.
It's the Democratic Party. It's not the Republic Party. It's not the Democrat Party.
Anthony.
What, you don't even know the names of the party.
The Democratic Party lied to the American people consistently.
I know enough if you're going to make a reference.
So Bryson DeChambeau has his...
August just said in DGG that he doesn't have the Benny Morris interview. Who has it then? Is it just you? Bro, I just had to stop looking at all that stuff because it was freaking me out. The concept of making something out of all that shit I haven't even looked. I downloaded the first 4 days and then I just left the rest on fucking Google Drive for another day. I'll come to it eventually, but I'm pretty sure we have the Benny interviews. Like there's a Google Drive with it, all right? Because it's too much. Yeah. Yeah, that, and I just don't know what the fuck. Like, I don't even know what I want to do with my content in general at the moment. I'm kind of like in a bit of a position where I don't really want to, like, I don't know what I want to fucking commit to. I've got too many ideas. I don't know which one I want to do, and I'm just not doing anything. Just streaming and doing segments. So doing a documentary is probably a bit low on the list right now. I'll do something with it, but let me see.
Let's talk about Donald Trump's golf game.
Yeah.
What is with this obsession with Donald Trump's...
You just said he's too old to be president. If you watch an hour of him playing golf with the current US Open champion, Bryson
How about
DeChambeau,
this? I got a better idea.
Let's watch him at a round.
Laugh at Hassan some more. I mean, that's all good and everything, and maybe no. Oh, it's because there's meeting Benny, but the interviews are not. Hang on. So I think. Well, let me play this without downloading it. I think this is Benny Morris. Thank you very much for having me at your home.
My pleasure.
So you are referred to generally as one of the new historians, and I think
That's
one
me
of the
talking to him.
By now, old new historians.
Yeah, the old, so I think one of the
Grumble, grumble,
significant
grumble.
debates that comes out of that.
The elderly new historian. Nice one. All right. Benny with Steuven. What is that shirt? It's a shirt. It's a purple shirt. Benny Morris with Stephen? This is, I don't think this is an interview though, is it? No.
Benny Morris, my esteemed debate partner. Thank you so much for agreeing to chat with me. I know
My
that you
pleasure, my pleasure.
just flew around and you're tired, so I super appreciate the opportunity to chat with you once more. Before I dive into serious stuff, I'm curious.
Is he saying he doesn't have
Who in
the interview or the audio? This interview is really easy to find. Please play the Benny interview, Mr. Box. I feel like that audio is not quite right, but maybe that's just my headphones. I don't know, or my brain. I have actually considered just live reacting to all the footage as something, just for something. He just claimed he didn't have it. Well, we do have it. It's there. Don't worry about him, okay? He's fine. He's just worrying too much. Maronite guy with loner. Wait. Does this have the video of us at the fucking border? It doesn't, because this is just the interview, I think.
A future.
No, where's the... Fuck, where's the footage of us on the hill? It's not in the travel blog section, so maybe it's... It's not here, is it? I really hope we have it. Oh my god. Let me ask him. Oh, he said last month that he hadn't finished all of that stuff. Okay, that's fine.
Ali, let's watch him
hire an editor and start dropping it. I know there are people who wanted to do edits in my DMs, but I can't just go to an editor and give them that and say do a thing, all right? I need to actually know what I want to come out of it, and I have no fucking idea what I want to come out of it. So there's a problem there. There's a bit of a roadblock. I could just upload the interviews on their own. Like there's nothing wrong with doing that. I bet you they won't even get that many views, but it would just be like a good thing to do or a good thing to have on my channel. But yeah, I don't know. Raw interviews may be fine. Yeah, they would be, yeah. I would edit them slightly, just get rid of all the fucking because there were a few pauses or just like random bits that can come out, but yeah, I know, yeah. The sound's not terrible, no, the sound's good. Right.
Second best round he did for this.
Let's watch him at a rally.
He's ever done.
Let's watch him at a rally call Nancy Pelosi Nikki Haley from 4 times in a row. Let's talk about him. Talk about I don't want to get electrocuted. I want to get it by sure. But
they're not that different.
Let's talk about him. Say that EVs can't fly when it's raining or whatever it is. The guy is demented, but that's cool. We're gonna have an election now, and we're gonna learn about it. One thing that every poll that you've reported said, both guys are seen as too old, and a lot of people hated both people. Well, now one of them is out, and now we just have one old demented dude.
Who should she choose as her VP? Who would be the
Some white guy.
Who would be the smart?
Let's get a quota hire in. Some white guy.
Who would be the smart play?
I don't know. Probably a governor, Waltz or Shapiro, one of those guys. So we have to put a Senate race in play.
What do you think?
Oh, I think she should go for Buttigieg. It'd be the great woke square ticket.
You gay guys stick together.
Oh, absolutely.
He's been good.
Absolutely.
He's been good.
What was interesting
See,
about
the thing is, someone's saying, like, my thought went to Buttigieg because he has name recognition and because he was already established a bit of a name for himself in the primaries. That's what I thought you'd say Buttigieg. It's funny how I'm guessing this guy's a Republican because only a Republican would say, yeah, they should get Buttigieg so it could be the DEI diversity woke ticket, bro, affirmative action, blah, blah. Like, God.
Speech yesterday, which was quite impressive, I thought, is that she didn't really go very woke. I mean, she really stuck to what are going to be the big attack.
What does woke mean?
Well,
what does that even mean?
It means when, well, I can tell you what it means in modern day, what it used to mean.
No, tell me what it means now. When you just used
One
it.
answer, Piers.
I think woke is a all-encompassing mindset. I mean, Elon Musk has called it the woke mindset virus, where you basically virtue signal over facts. You play the victim. You try and cancel anyone.
What's an example?
Anyone that doesn't agree with you.
What's an example?
Anything you like.
I'm sorry, like, fucking, how many people are getting banned from Twitter right now? Is it right wingers? You virtue signal on facts and you play the victim. Who was it that still thinks they only lost the election because of a widespread unprovable conspiracy? Huh. Okay.
Oh, that's not an answer. You use the expression. I don't think you know what it means. Woke to me means awake.
Let me
being
give you-
woke. Being
No,
awake.
come on. No,
Let me give you-
what do you, no.
You guys are
awake. You guys are woke.
You want to beat
Yeah,
up
that's a stupid response. That's a stupid argument.
transgender people.
No,
you want to
we don't want to beat
You want
them
to
up.
burn
We want-
books.
No,
That's what
Anthony,
woke
no.
is.
We want pornographic books out of schools.
No,
we
hang
want
on.
men out of
Let me
girls'
By the way,
That's
DeSantis,
very
his
different
campaign
thing.
all about woke
Let
was
me give you-
rejected by the Republican Party
Anthony,
and the
let me
Democratic
give
Party.
you-
So keep it up, guys.
Here's-
Keep woking it out.
Here's
And
the-
by the way, I saw you stumble over what woke is because people use it at this point as a cudgel.
I'm
and what
about
it
to
really
give you an
means-
example.
I know, but I'm talking first. But you use it as a cudgel, and by the way, it's unpopular. So keep it up, my man.
No, I agree. This is why she didn't go there and why Trump
Damn.
has actually backed off it a bit. But if you want an example of what I'm talking about, which she supports, by the way, it is the absolutely disgraceful farce of allowing biological males to compete against women in women's sport. Right?
Which is abhorrent. Can you agree to that, Anthony?
Can I tell you
Can you
something?
concede to
where
that?
you ignore facts
Can
because
you
you want
tell
to
me-
virtue signal about fairness.
Tell me a
to
little
transgender
bit.
people.
Tell me a little bit about what the president has done about that, or what Kamala Harris has done about that, or what Congress has done about that. Why don't you guys focus on the fact that American people, and then you get up in the morning, they're trying to figure out how they're going to raise their kids, get them to a quality school, get them to mass transit that works, living in a world that's not boiling at the seams. Do you think they're really saying, boy, I hope that someone doesn't run against my daughter at camp?
All right, let me make a point.
It is an
Piers,
attempt to
let me
divide
make a
our
point
country,
here.
and we're not going to do it.
You don't have a daughter, do you?
I have a son.
Right.
All right, let me-
I have a daughter at 12, right?
He's a lovely young man.
I have three
please,
lovely-
Steve, Jordan. If you're watching this show, Jordan, you're the only 12-year-old.
I have three
who
lovely
is.
sons too, but my daughter is 12. If she was competing in sport, I don't want her being given a completely unfair track, right?
Complain to your school board. Don't complain at the president of the United States. Don't try to divide our country over these issues.
No,
if you want,
it
we
doesn't
can come
divide
up,
the country.
We can come up with issues that we think are wedge issues. We saw Ron DeSantis run an entire campaign on this. He got like 4% of the vote. It's not a thing that people care about. People care about what Democrats are talking about. Having an economy that's humming again. Not losing jobs, creating jobs. Not being in a situation where you have a vice presidential candidate on the Republican line who believes what most Americans do, which your friend Donald Trump is a sexual abuser.
All right.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to play another clip from Kamala's speech. This is where she talks about abortion rights. Take a look at this.
I think this is definitely a thing that professionals have to do in this industry, which is where Piers just kind of moves on with like nothing happened, like there's nothing to respond to or anything. It's funny.
And we who believe in reproductive freedom will stop Donald Trump's extreme abortion bans because we trust women to make decisions about their own body
Oh, shit.
and not have their government tell them what to do.
How important do you think abortion rights are going to be, and how confusing is the Republican position on this?
Here's the deal. Abortion rights it should be a non-starter. We resolve that with the Dobbs decision. It's a states' right. I don't understand. The Republicans are falling into the Democrat trap of making this election about abortion and deflecting about the issues of the border, deflecting about public safety. When Anthony here says, hold on, let me finish. When Anthony says that Americans just want to get to work and do their job and support their families, how about allowing and creating an environment where Americans can get to work alive? Because in many cases right now, the crime is absolutely rampant. Just yesterday, an 18-year-old...
What's on abortion? Answer the man's question.
I answered my position on abortion.
He just said states' rights. That's it.
Abortion is irrelevant.
What's Trump's?
The question of, again, this is where, if you're going to get like a dialogue tree, you'd ask him if he thinks life begins at conception, like if it's a person at conception. Because like if you think states' rights is your cop-out, that's... You might as well just get asked, like, do you think, why would you make it a states' rights issue over whether or not it's okay to murder babies, right? Because either you think that a fetus is okay to terminate because it's either not viable, because it's not conscious, whatever the fuck. But if you believe that, if you believe that it's a person that deserves rights, the only reason you would make a states' rights argument is because you just want to get as many as you can get away with, whilst also winning the election. Like you would sacrifice your principle of like, don't murder babies. Yeah, fuck.
Trump's position's been very clear. It's a states issue. It's a states issue.
Oh, so he's in favor of what it is in New York.
Well, it's a states issue.
Right, so he's in favor of what it is in New York.
He supports the Constitution. The 10th Amendment supports that. The states decide what's best for themselves. And that's a done deal. Stop trying to federalize
Do you think murder laws, are they like can a state legalize murder? Actually, I don't even know. America. Can a state suppress free speech? Can it like violate the First Amendment? Is that states' right? Apparently a state could legalize murder, but it would still be a federal crime. All right. Okay.
I just want to understand. And maybe you can explain.
Is that true,
Piers,
though? Wait, is that true? Is there nothing in the Constitution against murder? Think of the EU, that's basically the USA. I don't think that's true, Jeff Morris. Okay, let's see. What, can the EU send fucking troops into the UK or to France or Germany to enforce laws? Okay.
You're close with that.
No, you don't want to understand.
I do.
You want to rope Republicans into your abortion talk. We don't have to talk abortion.
All right, Anthony, how important?
It is kind of an issue.
How important do you think
it's a non-issue.
I just want to understand it. The Republicans' position on abortion has always been that they're pro-life, right? But now they apparently are pro-choice because they say they want to let New York decide, and we decide.
Well,
so what is the position of Donald Trump on the fundamental? I've never met a politician, and I know George is not one of these.
He's equivocating on it because that's what Trump does. That's Trump's strategy, because Trump doesn't want to alienate moderate Republicans who are okay with abortion. Okay. Or I guess all the fucking centrists who are pro-abortion but are going to vote for Trump. Because I remember it was funny, was watching Tim Pool argue with the serfs about abortion. And because the serfs decided to bite the bullet on fucking 8-month abortions or whatever the fuck, Tim Pool actually came out looking like the one with the position that Tim Pool gave on abortion was like the normal position. It was the most bog standard pro-choice, which is that you can abort up until viability, and then after viability you induce labor. That's it, and give it up. Which is the most standard liberal take on abortion. But it's funny that like the reason Trump is doing what he does is because I guess like centrist shitheads like him can just like stomach the idea of voting for a president that doesn't really hold any of their positions on like social issues. So fuck. Got to keep those centrists in. Got to give them the plausible deniability. He's not outlawing abortion. He's just leaving it up to the states.
who doesn't have a position on abortion.
Well, I know his
it's
position.
a fundamental right.
I know
Oh, go
position.
ahead. What is it?
Well, he's made it clear through briefings to friendly media.
And the Supreme Court appointments that he's made. Go
He
ahead, keep
believes
going.
that he personally believes in something like a 15-week term limit, right? Which is not unreasonable.
It's not unreasonable.
However,
I think
his overarching belief is
day
it
you got
should
him on.
return to the states to make decisions.
Okay, but that's not the overarching. You either believe that a woman has this constitutional right to her own body, or you don't. And the Supreme Court has said there is no such right. One state can decide one thing, another state can decide. And what I'm asking is, what is the position of Donald Trump? Does he really believe in New York's position, which is a very generous abortion law?
He believes it's not
that
generous.
is
It's
a
beyond
trick.
generous.
That is
right?
a trick.
No, he believes
really? In what way? In what way, George?
I mean, come on, Anthony Weiner. In the state of New York, there are no limits to abortion at this point. If you slice it and dice it the way it is,
you believe the federal government should be in that decision?
No,
You're so smart at it.
I don't believe the federal government should be in that
So it
decision.
should only be the woman and her doctor and her church and whatever else.
I'm going to make this very clear. In the state
Also,
of New York,
there is a reason. I've realized why. People were asking why Gretchen Whitmer had that thing about like mental or physical health, right? That the vaguely worded thing about exceptions for late-term abortions. The reason they have that vaguely written exception is because when they say when the life of the mother is in jeopardy, I think the problem is that you end up in this weird world where even when you know the life of the mother will be in jeopardy at some point if they carry on the pregnancy, you apparently have to wait until it's like right bang on the moment, right? So you have to wait until the actual moment or where she's like literally going to die or get the abortion. So that's why you got like ectopic pregnancies and shit like that people have to follow through with. So the reason that those laws are loosely written is not to make like elective abortion without cause at fucking like on demand at 8 months possible, because no doctor is going to do that. It's so that people don't get fucking have to sit there with a very clear decision to abort that makes perfect sense ethically and medically, but they can't do it yet because they're at risk of getting sued by some psycho fucking anti-abortion body. Yeah, okay. That's why. There you go.
Woman at the 6th month of gestation is allowed to have an abortion. I was born at the 6th month of gestation. So to say that there's no life, it's just a fetus.
Who should decide?
I think
government.
No, I think that's a personal decision.
State legislature. You're saying the state, George.
Personal decision between
Donald
a doctor
Trump
and
says
a
it should be the
woman. That's
legislature.
fine. But let the legislator decide, which is voted by the people.
Right. Donald Trump believes the legislature should decide whether a woman
Which
has
is
a right
voted
to
by
choose.
the people.
All right, we're almost at 2600, but each puzzle is insanely hard with lots of moves. And it only gets 5 points. Okay. No pressure. Fuck. Come on. Believe in me, guys. Please.
That's pretty clear.
I'll tell you what, let's just bring in two more
this is such a
guests who are going to join us.
horrible
This is the host of Fearless on Outkick, Tommy Laren, and by the host of No Lie, and the author
Hey,
of
there
Shameless,
she is.
Brian Tyler Cohen. Okay, Tommy,
Isn't this-
you are...
when Hassan started doing political videos, wasn't Tommy Lauren the person that he used to shit on all the time? She's been around for ages. Okay.
a woman, the only woman on this panel. This issue of, well, first of all, let's start with something you've been very big on for the last 2 years. Joe Biden's fitness to continue being president. I'm completely bemused why somebody of his advanced age showing such signs of cognitive disrepair and rapid decline can quit a race 4 weeks almost before the election, but still remain the President of the United States and Commander-in-Chief. How do you feel about that?
Disgusted.
Sorry, listen, I'm a little bit hesitant to say that he should resign his office because I really don't want a President Kamala Harris. So I will tell you that, just to be quite frank with you. But we're expecting to hear from the current president tonight. I hope that he'll clear some of this up. But if, in fact, he does speak tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern and he tells us that he dropped out simply because he thought he was going to lose, well, that's, again, another notch on the belt for the party that believes in democracy and they want to uphold it at all costs. I mean, dropping out 100 days before a general election because you're losing doesn't exactly scream democracy to me, Piers. But I'll tell you this. He owes the American people a lot of answers, Vice President.
Oh, God. Is there any historical example of this ever happening with the Republicans where someone drops out 6 months before the election? I love it that, like, suddenly Republicans have discovered the idea of democracy just everywhere in society. Like, when a sitting president drops out of a race a few months before the election and gives it to the vice president, because, vice presidents, in the fucking word, and also to the technicalities about passing funding over and shit like that. But, like, what's this idea that there needs to be fucking democracy in every single decision that's ever made? Like, oh, what? Like, the fucking profit share was decided by the board of directors. Doesn't really sound like democracy to me. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, people make these fucking decisions. Like, we don't have democratic votes on every single thing. Not even in politics, we don't. You know that when you can elect a party or a prime minister or a president, and they can pass legislation that has disapproval from most of the population, or they can not do something that does have approval from most of the population because you elect a representative. We don't take referendum decisions on every single fucking thing that happens in the country. Fuck. Oh, they're so stupid. It's so bad faith as well. Like, she clearly doesn't give a fuck about the technicalities or what should actually be done in a fucking political party. If their sitting president drops out, like every Republican said he should, because he was too old for the job for another 4 years. Oh, God.
Kamala Harris owes the people a lot of answers. What did she know? She apparently has little lunchy lunches with Joe Biden often. She's obviously seen the cognitive slippage. So we need to hear from her too. And we can't just move on. I know that Democrats want to just move on to 100 days of Operation Coconut Tree Brat Kamala, but we still have a lot of questions and we deserve answers. They subvert.
It's so concern trolling as well. It's such a, I've kind of figured out from watching the Republicans in the last couple of weeks in these shows, what they do is because Tommy is so concerned. Why did Biden drop out and give it to Kamala? Like, what happened behind the scenes? What's happening to the primaries? We, the American people, deserve answers. Mate, like, for a Democratic primary, it's not like a national vote. It's not like every fucking registered voter votes in the primaries of a particular party. So it's already not like a national election. But I think it seems to be that the Republican strategy is these people don't want to talk about policy. They definitely don't want to talk about January 6th and about the fact that they're trying to elect a fucking insurrectionist coup artist to the government. Failed coup artist, I will say. Did it very badly. Fucking retard. I just feel like all they want to do is avoid talking about policy. That's it. Like, there's no concern. She doesn't care about how the Democratic Party, they're a party. They're not like, I'm pretty sure the Democratic Party can pick whatever leader they want. Pretty sure they can do it however they want. And they chose the person who was the most obvious one, the vice president. Like, can you imagine if they bypassed the vice president? Tommy would be like, why didn't they pick Kamala Harris? Why didn't they pick their vice president? Are you trying to say that she's not good enough to be the presidential candidate because she's a black woman? Like, black women are only good enough to be the vice president? That's exactly. With the American people, we deserve answers. We deserve answers on the decisions of the Democratic Party, like why they didn't choose their vice president. Like, you would just do that because their entire thing is just to try and find something that sounds good, I guess, maybe, like if you phrase it in the right way, but ultimately is avoiding talking about policy and avoiding the fact that you are trying to elect a fucking wannabe dictator. That's it. Lorna Box discovers opposition politics more 11. It's not opposition politics. Jeff Mark, do you think this is the default for fucking opposition politics? You fucking idiot. What country do you live in if you think this is the standard for opposition politics? It's just to find some random nothing fucking issue to scream about for a week until people get bored and then move on to the next thing. This is what you call this is the buying time. That's what this is. This is the interim period whilst the Republicans spend the next week digging up whatever or coming up with one coherent party line on Kamala Harris. So right now it's just throw whatever at the wall until you have something, right? Until you have enough clips compiled over the last 8 years to call her a communist.
The entire primary process, they should be in the hot seat for that, Piers.
Yeah, but I mean, Brian Tyler Cohen, it does seem to be almost a coronation.
I think that's an absolutely valid concern. Anything but talking about the record of Donald Trump and the... Oh, God.
Going on of Kamala Harris. This is not the will of the people, it's your people power as she tries to depict it. It's the power of the grandees of the party, the donors, who were yanking their money from Biden and then suddenly give it all to Harris. And Hollywood has joined in. I don't see the people getting involved in this process at all.
Well, I think the people, how they feel is reflected already immediately in the polling. I mean, we just had the Reuters Ipsos poll come out in the last couple of days here, and it already shows Kamala Harris beating Trump 44-42. That is a poll not of donors, not of Hollywood celebrities, but of actual people.
Yeah, look, that's right. But they didn't vote for Kamala Harris to be president, right? And they didn't vote for her to be running as president.
They voted for the Biden. They voted for the Biden-Harris ticket. She has been the vice president for 4 years. She's already, when Americans donate to the Biden-Harris campaign, they're donating to both of them. She is legally, she's legally able to take advantage of the war chest that she and Joe Biden raised together, and so that's where we're at right now.
Okay, I want to play a clip, and I'll start with you guys here at the desk first, and then go to the other two about this.
For this fucking Kubrick stare. Is that all she does? She just fucking glares at
Van Jones on CNN said black men will defend Kamala Harris, and Joy Reid on MSNBC said all black people need to vote for Kamala Harris too. Let's watch these two pieces of footage.
Fuck me.
You start insulting black women.
Let's go.
You're going to see something you haven't seen before. Black men are not going to put up with that. I was on a phone call with 20,000 black men. The word protect
black men
came up about 1,000 times.
Legit.
Protect this sister.
What are we talking about?
Protect this sister. We're going to protect her. Protect her. You're about to see something you haven't seen before.
Okay.
Look, people messed around with Hillary Clinton and said a bunch of mean stuff to her. Black men set that out. We won't set this out. So I don't think that the Republican Party understands that all the work that they did trying to get us over there, two more days of this, it's going to be a problem.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
I mean, I felt quite uncomfortable watching that. Did you? I mean, is it right to suddenly make a big deal of racial divide and racial voting and so on those grounds? Is it right to look at Kamala Harris in that context if you're a black person in America?
Yeah, I'm going to speak for black people in America right now. He's a black guy talking about how blacks are going to respond to a black candidate. If you want to ask me how Jews would respond to Shapiro, I can do that. But how would you? He's doing he's doing commentary on how black men are going to respond to candidates. Commentary is what people do. I don't know what the big deal is.
But I've read a lot of, or seen a lot of Democrats in the last 2 days saying they don't want Republicans to make her race an issue, and yet here you have people like Van Jones, I've got a lot of respect for him, making her race very much an issue. In fact,
you guys are struggling. One guy complain about lunches. You're complaining about that they're proud of black women running.
So I'm not we guys.
I understand. I'm trying to play along here. Look, I think that people can talk about her record, they can talk about her race, they can talk about whatever they want. But the idea that she's a DEI hire, she's a United States senator.
I don't agree with that.
I know, Chris. But I'm saying that people have every right to be proud of the fact that an African woman, Caribbean American woman, Indian, whatever, holds for different things.
You can't even figure out what she is.
I know, because people are complicated in this country. You of all, George Santos, understand that people come from different places.
Oh, God, he's so happy. That's probably, he just came 42 times. Look at him. This is his fucking cum face. Look at this.
You are different things.
You can't even figure out what she is.
Look, there's his cum face. Look at him.
I know, because people are complicated in this country. You of all, George Santos?
Yeah, welcome to the melting pot, eh? The United States of America. I don't actually, whatever.
Understand that people come from different places.
I understand, but what I'm trying to say is she has a history, and I'm not going to debate whether she's black or not. I think that's absolutely where Democrats want us to go.
You're the only one mentioning that. Yeah. Go ahead. What do you mean?
No. That is a debate. If you look on social media, that is where Democrats are sucking Republicans into.
More about this.
I'm going to make this
Tell
very
me that
clear.
she's not black.
It does not. I'm not going to debate whether she's
not
black
a
or South
DEI
Asian.
hire.
She's not a DEI hire.
I'm not going to talk about whether she's black or not. Like, what the hell does that even mean?
However, Joe Biden did say he wanted to have a female vice president. He made a point.
Well, he did. Strap in, white guys. We're going to have a white vice president under Kamala.
All right, let me bring in. Hang on. Let me bring in. Let me bring in
DEI
Tommy.
white vice president.
It seems to me there is a contradiction here between
so
this
happy.
demand for the Republicans not to make her skin color or her gender an issue here, and yet here you have Van Jones and you have Joy Reid and others very much making her skin color an issue.
It's this, isn't it? Bam, 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 bam.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly,
so
Piers.
The word
You're so
DEI, or
so
the acronym
true.
DEI, has become almost like woke did a few years ago. It was so celebrated
Whose fault is that?
by the left, and now they're running away from it. I don't know why. You guys run away from your own words on the left. But listen, you can't tout somebody as the potential first female black president and then say, but Republicans aren't allowed to say that. And just as you articulated, Piers, this has been driving me nuts for days. There have been so many people that say on the left, you must vote for her if you're black. You got to vote for Kamala Harris because she's black. If you're a woman, you got to band together and vote for her because she's a woman. But then if Republicans say, oh, you're only voting for her because she's a black woman, then all of a sudden, how dare you? You're racist and you're sexist. You can't have it both ways. Democrats, liberals, leftists, you either celebrate DEI or we're not allowed to talk about DEI, but you can't have it both.
So celebrating someone for being the first black president or woman president is not the same as saying they are a DEI hire, which if you are Tommy Lauren,
can be Britain's.
thanks for the $3. If you're Tommy Lauren, you think DEI hire means that really what you're trying to say is that Kamala was chosen as vice president for not because of her merits, as in like there were better people than her for the job, but she got it because she was black and a woman. Because Biden just said woman for her. He said black woman for the Supreme Court pick. Ugh. Also, if she's DEI, well, she also slapped her way to the top. That's true as well, apparently. That's also one of the stories. All right.
Ways. So either you're excited about it or you're not. Pick a lane.
Either you like diversity, or you don't buy our position that our thinly veiled accusation that Kamala is not skilled enough to be the president and is only picked because she's a token. Damn, that's a really hard choice, Tommy.
Operation Coconut Tree is underway. God help ya.
Okay, Brian, you said this. You made a video saying that Kamala Harris was Trump's nightmare. You said if you could scientifically engineer the worst possible candidate for Trump to run against, she would probably look like Kamala Harris.
Whoa!
Why would she look like Kamala Harris?
Got him.
Well, instead of this election becoming a referendum on Joe Biden's age, now it's a referendum on two things. It is, one, the fact that you now have a prosecutor going up against a convicted felon, and she is able to, no pun intended, prosecute this case extremely effectively. And we saw that in her Wisconsin.
Fucking hated that. She couldn't laugh at that.
Able to, no pun intended, prosecute this case extremely effectively. And we saw that in her Wisconsin speech right off the bat, where she didn't shy away from this issue. She didn't hide from it. She went right in. And she talked about how she spent her career fighting against con men and frauds and sexual predators and cheats.
Let's go.
Donald Trump is all of those things. So that's the first thing. The second is that she spent the last year going around the country, crisscrossing the country, speaking to young people, going to colleges, talking about the issue of abortion and reproductive rights. And Donald Trump has come out and taken credit for appointing 3 Supreme Court justices who overturned Roe, and he is proud of it. He talks about it over and over and over again. So you have a prosecutor against a convicted felon, and you have somebody who is responsible for the deeply, deeply unpopular policy of stripping women's reproductive rights, versus somebody whose goal here is to make sure that she signs legislation to codify reproductive rights.
Right, and George, let me ask you, George, about this clip. This is actually J.D. Vance talking about Kamala Harris and calling her a childless cat lady.
Effectively run in this country via the Democrats.
To be fair, he also said Trump was Hitler, so this guy is an equal opportunity fucking ass whooper, okay? Look at him. God, he's so round.
Via our corporate oligarchs,
hey, it's
by
Tucker.
a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too. And it's just a basic fact. You look at Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, AOC, the entire future of the Democrats is controlled by people without children.
I mean, that kind of rhetoric is going to get dug up about J.D. Vance, who's now the vice president of Trump's choice, his VP running mate.
Wasn't my first pick.
Right, but he is the pick, right? How potentially damaging, now that it's not Joe Biden there, but it is a woman that J.D. Vance has called a childless cat lady. In other words, if you have two guys who've talked derogatorily about women against a young, by Trump's case, younger woman, how problematic could that be?
Well, Piers, look, everybody's going to try to take things people said about Kamala Harris in the past. But I love how everybody tries to talk about what they say about Kamala, and nobody takes outrage on how Trump's been treated unfairly by every single politician in the Democratic Party. Or Democrats have railroaded this man since the day he came down the golden escalators, and all of a sudden they get outraged because Trump said some, whatever BS about Kamala Harris. J.D. Vance speaking about Kamala Harris. That's J.D. Vance's views. Are we now going to say that all the views and words out of J.D. Vance's mouth are Trump's, endorsed by Trump just because he's the
Well, it's
VP?
interesting. I mean, politically, yeah. I mean,
no, absolutely
if you pick
not.
someone as a running mate,
if that's the case,
then everything that they've said and done is on their record, and they're now attached to Donald Trump.
If that's the case, then Kamala is Joe Biden 2.0, and we should tie this entire disastrous administration on Kamala Harris. And she's absolutely unfit to run for president.
But how problematic could it be now that it's not Biden, but it's Kamala Harris? J.D. Vance's kind of rhetoric about that kind of thing.
I don't know. I don't believe many people are persuadable in this election. You basically have a very small number of low information voters in the middle and a handful of states. But there was already kind of a referendum on the crazy of Trump. That's one of the reasons he got thrown out of office. And I think that to some degree, this kind of conversation about cat ladies, this conversation about DEI, about woke, I think it reminds the American people in that moderate center that they don't want to go back to that craziness. They want competence, and that's what they've had recently, and they're probably going to stick with it now that they got rid of the old guy they didn't want to vote for.
What competence are you talking about, Anthony? Please, can you entertain me and amuse me for a second?
Sure,
Give
I'd be
me
glad
competence.
to entertain
Hold on,
you.
I'm going to ask you this: the border, is that competence?
Well, if you think that
is it competence? Yes or no?
Hold on a second. Donald Trump said
we're going to say, okay, again, the answer to the border, always the Democrats offered a fairly right-leaning bit of legislation on the border that targeted the reason that people are crossing in larger numbers. That's because of asylum claims. It's not because of people sneaking in through the gaps or digging tunnels or whatever the fuck people think is happening, going underneath the wall. And the Republicans said no. They also didn't say no because of the merits of the legislation. They said no because they wanted to fight a campaign on it in 2024. Didn't they admit to this? Or is it, hang on. Maybe I'm wrong about this. Hang on. Well, the Republican admit rejecting border bill. 4 point. There was a thing. Was it Mitch McConnell who spoke about it? It wasn't because of Ukraine. Like they were just we want to oppose Ukraine so much that like the border bill's not worth it. Mitt Romney, why Republicans killed border bill? Yeah, it was endorsed by Border Patrol units. Yeah, union. Sorry. McConnell wanted it passed. Republicans kill bill in a sign of Trump's strength and McConnell's waning influence. Look at him, I'm waning everything. Only 4 Republicans voted in favor of it. Damn. The fucking Trump party. Does McConnell say something as well? We had 10 of us to vote against him in the start of the Congress. There may be a few people questioning him. So they're blaming. So another Republican is blaming McConnell. Isolationist. Okay. McConnell rejected claims by his GOP critics that he shouldn't have engaged in negotiations to pair Ukraine aid with a border and asylum bill, reminding them that it was their idea. Okay. Where is there a clip of someone saying this? Romney took aim at Trump for pushing lawmakers to oppose a border deal so he could use the issue to campaign against Biden. Okay. The border is a very important issue for Donald Trump, and the fact that he would communicate to Republican senators and congresspeople that he doesn't want us to solve the border problem because he wants to blame Biden for it is really appalling. See, where's that? Where did Trump say that? Where did Trump say that? Trump oppose Biden for border bill used to oppose Biden. Trump and Biden trade blame. Trump brags about efforts to stymie border talks. Denounces the bill as a gift to the Democrats. So this it. Campaign speech. Is this the article? Brags about effort to stymie border talks. Please blame it on me. The Republican frontrunner slams bipartisan talks in the Senate for a deal as Biden calls for emergency authority to address surging crossings. Republican frontrunner Donald Trump said he wants to be held responsible for blocking a bipartisan border security bill in the works in the Senate as President Biden seeks emergency authority to rein in a record surge, on unauthorized border crossings. As the leader of our party, there is zero chance I will support this horrible open borders betrayal of America, Trump told a rowdy crowd of supporters at a rally in Las Vegas on Saturday ahead of the state's presidential caucus on February 8th. I'll fight it all the way. A lot of the senators are trying to say, respectfully, they're blaming on me. I say, that's okay. Please blame it on me. Please. I know they said something about the numbers. They said the numbers were a problem, but it's because wasn't it because they fucking like they mix up a fucking cap with a minimum or some shit, right? Trump's opposition follows Biden's statement on Friday praising the deal. I should maybe look up the details of the legislation. Biden praising the deal, uses authorities, shut down the border, becomes overwhelmed. Okay. Trump said he opposed the bill because the presidential powers were unnecessary, echoing the position of the House Speaker Mike Johnson, who on Saturday called the proposal dead on arrival in his chamber. If Joe Biden truly wanted to secure the border, he doesn't really need a bill, Trump said in the Las Vegas speech. I did it without a bill. Okay. Trump also acknowledged political motivations in seeking to block the bill to deny Biden another bipartisan legislative accomplishment. A border deal now would be another gift to the radical left Democrats, Trump said in a statement on Thursday. They need it politically. Huh. Is he clipped saying this, or what the fuck? Gift to the Democrats. Where does he say that? Skibbity toilet. No, thank you. Not now. Not today. Not this year. Fuck. Where does he say this? MSNBC?
Also in that Fox News town hall, Trump essentially admitted to killing the bipartisan border security bill in Congress because it would have, quote, made it much better for the opposing side. Biden.
Why were you against the House, against the Senate border deal, the bipartisan border?
Well, they allow 5,000 people a week. Number one, that, but it
5,000 a week. Biden border bill per week. Clipped up for sure. Let's see. Here's what we know. Do they have the full bill? They would not be able to just cross the border illegally under the bill. It would end the practice of catch and release, in which Border Patrol agents release migrants into the U.S. while they await immigration hearings. Oh. Did they also make 5,000 times 50? Yeah, 52 really. Into a million. Okay. So under the new bill, they would be detained immediately with their asylum claims decided while they were in detention. Okay. Removed within 15 days if they fail their interviews. The bill does provide exceptions from detention for unaccompanied minors and families, even if they cross the border illegally between ports of entry. I wish Lonerbox was deported to Lebanon. Okay. Why? Or my family. Okay. God. Those migrants will be placed under community supervision. Why do they get to claim asylum? Because that's their human right under international laws and under laws that America subscribes to as well. What about migrants who tried to cross legally with asylum claims? If the deal were to become law, migrants who come to the US border at official ports of entry would be diverted to a new removal authority program, in which they would have 90 days to make their initial asylum interviews. Those migrants would not be released into the interior of the US, they would be either detained or kept under government supervision. If they failed their initial asylum interviews, they'd be removed immediately, but migrants who passed the asylum interview would get to stay in the country for an additional 90 days until their cases were decided. So they're vetted before they even claim asylum properly. Before they actually go through a proper case. Okay. In the meantime, they'd receive work authorizations while they await adjudication for their cases. If the cases succeed, they'd qualify for a path to citizenship. Okay. Where does 5,000 a day come from? The bipartisan deal does include provisions that would shut down the border entirely if a certain threshold is hit, but those are border encounters, not crossings. As noted above, no migrants trying to enter the US illegally would be allowed into the country unless they passed asylum interviews or were being held under government supervision. Under the new immigration bill, the Department of Homeland Security could close the border if too many migrants were showing up with asylum claims. After negotiators conferred with the Border Patrol and officials at the Department of Homeland Security, they crafted legislation to give the DHS authority to close the border if they reached a 7-day average of 4,000 or more encounters. A 7-day average of 5,000 or more would mandate a border closure. If the number exceeded 8,500 in a single day, there would be a mandatory border closure. I don't even know. This policy is actually quite right-wing to the point that it's not even that logical. Because what if you have a very quiet period where there's like only 100 encounters in a week, right? But then you have a crisis, like a fucking 3 hurricanes in Central America all happen at once, back to back. And then you need to have like fucking 100,000 people crossing. When they cross illegally, they shouldn't be given interviews because that clogs up the system. No, it's not crossing illegally. If you're an asylum seeker, it is your right to go to the border and claim asylum. It is your right to go to the country and claim asylum. It's so stupid. People just want like no one entering their country. That's it. Fuck me. Yeah, I know they have the ports of entry, yeah. Because that's what America usually has now. If the border was shut down, at least 1,400 migrants per day who tried to enter official ports of entry would still qualify to have their claims considered. The rest would be turned away, okay? Migrants encountered between ports of entry would be immediately turned away. The same person tried to cross twice, they'd be barred from entering for 1 year, okay? To reopen the border, crossings would need to slow to below 75% of the number that trigger the border closure for 7 days. Okay. All right. Huh. Right, let's see. How many encounters per week, U.S. border? How many encounters do they have per week now? The Border Patrol's 7-day average has decreased to below 1,800 encounters per day. So right now, is there any number where the border can just close? What's the number right now? How many crossings, encounters, border, U.S. for closing? Biden's nearest executive action. No, I mean before. Signed a proclamation to suspend the entry of non-citizens. I think there's no cap. The suspension of entry and associated measures will apply until 14 calendar days, okay? The suspension will continue if there's been a 7-day average of 2,500 or more. Huh. Why 2,500, not 5,000? Did he actually just do the executive order to make it more? This is 8 hours ago. Okay, so that's one bit of disinfo from Trump. Okay.
Also made it much better for the opposing side. I don't know if you've heard this, but I came up with this one: migrant crime. There's violent crime, there's migrant crime. We have a new category of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's going to be worse than any other form of crime.
Yeah, actually, that's so many things about that are wrong. So many things about that are a lie. I mean, first of all, one stat after another shows that what he says, migrant crime worse than all other crimes. One stat after another just says that's not true. Of course, there's individual examples, terrible examples like we saw in New York. But overall, if facts matter, if numbers matter, if data matters, what he said there's a lie. Saying that the bill lets in fight.
This is the mainstream media that everyone fucking complains about. The partisan mainstream media. Oh no.
5,000.
This guy is so grumpy. I feel like he's done this for like the fucking 400th time that week. He is so fed up. Oh my god.
Migrants Week, that's a lie. But Chris Matthews, I just want to zero in because you worked in the House, and it's just extraordinary that
what did Mr. McConnell say?
Senator McConnell, Steve Bannon has taken a lot of flack on the left, and Senator Reid's going to go to the floor today and apparently really blast him for his connections in the past. And I want to know, are you comfortable with him having such a high-level position in the Trump administration?
It's great to see you guys today.
So no defense of Ben in that.
All right.
This is old. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Okay.
It was hard for me to see what Leader McConnell was suggesting. He seemed to be of two minds in the conversation. But reading the reports this morning and the fact that he hasn't corrected them suggests that he is inclined to listen to what former President Trump wants. And former President Trump has indicated to senators that he does not want us to solve the problem at the border. He wants to lay the blame for the border at Biden. And the idea that someone running for president would say, please hurt the country so I can blame my opponent and help my politics is a shocking development.
Do you think this is... Wait, where are you getting that from? Who said that? 15,000? The cap under Trump was reduced to 15,000. Where the fuck is that?
What he wants, the issue, Donald Trump, this is what he
wants. I think the border is a very important issue for Donald Trump. And the fact that he would communicate to Republican senators and congresspeople that he doesn't want us to solve the border problem because he wants to blame Biden for it is really appalling.
So what does that say? Okay. So where did Trump say this?
You actually have the worst thing in the world. Let's take his lie. And just for argument's sake, say, okay, Donald, we'll accept your lie that migrant crime, you believe migrant crime is the worst.
So they didn't actually have the Trump bit here. He doesn't say that he ruined the deal to hurt Democrats. He doesn't say it here, does he?
Deal, the bipartisan. Why were you against the House, against the Senate border deal, the bipartisan border?
Well, they allow 5,000 people a week. Number one, that, but it also made it much better for the opposing side. I don't know if you've heard this, but I came up with this one: migrant crime. There's violent crime, there's migrant crime. We have a new category of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's going to be worse than any other form of crime.
Yeah, actually, that's so many things about that.
Yeah, then there's no more Trump after that, so... Huh. I came up with it myself. Migrant crime. It's going to be so bad. Where is it? Stream chat? Someone have it in stream chat on Discord? The one where apparently the cap was 15,000 under Trump? A week? No way. Hang on. So what was it before Trump? Trump, 15,000. I can see something about 15,000 border troops, but not encounters. You put it in U.S. elections. Why would you put it in one of the fucking busy channels anyway? Hang on. God, where is it? It's already gone. Because people are spamming it. Wait, no, I can't. I can't see it. Where is it? Oh, here. Did it hurt the Democrats? One more time.
Better for the opposing side. Biden.
Why were you against the House, against the Senate border deal, the bipartisan border?
Well, they allow 5,000 people a week. Number one, that, but it also made it much better for the opposing side. I don't know if you've heard this, but I came up with this one: migrant crime.
It made it better for the opposing side. All right. Hang on. This is not right, Marcus. This is about refugee admissions cap. That is different from the number of encounters before you close the border. I don't know if there was a cap.
on weekly crossings, on weekly encounters before you could close the border before this bill. Encounters at the U.S. border before border close cap. It's this. Number of migrants illegally crossing has plummeted 40% since Biden clamped down on asylum earlier this month. This was last month. It was in June. Daily crossings have fallen below 2,400. The lowest level since just before Biden took office in 2021, January 17th. Huh. Encounters still remain too high. No, I don't think there ever was a cap under Trump, but okay, fine.
In 2018-19, he needed new laws to defend the border. What happened to that?
Is this border competence? Yes or no?
No,
Anthony?
it's absolutely a mess.
Okay,
it was a mess
is
in 2019.
Competent? Yes
These
or
are the
no,
same laws.
Anthony? No,
inflation is at 3%. Is that the Fed target? Yes, that's exactly.
All right, let me bring in Tommy.
Tell that to everybody trying to.
Hang on, let me bring in Tommy.
I'm going to tell it to you.
Hang on. Let me bring in Tommy. Tommy, it seems to me that Trump would be much better advised, as would J.D. Vance, rather than going ad hominem with Kamala Harris, however ad hominem she gets with Trump.
He loves talking about ad hominem.
Try and rise above it. It's not his greatest quality doing that, but to rise above it and pick her off on her record while being vice president, most notably given her position as a kind of immigration czar.
That's his favorite word.
When really, by any definition of her performance, she's been a complete train wreck. You know, she said, don't come in, and 8 million people promptly came in. Would you think that's a better strategy for Trump Vance, is to just literally go after the record, not the woman?
I agree wholeheartedly. As much as I get a chuckle when Donald Trump calls her dumb as rocks Kamala or cackling Kamala, I laugh at that, but I'm also a diehard Trump supporter and a Trump voter. But I do worry, and I've been cautioning my own party and Trump supporters about this for the last few days, that it's not going to play well when Donald Trump does it with moderates and with the suburban women that he needs to win over. So I agree with you. Donald Trump needs to channel every ounce of presidential attitude that he has in his being, which for him might not be so easy. And he has to channel that, and he has to focus on policy, and he has to focus on rising above and really uniting the country at this point. Because if he just goes on the tirades with the name calling, it's not going to play well with the people that he needs to win. We might love it. We think it's hilarious, but he really has to buckle down. Same thing with J.D. Vance. And to the abortion point, you guys all know where I stand on abortion. I'm much more moderate than most conservatives are on this issue. And expect Democrats to resurrect 2022 and try to win on abortion, especially with Kamala.
I forgot. She had a rift with conservatives over that, her position on abortion.
As their nominee, it's going to be a blind spot for the Republican Party, and I would highly advise that J.D. Vance not make any super pro-life comments if he wants Donald Trump to win. It's going to be a huge blind spot, so that's just my warning. Some conservatives are not going to like to hear me say that, but it's the truth, and y'all need to hear it.
I think you're completely right. Brian, it seems to be a question of unity. One trick that Kamala Harris missed in her speech, it was not a bad speech at all. But one thing she didn't do, she didn't allude to the assassination attempt on Trump. And it's only been 9 days since someone tried to murder Donald Trump and actually shot him in the ear, killing him by a quarter of an inch. Would it not have been a smart move in between calling him, you know, a sexual predator and a con man and a fake and blah, 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 very ad hominem stuff? Would it not have been a smart move in terms of unity?
That's not ad hominem, Piers. Like, if you call him a thing that he is in a presidential campaign, it's not ad hominem. I hate this. I hate that when these fucking cunts
call it ad hominem when it's not ad hominem, when it just means insult. Like, ad hominem doesn't mean insult. Ad hominem means ad hominem. Ad hominem means that you are attacking a person's character in place of making an argument. If you make the argument and then do the insult, that's not ad hominem. If the insult is actually a thing that they are and supports your argument, because I imagine Kamala's argument is that Trump shouldn't be president, well, a con man probably shouldn't be president, because you don't really want a con man to be, you want to trust your representative as a citizen of a country to deliver on things that they're going to, and a con man is not very trustworthy. So if someone's a con man, it's not an ad hominem to call them that if they're running for president. Fuck.
Had she just taken a moment to acknowledge the assassination attempt and say how pleased she was that he survived it, something of that nature.
Piers, I find it so bizarre that the onus is always on the Democrats, it's always on the adults in the room to create unity. Where was everybody for the last 6 years calling for unity when Donald Trump was president? And, as far as the violence is concerned, I feel like any effort to try to pin, again, the onus on Democrats in terms of lowering the temperature in this country is just a testament to the fact that the Republicans are graded on the curve. Remember, it was not the Democrats, while we're talking about political violence, it wasn't the Democrats who laughed at Paul Pelosi being bludgeoned with a hammer. That was Donald Trump. It wasn't Democrats who called for military tribunals for Liz Cheney. That was Donald Trump. It wasn't
military tribunal for Liz Cheney. Why? Because of... I don't even want to know. Okay.
Democrats who laughed at a kidnapping plot against Gretchen Whitmer. That was Donald Trump. It wasn't Democrats who called for General Mark Milley to be executed. That was Donald Trump. It wasn't Democrats who posted a baseball bat photo with Alvin Bragg and threatened death and destruction if he was charged. So in all of these examples, Piers, it is not the Democrats who've done this. It's not the Democrats who've validated the use of political violence as a tool in this country. And it shouldn't be on the Democrats all of a sudden to be the adults in the room.
All right, Brian. To a point, Lord Copper, as we would say in the UK, right? It is the Democrats who for 8 years have screamed that he's Adolf Hitler. That's fairly violent rhetoric. You're comparing him.
Piers Morgan is such a retard. He's going to say, but Adolf Hitler murdered 12 million people, including 6 million Jews in the Holocaust. Let's go. Do it, Piers.
Directly
no.
to absolute genocidal maniac who murdered 12 million people, including 6 million Jews in a Holocaust. So when you do that, that is violent.
I'm sorry. Listen, okay, me and Piers, okay, we're like that, okay, me and Piers. I have pre-watched. Do you know why I've pre-watched this? Do you know how I was able to do that? Do you know how I pre-watched this? By watching every fucking Piers video for the last week on the fucking Trump Hitler thing. I don't know why he keeps saying this. Be more creative. Like, do people like Piers not... So, when you're done working, when you've done your little show and shit, do you not sit there and think like, okay, what are some better points I can make? What points did I make that actually were effectively refuted that I can maybe improve upon? Or maybe which ones would be better than the ones I've been making? Maybe I'll do some reading. Or, what was Hitler doing? What did Hitler do before he murdered 12 million people? What else did he do? Because my recollection is that the Holocaust wasn't really wasn't what Hitler did until like 1941. The final solution to the Jewish question, he ordered that in 1941. What did he do before that? He got into power in 1933, so you've got like a good fucking 8 years there. You've got like 7 years between him getting elected and getting fucking invading Poland. God. Pro wrestling is all fake. It is fake. Loner is so wrong. Does Loner know who deported the most people in U.S. history? None of the guests have pushed back against Piers using that. Yes, they have. Mehdi Hassan did, didn't he?
Rhetoric.
Piers, if Donald Trump acts like a fascist, it is not the Democrats' fault for calling him a fascist.
You're saying he is?
That is his
Hitler?
He
is Hitler?
No, absolutely not. But I'm saying he does act like a fascist. He does want to.
Also, people don't People don't say Trump is literally Hitler. That's not what people say. When people like Biden invoke Hitler when they talk about Trump, they say that Hitler is using Hitler's language, or he speaks a bit like Hitler in this particular segment, which he does, or just saying like, this is a bit Hitler-esque. That's something that Hitler did. Like that's not saying that he's exactly the same person. It's a fucking comparison. God.
Consolidate power in the executive branch. He does want to send the military into American cities. He does
so
want to.
You have no problem comparing him to Adolf Hitler.
He's stuck.
I am calling him a fascist. That's what I'm doing.
Okay,
let me bring Nancy.
By the way, doesn't J.D. Vance call him out?
He didn't. He was equally wrong.
And didn't.
Is that Piers trying to think on his feet and then just realizing, nah, we're gonna move on?
Calling him a fascist. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, let me bring Nancy.
No, I think it's a delay because they're over screens, right? But no, wait, he didn't have a delayed response.
By the way, that's what the executive branch. He does want to send the military.
It's a fucking call, isn't it? There's not a delay. It's not like BBC and shit.
To American cities. He does
so
want to.
You have no problem comparing him to Adolf Hitler.
I am calling him a fascist.
Okay, that wasn't a very long pause. No.
Okay, let me bring Nancy.
By the
way. Oh, Piers. I never considered that. Wait, what do I know about fascists? Wait, Hitler killed 12 million people. That's all Hitler did. That's the only thing I can think about when people compare people to Hitler. Fascists, though. Wait, what did fascists do? Shit, I haven't prepared for that. Fuck.
Doesn't J.D. Vance call him out?
He didn't. He was equally wrong.
And didn't Donald Trump use language like vermin of the people, like basically echoing the?
So do you think it's right to compare him to Adolf Hitler?
I don't like comparing people to Hitler, but I will say that.
But there's a but here.
There's a
yeah,
but.
Here it comes.
Really?
But.
Yeah. If you talk like a fascist, if you act like a fascist, tell me a little bit about this mass deportation, Piers. Oh, actually, you can help me with this.
No, I can help you. I can help you.
Oh, Piers, this is his other thing. Oh, shit. Someone in chat mentioned it, which is why I know what Piers is going to say next. He's going to ask who the biggest deporter was. And the answer is Barack Obama. 3 million people. Deporter in chief. And I know that because Piers has been making that fucking quip at left-leaning people since like 2017. Do you know the first time I saw him say that was to Ash Sarkar? Ash Sarkar, the fucking communist who hates Obama. And he wouldn't stop. He kept on fucking firing away at the Obama shit. Even when Ash was like, I don't support Obama. I don't support Obama. And he's just like, well, what about the deportations by Obama? Fuck.
You're a guest here. You're a guest is supposed to represent. I know you want to play the part of Donald Trump's defender, but let's have the guy that actually does it.
I'm playing the part of the moderator.
Actually, you both can do it, or all four of you can do it.
Anthony, try and contain yourself. Who was the biggest mass deporter of people in American presidential history?
Barack Obama.
Barack
Obama.
Barack Obama.
Actually, the last time we had a mass
Obama. No, that's not.
A lot of people. Yeah,
it's not up for suggestion. It's factual.
You asked me about mass deportation.
I'm saying, how's it going to? You want to talk about Obama, you want to talk about Biden. How's the mass deportation going to happen? You're holding up signs at your convention. How's that going to work? Just walk me through it. I just want to understand.
Let me ask you again.
No, we can't talk about the topic that you brought up. We have to go to my pre-scripted fucking point that's been made on 8 million shows for the last 7 years. We have to do that. We can't actually engage with your original arguments as a human being. We have to go down this gotcha dumb fuck dialogue tree, which honestly, since we've looked at those UK stats earlier today about deportation and how it actually encompasses things like voluntary leave and fucking people not being even admitted at the border might count as a deportation, deporting some people. I would love to see if this actually is true, because if it's like, if deportation by these definitions includes people who are refused at the border, for example, I don't know, let's see. Maybe, though. I did hear a lot of people got deported under Obama, so. So ICE deportations, there's a lot there from 2008. Deportations. Now, Piers says 3 million people, doesn't he? Or does he say 2 million? Because here it's 1.8. Wait. Oh, this is a total on 2 years. But this is per fiscal year. Okay. Obama. Why don't they, if they had Obama's entire presidency? Returns versus removals. All right. What does that mean? Total immigration peaked in 2000. Okay. Check stream chat. Obama deported more people than Trump, but context is everything. Trump wants to deport a lot of people this weekend. You know, they came in illegally. They have to go out. National outcry, but immigration advocacy groups criticized then Obama as the deporter in chief during his bid for re-election in 2012. It's a perception that former Vice President Joe Biden will have to answer for as he campaigns to carry on Obama's legacy. The issue is complicated. The Bush administration moved towards removing people from the country with a court order. What's more commonly known as deportation is referred to now by the government as a removal. This sparked increased criticism from immigrant rights organizations. In previous administrations, far more people attempted to enter the country and far more were turned away, often without a hearing before an immigrant judge. That procedure used to be known as voluntary departure. It's like the UK, yeah, voluntary departure. But now it's called a return. It can't be the case that like half of these deportations are just people being turned down at the border. Because that means that that number would be getting inflated, not by Obama's actions, but by more people turning up at the border. But we'll see. We're not there yet. I'm just saying that it'd be quite crazy if that's what happened, okay? They all have the effect of a deportation, but there are more legal consequences for a removal than for a return. In totality, Bush Jr., because I think in between getting to hear an immigration judge, you're interviewed, aren't you? You have an asylum interview. In totality, Bush deported even more people than Obama, and President Clinton deported more than Bush. Bro. Oh God, get me on Pierce's show. Get me on Pierce's show so I can fucking bait him into a conversation about deportation. I'll be like, Trump wants to deport a fuck ton of people, like DACA and shit. And then Pierce will be like, oh, wait, let me just stop this conversation. Do you know, Ronabox, who the biggest deporter was? I'll be like, I know what you're going to say, Piers Morgan. Tell me, what's the difference between a deportation and a return? Let's see. Ah, you have fallen into my trap. I will activate my trap card now. Let's see. Courtesy of CNN news agency. According to an analysis by Migration Policy Institute, more than 12 million people were deported, either removed or returned from the US during the Clinton administration. More than 10 million were removed or returned during the Bush administration. Far fewer, more than 5 million, were removed or returned. Wait, this is not the whole story. Okay. Because deportation is the bigger one, right? So deportation is a removal. This is including returns. Voluntary departure, yeah. Okay, hang on. Let's carry on. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Those numbers alone don't tell the whole story, although, according to Obama administration officials, as straight numbers by numbers comparison doesn't provide an accurate picture of what was going on in the administration. Okay. She argues that Obama prioritized deporting people convicted of serious crimes and recent arrivals who had no criminal records. If you're not targeting and focusing on people who recently arrived, the border is effectively open. It's more humane to be removing people who have been here 2 weeks than it is to be removing people who have been here for 20 years and have families. Trump, by contrast, she said, has rejected the policy of focusing on new arrivals and criminals and instead wants to deport as many people as possible. It's impossible to ignore his rhetoric. He infamously called some Mexican migrants rapists and focused on his presidency and the idea that to build a wall. Okay. Planned raids. We're not getting to the 2 million number. Planned raids. Citizens harmed by the presence of undocumented migrants. Obama used executive action to temporarily give protected status to undocumented people who arrived in the U.S. as children and curb deportations from the interior states of the country. His focus, particularly toward the end of his administration, was on quick returns of new arrivals at the border who were perceived to have had fewer ties in the U.S., though that, controversially, included the same types of Central American migrants whose arrival has swamped the border this year. Libertarian Cato Institute, deportations from the interior were on the downswing during most of the Obama administration. Oh. Interior removals going down. They're still quite high, though. Fuck off. They go a little bit up during Obama, then they start to come down. Could you please put the link in chat? Which one? The CNN one or the Cato one? Criminal removals. They go up during Obama, then stay up during Trump. Yeah, they're going down, interior removals. The links are in stream chat. True. What does migration policy say? Oh, God. Although, yeah, they say here, Trump has not reached anywhere near the level of interior removals of the early Obama administration. Headaches for Biden. Isn't this to do with COVID, though? Or did it start coming down earlier? Okay, let's see this. Deporter in chief or not? This is much longer. Oh, God. Apprehensions, removals, returns, total deportations. Clinton is probably one of the highest, it seems. Obama, yeah. Okay, wait. Removals are the ones that matter, though, right? Would we not? Okay, just to be clear, would we agree, chat, that a removal is a lot worse than a return? No. Is that what makes up most of? Is that where this is where the 3 million comes from? Deporter in chief. For apprehensions, though, there were less. A removal is a deportation from within the country, but what is this? Total, so border removals, they're going up, but interior removals. Is this, but, okay, wait, hang on. Why, what's the difference between removal and return again? Hang on. A removal is when you remove someone without a court order. So they're just removed from the country. And people being turned away without a hearing without getting to see a judge, that's return. There are more legal consequences for a removal than for a return? Yeah. But I'm guessing a removal is like someone could have been there for a while, though, right? If you get a return, you've probably only been in the country for like a few days or a couple of weeks, right? Because you're being turned away at the border. Whereas a removal is for people who've been there for potentially years. Recidivism along the border fell. But his focus on removals was early removals. So hang on. Why so few returns then? Is it because less... I don't get this. I don't get... because it feels like less people are trying to cross the border under Obama. That's what they mean by apprehensions, right? Fuck me. I'll have to read all that. I'll have to read all of this so I can understand. Okay. I wonder if this would have more implications for the British thing as well. But I need to go... I need to go pee and get a fucking smoothie. Removals didn't count toward total number in prior admins. Okay. So our return... I don't know. Fuck it. I'm going to come back to it. Don't care. I need a minute. Riveting chat. Fuck off. Right.
Who was the biggest deporter of people
I've already
in American
done the
history?
answer.
Which president?
Eisenhower.
No,
Barack Obama.
Eisenhower and Operation Wetback had more.
Barack Obama.
deported 3 million people.
Ryan? The Democrats are very tough on the border.
Idea?
Democrats are tough on the border, no doubt about it.
No, they were tough.
Eisenhower Operation what? Wetback. Operation Wetback was 1.3 million people. I don't know anything about this. Who did he deport? Mexicans. All right, whatever.
Also,
In the past
Obama,
tense, they were.
Biden was good on the border. Thank you.
Don't try
Thank
to say,
you.
Don't say that. It's a slur. Okay. It's the name of the fucking operation. It's like a historical event. What am I supposed to do? Look, it's in fucking quotation marks, bro. I'm gonna read Tom Sawyer on stream.
Thank you, pal. I agree with you.
Barack Obama, Dianne Feinstein, the late Dianne Feinstein, they were great on the border.
So we
at
know.
one point.
So we know
They
how
no longer
Democrats.
are.
We
They
know
no
how
longer
Democrats
are.
do it.
No.
How do you guys do it?
Sorry,
Absolute nonsense.
You think so? I did. You've got the poster, but you don't have a
Absolutely.
candidate
No,
with any
it's
position.
not that
Sorry.
hard. It's not that hard.
Good.
Sorry.
Good.
Not
Hey,
that
hold on,
hard.
Piers. I want to hear this.
Start with every hotel here in Manhattan.
And do what?
Just empty them, vacate them out.
What do you mean vacate them out?
Get them back home.
Who's going to do that? Who are you going to hire to do
Come
that?
on, you have ICE. You already have the system in
Okay,
place.
so they're going to ICE. By the way, ICE is about 4,000 people. You're going to deport 12.
Expand ICE.
Okay, tell me a little bit more small government Republicans. You want to expand ICE to walk the streets, ask people for their papers.
You
We
know,
did
so
that
what
after
did we say about
9/11.
fascism?
Anthony, you were a member
What
of
did we
Congress.
say about fascism?
You were a congressman. You were a congressman.
I know
we
it's
did that
not
after 9/11.
By the way, where are you going to deport them if we don't have extradition deals with them?
Does deporting 3 million people make you a fascist then, by your criteria?
No, it makes you one of the best presidents in American history.
Oh,
What the fuck, man? Okay. Interesting. Fascism is when you deport people. It depends on why you're deporting them. Obviously, you can deport people for fascistic reasons, but okay.
So you agree
Also,
with mass
Obama,
deportation? So you
Biden,
agree with mass deportation?
Obama, Biden, we know how that is.
So you agree with mass deportation?
I'm going to answer your question. You don't need to answer it 3 times. I answer every question. Mass deportation is a poster for Republicans. We saw how Obama, Biden do it. We know how they do it. Now, this is about the 2024. Pardon me,
So it's fine if you do.
Pardon me.
That's how Biden does it.
No.
Fine if the Democrats do.
By the way, if Donald Trump stood up and said, I want to be like Obama, Biden, I might vote for him. Is that what he's saying? Is that what you're saying, George?
So if he said...
You want to be like Obama, Biden? I want to make sure I understand.
So Anthony,
what about the one who has lunchy? Does she want to do that too?
Okay, let me come.
You guys, well, listen,
Okay.
at least you emulate the right people.
Let me come back to Tommy. Tommy, it does
Tommy.
make me laugh when
Is
I
it
hear
Tommy or
Anthony talk
Tommy?
about fascism, and one of the criteria is mass deportation, and then he salutes Barack Obama for being the greatest
of a bunch of
for being
police
the
officers
greatest
to walk the street.
Was it fucking fascism when the ethnic Germans were chased into Germany in World War II? Is that fascism? Fuck me, bro.
Don't misquote me,
Talking to
Piers.
Tommy for being
God,
the
he's so stupid.
biggest mass deporter in the history of the United States in terms of any president, which he was. 3 million people he deported, right? So mass deportation is fascism if Trump plans it, but if it's done by Barack Obama, it is a magnificent thing which Trump should aspire to do. I can't quite follow that, can you?
I think the difference is that Trump, like we just read, Trump's focus is on deporting people, as many as possible, and focusing on people who have been in here for a really long time. Like DACA includes people, like trying to get rid of DACA would mean that you'd have the opportunity to deport people who have been here since they were 2 years old. When I say here, I mean America. Because that's where we are. Probably most of you fucking guys anyway. Whereas Obama's deportations seem to focus more on people who had just recently arrived. Like border encounters, but
Well, liberalism doesn't make sense, Piers. We know that. But I'll also say the majority of the American people support mass deportation, including Democrats. We learned about that a couple months ago in a poll. But what I don't understand with Democrats is that they're just clutching their pearls over a mass deportation effort when we have 10 million people that came across our southern border illegally, and that's not including the gotaways. They have no problem with that. People can just invade our country, break our immigration laws, no problem. But then if you take those people that came in the last 3.5 years and you said, okay, you broke the law, now you have to go back because you broke the law and you came in mass to our country, then all of a sudden they clutch their pearls in horror. Are you kidding me? That's what we need to do, because your president, your sleepy president, allowed 10 million plus people in, and it's not sustainable. Your own governors and your own mayors know that it's not sustainable. So the open border doesn't work, and the only way to fix an open border is to close it and then also deport the people that came in under it. That's just basic logic. I know you guys don't operate on that, but please save me your horror and your outrage.
10 million
Brian,
people.
Save us your horror.
Does that include like legal migrants then, or what the fuck? By the way, that border bill with the cap of 5,000. By the stats that we looked at, it looks like the number of weekly encounters now is like less than 2,000. So, fuck me.
Horror and outrage. I mean, this whole issue of immigration, I don't think any fair-minded Democrat in America could possibly look at the number of people that have come over the border illegally in the tenure of President Biden and not share everybody else's view that is completely unsustainable and clearly has been a failed policy on the southern border. Do you think it's been a success or a failure?
Well, all of this might suggest that we need some legislation on the border. And in fact, we had three senators, Kyrsten Sinema, Chris Murphy, and Republican James Lankford, negotiate a border bill that was not only the most conservative border bill that any Democrat could have signed, but it had no comprehensive immigration reform, which is historically the absolute condition that Democrats require. Instead, it had Ukraine aid that was attached to it, which passed anyway, which means there was nothing that the Republicans gave up. And yet Donald Trump issued his clarion call to Republicans because he thought it was too important to preserve the issue of the border as a campaign issue. And so he wouldn't allow this to be solved. So for Tommy and George, spare us the grandstanding about the border when I didn't hear either one of you come out and say that this border bill needed to be passed when Donald Trump was making sure that it didn't get passed because he wanted to make sure the border was as chaotic as humanly possible.
Okay, I want to switch.
So it's Donald Trump's
Smile,
fault
Tommy. Let everyone know it's
exactly. Well, by the way, in 2019, Donald Trump sat in the Oval Office and said, "I can't do this without laws." My distinguished friend who's on this panel says, "It's common sense." No, you need laws to do it.
What? Hang on. Hello.
Hi, this is driving me crazy because they're missing a huge part of this. So the majority of people who are here, quote unquote, illegally or undocumentedly came here legally. So by changing how they did it from removals at the border to removals in the interior, what they're doing is they're rounding up people who actually came here the right way, followed the law, but then got lost in the bureaucratic process, as opposed to people who just never made it in. And nobody's making that point, and it's driving me fucking crazy because it's totally a different scenario.
Wait, you're gonna need to explain that to me. So what's the difference between a removal and a return?
That I would have to look into more. But the point I'm trying to make is the people that came here that Trump wants to round up, like the people from the interior getting deported out, right? Those people came here legally, right? They got work visas. They came here. They overstayed their visas.
Okay.
Right? Like for whatever reason, they overstayed their visas. Overstaying your visa is not a crime. It's a civil matter. So they're not even committing crimes, most of them. Immigration is civil. So when you take those people that came here legally, didn't actually break laws, have been here for a number of years, living productive lives, most of them pay taxes through ITIN numbers, and you deport those people, it's a lot different than snagging people at the border before they even get to enter the country, right?
Okay.
or even snagging people who are illegally crossing the border. But those people, the people who illegally cross the border, are a very small percentage of people who are actually here without documents.
Yeah. So overstaying your visa in the United States shouldn't normally mean deportation. It means a civil case, right?
Correct. And it's a civil case. It's a civil case because people who are deported aren't entitled to any kind of counsel, right? You just go before the administrative hearings judge, and that judge determines what's happening. But the backlog, there are so few immigration judges that backlog is huge.
Okay.
So it's not that people haven't been trying to fix the system. It's that, like, you literally just can't right now. You have to get more judges in place.
Okay. I still need to finish January 6th before I do immigration stuff if I ever get there. So, okay.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Donald Trump couldn't pass the law in 2019. Joe Biden was prepared to do it here, and Donald Trump vetoed it. And by the way, I fact-checked it while we were waiting. It's actually Clinton who did the most deportations of any
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's Obama.
I just checked it.
It's
no,
Obama.
I
you're wrong.
just checked it.
I've written columns about it. It's not
Well,
true.
Paul, you're a column in the New York Post, therefore it must be true.
I will bet you
Piers.
$1,000 to charity that Obama deported
I don't have
more people than
$1,000.
Clinton.
However, I'll bet you $10.
I'll bet you $1.
I'll bet you $1.
Okay. Obama deported more people than Clinton. It's a fact. He also dropped more bombs in a calendar year than any other American.
By the way,
I love the quips, man. He's so funny. I'll bet you, even though Piers has been saying this for the last fucking 7 years, I'll bet you if you asked him what the difference between a return and removal is, he wouldn't know. He might even think it's a made-up question, like a trick question.
Piers, hold on. Now you want to run against anyone against Kamala. You Trumpers are all the same.
I'm not a Trumper.
I want to say this about the deportation thing. We have laws around doing this stuff. If Donald Trump says we're going to use the law right now, the people that are here, despite what this person on our panel said, people who are here under the asylum laws are here lawfully.
They're fraudulently.
They have to be adjudicated. When they're here under
the asylum claims 9 years back, people are walking into the United States.
George,
for 9
I can
years
say
now.
this because you were there later than I was. You did nothing to increase our capacity to throw out people in asylum. That's what the compromise was about.
I was a big advocate to double our immigration judges so that we can double the process.
In that case, on this issue, you'd be better than Trump on immigration. Congratulations.
All right, George Santos is better than Trump. That's a good way to end that particular part.
We're
running out of time, but I want to go to Tommy quickly just to talk about this issue of Benjamin Netanyahu coming to address a joint session of Congress. This is to boost support for his war, obviously, in Gaza. A lot of people, mainly Democrats, staying away from showing any support for this speech. What do you feel about that? I mean, in a democracy like America, when it's one of America's great allies around the world, should people be able to stay away?
Yeah. They want
no, they shouldn't act like children and stay away. If we have to sit there and listen to Zelensky address us how many times now and beg for money, then we should be able to all come together and listen to the leader of the only democracy in the Middle East. But I think it's also very telling that Vice President Kamala Harris, who is your presumptive nominee, who wants to prove to the American people that she can handle foreign policy, something she's never really handled before, that she has instead decided to go to a sorority instead of hearing the leader from, even if she disagrees with the war, that's on her, but to even go and listen and preside over the Senate, which is part of her job, the fact that she is instead deciding to go yuck it up at a sorority is really telling, and it's exactly why they call her Brat Kamala and think it's so great. Well, it's an unserious person who's unserious about proving herself to the American people.
I'm sorry, like, imagine if, again, the way she spoke about Zelensky just there, like, if a Republican wanted to snub Zelensky speaking at Congress, like, she would not give a fuck. She'd probably support it. Fuck.
Was not elected to be your nominee. She was anointed your nominee by all counts. And now she doesn't even want to show up to do the job she has.
Yeah, also, fuck Netanyahu, bro. Like, Netanyahu is... Israelis don't like Netanyahu. The only reason they're letting him stay now, and it's not like basically all of them calling for him to resign, is because there's a war going on. The only reason he's not in jail right now is that there's a war going on. Yeah. All right, fuck that. That's good.
Right now because she wants to go speak to a sorority. Give me a break. What a joke.
Yeah, I mean, Brian.
I can't. She doesn't sound like she's actually outraged by anything. It just seems like the most fucking porn acting bullshit. I don't mean that in like a sexist way. I just mean like bad. It just sounds like she sounds like a bad actor. She sounds like she's pretending to be outraged. Just because, again, this is the news cycle.
Do you feel comfortable about Democratic lawmakers snubbing Israel's prime minister like this, whatever the view of the war?
Fuck yeah.
I think that as far as Benjamin
Don't let us
Netanyahu
down.
is concerned, I think that he is focused on his own self-serving interests. I think that the Democratic Party recognizes that. That is why he's become such a lightning rod, because this whole thing is about prolonging the war to help himself.
Oh, shit. Bullshit.
Okay. We're going to wrap now. So, final word to you guys sitting here. Thank you. It's been great. It's
my pleasure. Thank you.
Really enjoyed the debate. Okay. Where's this going to wash up, do you think, in November?
Look, I'll say this. I believe a Donald Trump victory is inevitable because the American people are watching in real time what's been taking place. The democracy that Trump threatens so much is almost a footnote compared to what Democrats are doing in the maneuvers. Donald Trump is not running against a candidate. He's running against an entire system, a system that is willing to do whatever it takes to take him out. They are cheating, stealing, and lying all across, making sure that they can absolutely keep hold to power. Just look at what they did. Not a single Democrat vote from the primary was taken into account. They did not allow an open process. And the one telling thing is Obama not endorsing Kamala and asking for an open primary, open convention signals that I think he's still sane. And to compare that to Hillary Clinton and whatnot, look, Hillary Clinton is a has-been that has absolute no say. So my take is Trump wins this inevitably.
Okay, Anthony, two questions. One, is it a nailed-on certainty now that Kamala Harris will be the nominee, or could there still be a surprise?
It's very hard for there to be a surprise. 300 delegates have to send a letter to put someone into nomination. There's no one to take the nomination. There's no one who wants the job behind it. It's going to be her.
And will she be officially confirmed at the convention?
No, it's going to happen sooner. It's going to happen sometime next week. They're going to do a virtual roll call to accommodate some shenanigans going on in Ohio.
And then pretty much this whole race, sort of ticks along. The Democrats have their convention. It'll be a celebration of Kamala, a rail behind her. Yes. And then after Labor Day, then we get into the serious stuff. Running up to the election. Is that really what's going to happen?
Traditionally, the polls don't mean much until after. You're right, till after the conventions, after Labor Day. You see a lot of bumps now. A guy got, one candidate got shot. You had a convention. You had changes. So I wouldn't pay too much attention to the polls, but you're probably right, after Labor Day.
And who do you actually believe is going to win?
I believe in 2016, the focus was on Hillary Clinton and she lost. I believe in 2020, the focus was on Donald Trump, and he lost. I think it's going to go back to now being on Donald Trump again, a reminder of what that was like, and I think Kamala wins.
And do you think if it had been Biden against Trump, that Trump would have beaten Biden?
Yes.
So you think it's been a really transformative switch?
This has been a really good week for us, yes. After 25 days of just horrible since the debate.
Guys, thank you very much.
Let's
do it again. I've really enjoyed it. Thank you very much. And thank you both to Tommy and Brian as well. It's been a terrific panel. I appreciate it.
Fucking deporter in chief. What do I do here? Well, that's not good. It's gotta be here, right? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Do I do a quick win or... There's not really a win, is there? There's getting this fucker out of the way, what there is. Yeah. Nice one. All right. Pierce has a whole basket of deplorables in his own. Yeah, Pierce is weird when it comes to Trump because he's Trump's friend and he likes the connection, I guess. Or maybe he just genuinely believes it. Maybe he is another one of those fucking centrists who, for whatever reason, has sympathy with the right. Whatever. Let me see. Oh yeah, I said I was going to read today, but I'm like 6 hours in. 5.5, sorry. And no reading done yet. I'm still considering I'm still considering whether I want to whether I really enjoy reading stuff on stream and taking notes. I kind of do, but fuck me. I should just do it. Let's just suck it up and do it. All right. At least finishing the indictments, because then I've also got to do... There's a part of the Jan 6 committee that I want to do as well now that seems quite interesting. The part that I missed. Any more Twitter cringe from Prometheus? No, I'm leaving that alone for a little while. Don't worry about that. Never mind that. Where is US politics? Fake electors. Okay. Cool. Okay. Okay. We're going to do the indictment. Where did we get to on this? I think we only just started it. This is probably the best thing I've read in it so far, though, because it summarizes everything really, really clearly. The explainers are all quite easy to get through. Okay. Was I on manner and means and then specific claims? Okay. This is the part that I was on, right? The criminal agreement enacts to effect the object of the conspiracy. Okay. Okay. I'm wondering, can you get away with playing copyright stuff just really, really quietly? Like music? Huh. Maybe, maybe not. All right. Criminal agreement enacts to effect the object of the conspiracy. The defendant's use of deceit to get state officials to subvert the legitimate election results and change electoral votes. Shortly after Election Day, which fell on November 3rd, 2020, the defendant launched his criminal scheme. On November 13th, the defendant's campaign attorneys conceded in court that he had lost the vote count in the state of Arizona, meaning, based on the assessment, the defendant's campaign advisors had given him just a week earlier the defendant lost the election. Okay. Campaign attorneys. Okay. They conceded in court. Lost. So, the next day, the defendant turned to co-conspirator 1, whom he announced would spearhead his efforts going forward to challenge the election results. Why did they not name the co-conspirators? Is there a reason for them doing that in American law? Or just in any legal system? Because I don't want to lose track of who's who. And I already have. Huh. Some of them aren't being charged. Trump indictment, co-conspirators, Jan 6. Who are the co-conspirators? Okay. Possible. Do they have them as number 1, number 2? Rudy Giuliani. Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. Okay. Number 2, attorney who devised the strategy. This is Eastman, right? Yeah. 3 is Powell. Think. Yep. The Kraken. 4, Justice Department official, I don't know. 5, I think, is Cheese Bro. Jeffrey Clark. Cheese Bro. Hey, cool. 6, we don't know. Okay. Yeah, his name's Cheese Bro. He's American. They have funny names. Okay. The next day, the defendant turned to co-conspirator 1, whom he announced would spearhead his efforts going forward to challenge the election results. From that point on, the defendant and his co-conspirators executed a strategy to use knowing deceit in the targeted states to impair, obstruct, and defeat the federal government function, including as described below. Hang on. Okay. Arizona. On November 13th, 2020, the defendant had a conversation with his campaign manager who informed him that a claim had been circulating that a substantial number of non-citizens had voted in Arizona was false. On November 22nd, 8 days before Arizona's governor certified this ascertainment of the state's legitimate electors based on the popular vote, the defendant and co-conspirator 1 called the Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives and made knowingly false claims of election fraud aimed at interfering with the ascertainment of and voting by Arizona's electors, as follows. Oh, is this the perfect phone call? Was that in Arizona? I feel like it wasn't. I think it was Georgia. Hey, short fire taco. How's it going? Ugh. Okay, so do you make your notes public? Some of them, not all of them. Make them public when they're ready for the public to see. Yeah. Let me think. Um, Trump and Giuliani. Can we just go? We can just go through this quickly. Hang on. The defendant and co-conspirator 1 falsely asserted, among other things, that a substantial number of non-citizens, non-residents, and dead people had fraudulently voted in Arizona. The Arizona House Speaker asked co-conspirator 1 for evidence of the claims, which co-conspirator 1 did not have, but claimed he would provide. Co-conspirator 1 never did so. The defendant and co-conspirator 1 asked the Arizona House Speaker to call the legislature into session to hold a hearing based on their claims of election fraud. The Arizona House Speaker refused, stating that doing so would require a 2/3 vote of its members, and he would not allow it without actual evidence of fraud. The defendant co-conspirator 1 asked the Arizona House Speaker to use the legislature to circumvent the process by which legitimate electors would be ascertained for Biden based on the popular vote, and replace those electors with a new slate for the defendant. The Arizona House Speaker refused, responding that the suggestion was beyond anything he had ever heard or thought of as something within his authority. On December 1st, co-conspirator 1 met with the Arizona House Speaker. When the Arizona House Speaker again asked co-conspirator 1 for evidence of the outcome determinative election fraud he and the defendant had been claiming, co-conspirator 1 responded with words to the effect of, "We don't have the evidence, but we have lots of theories." Arizona. So dead voters. It says he'll provide this later. December 1st. Meets. Says he doesn't. But does have lots of theories. On December 4th, the Arizona House Speaker issued a public statement that said, in part, "No election is perfect, and if there were evidence of illegal votes or an improper count, then Arizona law provides a process to contest the election, a lawsuit under state law. But the law does not authorize the legislature to reverse the results of an election. As a conservative Republican, I don't like the results of the presidential election. I voted for President Trump and worked hard to re-elect him. But I cannot and will not entertain a suggestion that we violate current law to change the outcome of a certified election. I and my fellow legislators swore an oath to support the United States Constitution and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona. It would violate that oath, the basic principles of Republican government, and the rule of law if we attempted to nullify the people's vote based on unsupported theories of fraud. Under the laws that we wrote and voted upon, Arizona voters choose who wins, and our system requires that their choice be respected." December 4th. Arizona House Speaker claims no evidence of fraud. Did you check the Arizona Cyber Ninjas audit presentation? No. I heard of it though. Wasn't it just a lot of them not understanding just like the basic voting procedure? Like not knowing about how the signatures were checked and shit like that. Because they had no they had no experience working with those systems. Is that right? I think that's what happened, no? Anyway. Whew. Um, didn't know the facts on the ground in Arizona unless the House Speaker let the court sort it out. Okay, so on the morning of January 4th, co-conspirator 2 called the Arizona House Speaker to urge him to use a majority of the legislature to decertify the state's legitimate electors. Arizona's validly ascertained electors had voted 3 weeks earlier and sent their votes to Congress, which was scheduled to count those votes in Biden's favor in just 2 days' time at the January 6th certification proceeding. When the Arizona House Speaker explained that the state investigations had uncovered no evidence of substantial fraud in the state, co-conspirator 2 conceded that he did not know enough about facts on the ground in Arizona, but nonetheless told the Arizona House Speaker to decertify and let courts sort it out. So number 2 is Eastman. Okay. This is on January 4th. States electors. Concedes to the speaker. On the ground to discuss fraud. So they knew that they didn't have evidence of this. This is fucking mental. In their presentation, they presented their recount and ended up giving Biden more votes. Jesus. On January 6th, the defendant publicly repeated the knowingly false claim that 36,000 non-citizens voted in Arizona. Okay? Jan 6. Trump repeated the claim that in Arizona. Okay. Georgia. On November 16th, on the defendant's behalf, his executive assistant sent co-conspirator 3 and others a document containing bullet points critical of a certain voting machine company, writing, "See attached, please include as is or almost as is in lawsuit." Co-conspirator 3 responded 9 minutes later, writing, all caps, "It must go in all GA suits and PA immediately with a fraud claim that requires the entire election to be set aside in those states and machines impounded for nonpartisan professional inspection." Huh. Not terrible attempt at the accent. Thanks. Would you debate me on Discord or do you not feel like it? What do you want to talk about? Don't Eam. What's your story? 16th. Number 3, is that Powell? Yeah. Or it'd be Dominion machines. On 25th of November, co-conspirator 3 filed a lawsuit against the governor of Georgia, falsely alleging massive election fraud accomplished through the voting machine company's election software and hardware. Okay, so she does a lawsuit, November 25th. Files lawsuit against Georgia governor. They're alleging massive election fraud through voting machines. Just say that. Before the lawsuit was even filed, the defendant retweeted a post promoting it. The defendant did this despite the fact that when he had discussed co-conspirator 3's far-fetched public claims regarding the voting machine company in private with advisors, the defendant had to concede that they were unsupported and that co-conspirator 3 sounded crazy, okay? We've already got that written down. Co-conspirator 3's Georgia lawsuit was dismissed on December 7th, okay? Is that because of standing or... Oh god, I didn't even know what that... Fuck. Merit. Ah. Do you have a link for that? Dismissed. Federal judge. 90 minutes into a hearing in the federal court. She just looks like such a fucking clown, man. She's just got the face of someone who's about to say the most insane shit. I can't believe this happened, man. The fucking Kraken. Why did they call her that? The Kraken. Bann did not rule on the merits of Powell's claim. Oh. Maruzzi. The judge granted motions to dismiss on the grounds that the suit did not belong in federal court. And not standing. So jurisdiction and standing. She said she's going to release the Kraken. Ah. In my defense, there were 60 of them. You want my Israel-Palestine notes? Yeah. Here. There you go. Some of them are up there, not all of them. Why is this here? The fuck? All right. I need to fix this because this is... Oh no, it's fucked. It's not doing the... Oh dear. Yeah, we're gonna go through this one day. Get it all organized. Okay. I might as well throw this in as well, just in case. Hang on. Merit. Dismissed. Okay. On December 3rd, co-conspirator 1 orchestrated a presentation to a judiciary subcommittee to the Georgia State Senate with the intention of misleading state senators into blocking the ascertainment of legitimate electors. During the presentation, they did a presentation, okay. Co-conspirator 1, which is Giuliani. The agent of the defendant and co-conspirator 1 falsely claimed that more than 10,000 dead people, can't believe this, man, voted in Georgia. That afternoon, a senior advisor to the defendant told the defendant's chief of staff through text messages, just an FYI, a campaign lawyer and his team verified that the 10K supposed dead people voting in Georgia is not accurate. It was alleged in co-conspirator 1's hearing today. The senior advisor clarified that he believed the actual number was 12. Okay. Presentation to state Senate alleging presentation to the state Senate alleging 10K dead voters. Trump senior advisor. And said number was 12. Another agent of the defendant and co-conspirator 1 played a misleading excerpt of a video recording of a ballot counting at State Farm Arena in Atlanta and insinuated that it showed election workers counting suitcases of illegal ballots. Okay. Co-conspirator 2 encouraged legislatures to decertify the state's legitimate electors based on false allegations of election fraud. Is this all of the claims and why they were dismissed? Cases decided on merits. Oh. So some of them analyzed the merits even if they said that it lacked standing. Huh. Interesting. Full case tracker. This is Wisconsin, Maricopa County, Arizona, Michigan, Nevada. Oh. That's a good link, Maruzi. Thank you. So how many here? Thrown out on merit. Okay. Also on December 3rd, the defendant issued a tweet amplifying the knowingly false claims made in co-conspirator one's presentation in Georgia. Wow, blockbuster testimony taking place right now in Georgia. Ballot stuffing by Dems when Republicans were forced to leave the large counting room. Plenty more coming, but this alone leads to an easy win of the state. The second link in YouTube chat from Ohio State lists all 62 cases. Okay. Nice. Fuck. There were Ohio ones? Was that one of the 7 states? There was Michigan, Georgia, Nevada, Pennsylvania, New Mexico. Was Ohio one of them? Wisconsin. Was Ohio number 7? I didn't know that. Oh, they did the research. Okay. They wouldn't do Ohio because Ohio's a red state. Right. On December 4th, the Georgia Secretary of State's chief operating officer debunked the claims made at co-conspirator one's presentation the previous day, issuing a tweet stating, the 90-second video of election workers at State Farm Arena purporting to show fraud was watched in its entirety by GA Secretary of State investigators. Shows normal ballot processing. Here is the fact check on it. Okay, that's good. So it mentions briefcases. Is it suitcases? Full of illegal ballots. December 4th. Georgia Secretary of State. States. And video shows normal ballot process. On December 8th, the defendant called the Georgia Attorney General to pressure him to support an election lawsuit filed in the Supreme Court by another state attorneys general. The Georgia Attorney General told the defendant that officials had investigated various claims of election fraud in the state and were not seeing evidence to support them. Okay. These are like all Republicans as well, right? Trump calls Georgia General to support a lawsuit in the Supreme Court. He declines and argues like it. Also on December 8th, a senior campaign advisor who spoke with the defendant on a daily basis and had informed him on multiple occasions that various fraud claims were untrue, expressed frustration that many of co-conspirator 1 and his legal team's claims could not be substantiated. As early as mid-November, for instance, the senior campaign advisor had informed the defendant that his claims of a large number of dead voters in Georgia were untrue. With respect to the persistent false claim regarding State Farm Arena, on December 8th, the senior campaign advisor wrote an email. When our research and campaign legal team can't back up any of the claims made by our elite strike force legal team, you can see why we're 0 to 32 on our cases. I'll obviously hustle to help on all fronts, but it's tough to own any of this when it's all just conspiracy shit beamed down from the mothership. Wow. This is so funny, man. All right, it's email. On December 10th, 4 days before Biden's validly ascertained electors were scheduled to cast votes and send them to Congress, co-conspirator 1 appeared at a hearing before the Georgia House of Representatives Government Affairs Committee. Co-conspirator 1 played the State Farm Arena video again and falsely claimed that it showed voter fraud right in front of people's eyes and was the tip of the iceberg. Then he cited 2 election workers by name, baselessly accused them of quite obviously surreptitiously passing around USB ports as if they are vials of heroin or cocaine. I remember this. The people who got death threats, right? The 2 campaign workers who got, the election workers who got fucking mobbed. They testified at the January 6th committee. I think it wasn't USB things, it was gingerbread man, wasn't it? December 8th, 10th. I think it was a cough suite. Yeah, this is her.
Guys were not satisfied with the outcome of the election, and they were getting a lot of threats and being harassed online, and asked me, you know, have I been receiving anything, and I need to check on my mom. And I told them, I was like, where have they, where have you been getting these threats? I don't believe I have any. And Mr. Jones told me, like, they're attacking his Facebook, and I don't really use Facebook. I have one, so I went to the Facebook app. It was just a lot of horrible things there.
And those horrible things, did they include threats?
Yes, a lot of threats, wishing death upon me.
Were a lot of these threats and vile comments racist in nature?
A lot of them were racist. A lot of them were just hateful.
In one of the videos we just watched, Mr. Giuliani accused you and your mother of passing some sort of USB drive to each other. What was your mom actually handing you on that video?
A ginger mint.
We had...
Is it a ginger mint? What the fuck is a ginger mint? He said it was. What a fucking psycho, bro. Giuliani. Oh, God. Remember when his head was leaking? Remember that? Remember when he was like dripping out of his fucking ears? Bro. It's a breath mint. Okay. Cool. Thereafter, the two election workers received numerous death threats. Okay. On December 15th, the defendant has summoned the incoming acting attorney general, the incoming acting deputy attorney general, and others to the Oval Office to discuss allegations of electoral fraud. During the meeting, the Justice Department officials specifically refuted the defendant's claims about the State Farm Arena, explaining to him that the activity shown on the tape conspirator one had used was benign. Okay. December 15th, Justice Department officials argue that the footage was benign. On December 23rd, a day after the defendant's chief of staff personally observed the signature verification process at the Cobb County Civic Center and notified the defendant that state election officials were conducting themselves in an exemplary fashion and would find fraud if it existed, the defendant tweeted that the Georgia officials administering the signature verification process were trying to hide evidence of election fraud and were terrible people. Okay? Trump's chief of staff. Actually, I'll put this. I only do one of these just because it's like a case study of how the entire process went. I won't do this for every single state. We'll just read the rest of it. But it'd be good to have like one very detailed timeline just to see exactly how it went. Half. Serve signature. Process at Cobb County. Civic Center. Told Trump or we're trying to hide fraud. Okay. Still learning to type, you guys. Okay. All right. In a call December 27th, the defendant spoke with the acting attorney general and acting deputy attorney general. During the call, the defendant again pressed the unfounded claims regarding State Farm Arena, and the two top Justice Department officials again rebutted the allegations, telling him that the Justice Department had reviewed videotape and interviewed witnesses, had not identified any suspicious conduct. Okay. Okay. Who is this? Two top justice officials. Fraud allegations. On December 31st, the defendant signed a verification affirming false election fraud allegations made on his behalf in a lawsuit filed in his name against the Georgia governor. In advance of the filing, co-conspirator 2, who was advising the defendant in the lawsuit, acknowledged in an email that he and the defendant had, since signing a previous verification, been made aware of some of the allegations and evidence proffered by the experts and has been inaccurate, and that signing a new affirmation with the knowledge and incorporation by reference would not be accurate. Okay. False election fraud allegations made in his behalf in a lawsuit. Okay. Been made aware of some of the allegations. Huh. Affirming false election fraud. Two, who is Eastman. All right, don't need that. Oh, right. No, this is important. Fraud allegations in a lawsuit against the Georgia governor. Trump signs despite Eastman telling him that my reference would not be accurate. And telling him would not be accurate. Given that Trump Okay. On January 2nd, 4 days before Congress's certification proceeding, the defendant and others called Georgia's Secretary of State. During the call, the defendant lied to the Georgia Secretary of State to induce him to alter Georgia's popular vote count and call into question the validity of the Biden electors' votes, which had been transmitted to Congress weeks before, including as follows. Okay. January 2nd. Oh, wait, is this the phone call? Hang on. Lied to the Secretary of State to induce him to alter the popular vote. Yeah. This is the phone call, isn't it? The defendant raised allegations regarding the State Farm Arena video and repeatedly disparaged one of the same election workers that co-conspirator 1 had maligned on December 10th, using her name almost 20 times and falsely referring to her as a professional vote scammer and hustler. Trump calls the Georgia Secretary of State. Date. Perfect phone call. Describes the defamed electoral work. In response, the Georgia Secretary of State refuted this. You're talking about the State Farm video, and I think it's extremely unfortunate that co-conspirator 1 or his people, they sliced and diced that video and took it out of context. When the Georgia Secretary of State then offered a link to a video that would disprove co-conspirator 1's claims, the defendant responded, I don't care about a link, I don't need it. I have a much better link. Oh, God. All right. Has anything so far in this indictment been challenged on a factual basis? Like, because I know some of them are just like, oh, Trump said Sidney Powell's claims were crazy. Has anyone said that that quote is like made up, or is there any, like, what evidence do they have? Is all the evidence of this public, like even the emails and shit, or what? Where's, to this. Giuliani's claims. Trump responds. Because I know this phone call is public, right? The defendant asked about rumors that paper ballots cast in the election were being destroyed, and the Georgia Secretary of State's counsel explained to him that the claim had been investigated and was not true. Okay. Trump asks about rumors of destroyed paper ballots. Ballots gets refuted. The defendant claimed that 5,000 dead people voted in Georgia, causing the Georgia Secretary of State to respond, well, Mr. President, the challenge that you have is the data you have is wrong. The actual number were two. Two people that were dead that voted. And so your information is wrong. That was 2. Okay. Trump claims 5,000 dead people. Well, Secretary of State argues it was only 2. The defendant claimed that thousands of out-of-state voters had cast ballots in Georgia's election, which the Georgia Secretary of State's counsel refuted, explaining, we've been going through each of those as well, and those numbers that we got, the defendant's counsel was just saying, they're not accurate. Everyone we've been through are people that lived in Georgia, moved to a different state, then moved back to Georgia legitimately. They moved back in years ago. This was not like something just before the election. Okay, Trump claims out-of-state voters. Here's State argues that they were who had moved but then moved back years ago. In response to multiple other of the defendant's allegations, the Georgia Secretary of State's counsel told the defendant that the Georgia Bureau of Investigation was examining all such claims and finding no merit to them. Trump told that Georgia Bureau of Investigation Trump's claims but found no merit. The defendant said that he needed to find 11,780 votes and insinuated that the Georgia Secretary of State and his counsel could be subject to criminal prosecution if they failed to find election fraud as he demanded, stating, "And you are going to find that they are, which is totally illegal. It's more illegal for you than it is for them because you know what they did and you're not reporting it. That's a criminal, you know? That's a criminal offense. And you know, you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and the Georgia Secretary of State's counsel, your lawyer." Jesus Christ. Trump asks for 11,780 votes. They fail to find fraud. I feel like I want to do just like a 10-minute video on just this, on just this. You know, I just want to do a 10-minute video just on Georgia. Like from January, from whatever the first date was, the timeline of Georgia from November 16th all the way to January 6th. Because you could do like a case study. Hang on. Because the way I think most pundits talk about these things, this is how I see it. Okay. I think most pundits, they have a couple of fucking bullet points, right? And those bullet points are usually backed up by, you know, you can usually find them, like you got your talking points, and you can usually find each talking point somewhere like a newspaper article or like, yeah, probably newspaper articles would be like the places where you get these. And then after that, you can go to these like more kind of funky websites that have like deep dives or historical analysis or legal analysis and things like that. Then you might have like sometimes you'd have books occasionally going around, and then you have the more very fine details like what we're reading now, which is like the indictment, which has like all the step-by-step things that happened, or like the January 6th committee, right? But the thing is most people don't see a lot of this. They just see the most saleable, digestible parts that are kind of presented here and then presented to the fucking to the mindless fucking rabble here. And the retards only see this, really, you know? So, but I'm just wondering with the Georgia thing, if I can use like this as a way to tell the story, which also refers back to these. For example, I can be like, on November 16th, Powell in Georgia called for the Dominion machines to be impounded and inspected. And then I can be like, the Dominion machines, remember that? So this is coming from the indictment. And then I go up here, remember the Dominion machines with the fucking Che Guevara's fucking, no, Chavez's ghost and the Kraken and fucking the lawsuit with Tucker Carlson, like, and it can all, and then we go back to the details about all this stuff, and it can be like, remember the perfect phone call. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that tells the story quite well because it gives you a bit of both. It gives you the very fine, like micro details, but then also like constantly refers it back to the memes, you know? Because this Georgia one has everything, right? It's got Trump knowingly saying that there's fraud, even though a lawyer who's on his side, a lawyer that he shopped for, is telling him that it would be inaccurate for him to sign that and send it to court. You've got the perfect phone call. You've got the fucking Giuliani defaming those two workers. You've got the butchered video footage. You've got the dead voters meme. You've got the lawsuit. And the fact that also which lawsuits were dismissed on standing and which ones were dismissed on merits, right? Is that a good idea? Good idea for a little breakdown. Why am I asking? Of course it's a good idea. Fuck you guys. Why need to tell you fucking yes men and women? January 3rd. On the next day, January 3rd, the defendant falsely claimed that the Georgia Secretary of State had not addressed the defendant's allegations, publicly stating that the Georgia Secretary of State was unwilling or unable to answer questions such as the ballots under the tables, scam, ballot destruction, out-of-state voters, dead voters, and more. He has no clue. Use that, Georgia of State had not addressed his allegation. I think also this particular chain of events really, really shows you how I think it casts a lot more doubt on the argument that Trump only did this because he's so narcissistic that he genuinely believes he won. I don't know. I don't think if you, after reading this, I don't know how you would believe that. Um, like I think this is good enough proof that he knows he was lying. Like not that he was delusional, or not that he was having a fucking psychotic episode, or not that he was just so up his own ass that he didn't really believe, like he just believed what he wanted to believe, or that he only selected very niche bits of evidence that supported him and rejected all the others. No, this is just him fully like, there is this universe and then there's my one, right? Is this a tweet or what? I'm guessing this is a tweet. Give me the fucking phrase, dick. All right, go on. All right. Where did he say this? Brad Raffensperger. Spurg. I'm sorry. That's a slur. I shouldn't say that. Where's this quote from, though? Is it from Twitter? Publicly stating. Why wouldn't they say Twitter? That sounds like a Twitter Trump thing to say. He has no clue. Tweet! A real Donald Trump tweet. Probably gone. Whoop! You know who will have it. Come on. What? Trump tweet. Fuck. Give me the tweet. It'll be there. It'll exist. Hey, thank you. Run it through web.archive. No, I got it. What the fuck? What is this? Why didn't you give me the fucking image, bro? Remember when Twitter used to say this claim about election fraud is disputed? Fuck me. They can't all just be fucking Twitter links, can they? Oh shit. Hey. Unwilling or unable to answer questions. Like, come on. Yeah, he's just lying. Fuck. Jan 6th. Defendant publicly repeated the knowingly false insinuation that more than 10,300 dead people had voted in Georgia. Okay. Trump. Use that. All right. Cyber ninjas. Was that in Arizona? Yeah. Maricopa County. Is that right? Timestamp linked. The live chat's Wilden.
In the ballot totals. If we take a look at the presidential race, Trump actually loses 261 votes from the official votes. Biden gains 99, and Jorgensen loses 204 votes. And again, these are all very small numbers when we're talking about 2.1 million ballots. These are very small discrepancies. So we can say that the ballots that were provided to us to count in the Coliseum very accurately correlate with the official canvass numbers that came through. So we did have at least a batch of 50 ballots that was run through the tabulators twice. This is
what? I don't remember this part of the story. Cyber ninjas. They closed because election officials went fucking mental at them. Threatened to fine them $50,000 a day. Okay. Hmm. So their audit gave Biden more votes. But there's a presentation, so they knew. How the... Hang on. What's happening there? Where did you get that? It's a pretty well-viewed video. It's like 2.5 million views. Hmm. It's from Wiki.
The ballots that were provided to us to count in the Coliseum.
Okay. Huh. Someone said that they found duplicate ballot envelopes, over 17,000 of them. Oh, but they take more than one image. But they have a barcode, so only one goes through. So there's no duplicates. Hmm. So during the curing process, a ballot may be recorded as received by mail more than once. Huh. But if they found all these duplicate ballots, how did they still manage to get more votes for Biden? What the fuck? Fucking cyber ninjas. Hmm. Okay. Weird. Even these clowns say Biden won. The fucking chat is fucking mental. Look at them go. They're so happy. Okay, that's the end of Georgia. Okay, fuck, guys. I said I would finish this today. We're not even halfway. Yeah. All right, listen, I need to go. I'll tell you what, I'm probably going to change the approach tomorrow as well, because I don't really know if I want to go this far down this rabbit hole, to be honest. I'll finish this for sure. But I have no idea what I'm doing with it, what the plan is. So, yee. We'll see. We'll see what other alternatives we can do. Maybe watch Israel footage. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. If you have any suggestions, if you're going to plant any fucking seeds in my little brain, you're more than welcome to Discord or whatever. But yeah, we'll see. Okay. Thanks for saying Obama earlier. I would never say that on request for free. Fuck you. All right. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.